Hey there, Mr. Redder here. Welcome back to another episode of r/Entitled People Stories. Today we have a very special episode for you, a compilation of some of the best entitled people stories we've read over the past year. So sit back, relax, and enjoy a few hours of the most entitled people you've ever heard of. And by the way, Karen assured me that for every thumbs up this video gets, she won't try to get anyone fired for an entire week. So please smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications for new stories from Reddit every single day. Karen thinks she's a celebrity after going on Dr. Phil. Every so often, we get a celebrity in the restaurant. I've never really been there when it's happened. We're not too far from our city's main concert venue, but the owner still has a strict no comping meals for anyone based on star power policy that we're all apprised of when we're hired. His logic being, it'll start as just one exception and turn into all sorts of D-listers sniffing around looking for an ego boost. Ironically, this has never been a problem because the one or two times we've had real celebrities in, they've never expected a free meal. They've paid and tipped well. It's only the D-listers who act all shocked when the check comes. But we almost never get them either, so it's really no big deal. Until last week. We're located right by my college, and a girl who attends my college was recently on the Dr. Phil show. She was not a featured guest. She did not even appear in person. She was just teleconferenced in for like 3 minutes total to weigh in on the featured guests, a friend of hers from high school, I think, relationship. But because she was on TV, she thought she was the hottest thing to have ever happened on campus. I had heard a few people joking about how she was going around telling everyone that she was a celebrity and how she kept expecting people to recognize her. It sounded really cringy and terrible. But I don't know her. I hadn't even seen the show, so what did I care? It was fun gossip for 10 seconds, but I quickly forgot about it. However, this girl's self-absorption wasn't completely baseless. There are a lot more students on the campus than usual this summer because so many took gap semesters to avoid Zoom school during lockdown. Not much is happening around here as we ease back into normal life, so people did get unreasonably excited about someone from our school being on national TV. So she was sort of being treated like a celebrity. She was getting a lot of special attention. She even got some free things on campus and had some people ask to take a photo with her, in an ironic sense, but she didn't understand that. So she decided to start testing the waters off campus, and I guess met with some success because most of the nearby businesses are staffed with students. She soon appeared in our restaurant. She was a nightmare from the moment she stepped in the door. I didn't recognize her at first, but it all clicked as she was demanding a 4-top despite being a party of 1. We were okay with it only because we weren't especially busy. She didn't make eye contact with her server. She wasn't my section, but I ate up every second of her visit with us once I realized who she was. The first thing I heard her say after the server said hi and introduced himself was, "Menu, water, new fork," like she was writing out a list. Her server was only just bumped up from trainee status, and he's barely 16, so it especially sucked that she was dumped on him. He's incredibly shy and sweet. If I had anticipated the crab storm that blew in with her, I would have swapped with him. But this all happened pretty quickly, and I'll usually do anything to avoid serving classmates I don't like. It's rare I don't like a classmate I haven't met, but there's a first time for everything. Of course, nothing on our menu was acceptable to her as is. She had to get a ton of substitutions and additions. Even her side salad of mixed greens had to be, not kidding, unmixed. She wanted each lettuce, but separately on the plate. Her server explained that the greens came pre-mixed, but she just stared blankly past him and went, "So, separated," as though it were the most obvious thing ever. The kitchen actually accommodated all of her requests because it was a really slow day and there were easy enough solutions to each thing, but she still sent at least one of her plates back. In the 20 or so minutes it took for her food to come out, she asked us how much longer it would take 4 times. She demanded we change the music we had on to a playlist of hers instead. She made comments about the lighting. By the time she was finished eating, we were seconds away from throwing her out. He asked if everything was all right and if she needed anything else. She said no, so he said he'd be right back with the check. I could tell from her face, even as far away as I was, that she wasn't expecting a check. She looked all sour and twisted. I was dying internally. It was so satisfying. But then she stood up and calmly just walked right out of the door. I wasn't sure what I was seeing at first. I thought maybe she had gone to get her wallet from her car or something, but this isn't the kind of place where a lot of people drive, and I just knew in my gut I had to follow up with her, because her server definitely wouldn't. I went out the door, and yep, she was traipsing down the street, tapping away on her phone like nothing was wrong in the world. I called out to her and she half turned around, then realizing I was from the restaurant, tried to pretend she hadn't heard me and went right back to her walking, quickening her pace a little. I would have laughed if I wasn't so upset. So I jogged to catch up with her and was trying to keep the situation nice and calm and allow her to save as much face as possible, and was just like, "Oh, hi, sorry, there's just still the matter of the bill," knowing darn well she didn't forget, but figuring confronting her would just feed into unnecessary drama. She looks at me in total disbelief and says she was going to Instagram her meal with us, and that's typically enough when she goes out, without a hint of sarcasm or embarrassment. So I did know who she was because her reaction to being on TV was such a laughingstock on campus. But, and maybe this was a little mean, but I couldn't resist. I went, "Sorry, who are you?" And she lost it, insisting I knew exactly who she was and that I was just jealous of her, and that, wait for it, that's why I was forcing her to pay for the food she ordered at the restaurant. I didn't want to be gratuitously mean, so rather than antagonize further, though it was very low-hanging fruit, I just told her, "Look, if you don't plan to pay, we'll have to involve the police." She laughed and said, "Well, if you don't know who I am, you won't be able to find me, right?" Honestly, she had me there, but I didn't need to admit to her that I really knew who she was, because for all she knew, we had security cameras or would just describe her really well. So I let her walk off, and I went back to the restaurant and called the police. It was absurdly easy to track her down because I did know who she was, and she was posting geotagged posts online all day, including a super angry post about how she had eaten at our restaurant and it had been terrible. That positive mention had never happened, by the way, not that it would have gotten her out of paying, but still. So she incriminated herself and led the police right to her. I doubt the cops would have followed up so diligently if it were only us, but apparently she had walked out on a couple of other places that genuinely didn't recognize her and expected her to pay up, and posted angrily about how the businesses sucked, further incriminating herself. They didn't know who she was, but they described her well enough, and that paired with the post was enough for the police to drag her in. Our trainee server actually had to go down somewhere and identify her. He was terrified when he was first asked, but when he came back, he was totally giddy and thought that the whole experience was pretty cool. At least cooler than working his shift. So I wish I had been at work the time John Goodman was here instead, but this was better than nothing. Karen neighbor tried to fight me and the cops. She got arrested. This story begins with myself and my dog in the backyard, to which we had been banished because the inside of my house was being painted. Dogs and wet paint are a thing that do not mix well at all, and bath time for my pupper is akin to all-out war. While we were outside, spending time waiting for the house to be dog safe again, I discovered I very much had to go to the bathroom, and since my backyard is pretty well secluded and only visible really from above or by someone who's way up into my yard, I decided to go then and there. After the sigh of satisfaction, and before the stream had finished, I heard a very high-pitched whining sound, and when I looked up to see what the sound was, I saw a quad-rotor drone floating above my backyard, presumably watching me. I don't really have a shy bladder, so I finished what I was doing, put myself away, and went back to my regularly scheduled dog entertainment programming. Later that day after dinner, there was a knock on my door, and upon opening it, I saw a very uncomfortable-looking police officer. He asked if I could step outside to speak with him, and I did so. He then asked me if I had urinated in my yard recently, and when I raised an eyebrow and sort of looked at him like, "Seriously?" He clarified that someone had called in and reported me for doing so, and the report has to be investigated since I live so close to a school. Close as the crow flies, there's a patch of swamp between my house and the school that is not easily navigatable. With a car, it's closer to a mile to actually get there. I confirmed that I had and showed the officer where I'd done so, and then told him that the only people that had seen me was my dog and someone flying a drone over my backyard, and I was reasonably sure my dog hadn't phoned the police on me. The officer thanked me for my explanation and said I very likely was not in trouble, but he would take it as a favor if I just used the toilet for the time being. The next day, my dog was in the dog run by himself, sun-worshipping while I was working. I had the door open in case he started barking at neighbors or what have you. Suddenly, he looses his fiercest war cry and starts making distress noises. I look outside to see what's going on, and there's a quad rotor buzzing around my dog run, tormenting my poor dog. I do what anyone would do in that situation and grab my hose, set the nozzle to anti-aircraft, high pressure jet for the uninitiated, and zap the drone with the hose. Drone ceases operation and falls to the ground in my dog run. It had been chewed on a little bit before I reclaimed the thing, but it seemed fine. I took my dog and the drone inside and figured I'd hear from someone sooner or later. About an hour later, my doorbell rings, and there's a 12 or 13-year-old kid on my steps with a bike helmet on and his bike thrown into my garden. I ask him if I can help him, and he demands I return his drone. I ask him why I should, when all he's done with it in my experience is harass me. He starts foot stomping and throwing a shrieking tantrum my cousin, who is 7, had grown out of throwing many moons ago, demanding I give the drone back now. He actually concluded with, "And that's final." I found that frankly adorable and started laughing. I told him to come back with a parent if he really wanted the drone back, because he's not capable of acting like a grown-up for this conversation, and went back into my house. The kid actually tried, and failed, to destroy some of my garden before picking his bike back up and going home. Around 6 that evening, there's another knock at the door, and the kid's back with a man who's a little bit older than I am. I think he knew his kid was full of it because he sheepishly asked me if I had robbed his son and stolen his drone. I smirked a little bit at this and told him exactly what his son had done with that drone and how it happened to come into my possession. His face couldn't decide between chagrin and fury, and he turns and asks his son if this is really what had happened. His son just starts bawling because he knows he's caught, and the dad says, "When I bought you that drone, I said there was one rule. You don't bother people with the drone." The dad apologizes on his son's behalf and says I can keep it. The kid emits a squawk of indignation and fury and says, "I'm telling Mom." There's a bit of a scuffle between them while the dad wrangles him back into the vehicle they arrived in, and then the dad comes back and gives me a cell number with instructions to text him if his ex-wife should darken my doorstep. I said I would and waved goodbye, mostly to upset the kid because the twerp had it coming. A few days later, around lunchtime, I heard an ominous bang sound, followed shortly after by pounding on my front door. Not knocking, pounding. As I got closer to the door, I could hear high-pitched shrieking, and I connected some dots. Before opening the door, I found the drone dad contacted my phone and texted, "I think she's here." Then I opened my door and was greeted with the sight of an extremely irate, slightly younger than usual, Karen. When the woman sees me, she starts screaming at me for stealing from her precious boy, and how I'm just the worst human being to grace the face of the earth in her estimation. She's got quite the head of steam worked up, and I can see almost immediately that I'm not allowed to talk. So I decide to pour gasoline on the fire and send up a follow-up text. "I can see why you got a divorce." Right when I hit send, this lady slaps the phone out of my hand and onto the ground and demands I look at her while she's talking to me. I go for a non sequitur and say, "At me?" This startles the Karen long enough for me to clarify. "Talking at me? This isn't a conversation." It's worth noting that it was about 12:30 p.m. and this lady had Merlot breath so strong I felt like I was getting a buzz just by being yelled at her. She lets out a squawk and starts to puff up like a blowfish, readying another verbal salvo when I held up a finger, stooped to grab my phone, and then speed dial the police, non-emergency line on my phone, because it's pretty obvious how this is going to go. When she demands to know who I'm calling, I tell her calmly that I'm calling the police. Her response was, and this is a direct quote, "Good. Let's see how the cops deal with a weasel like you who steals from kids." The operator actually heard that, and bless this woman's heart, she actually said, "I think I understand the nature of your call. Can you give me the address where this is happening?" I did, and the operator thanked me and said a response was on the way. While I was talking to the operator, I got a reply from the dad. "Oh God, tell me she's not drunk." Deciding I didn't need my phone slapped out of my hand again, I just sent a thumbs down reply to the text and settled in to get yelled at incoherently until backup arrived. It wasn't all that long, maybe 5 minutes total before the boys in blue showed up. It wasn't until they pulled up that I noticed this lady had missed my driveway and actually winged my mailbox pulling up into my lawn. The police separated us, and I actually wound up talking to the cop who urged me to use the toilet like a civilized human being. I tell my side of the story, and then the officer I was talking to goes to assist the other officer who is trying to figure out what Karen was going on about because she's getting steadily more belligerent and violent. She winds up slapping one of them and trying to bite the other before she's restrained and bundled into the back of one of their cruisers. At this point, the dad has pulled up and looks completely aghast, but he does confirm my side of the story with the police. The officers thank me and the dad for our time and promise a tow truck is coming for her vehicle. and they put their heads together and do police things, and the dad leaves to go do whatever it was he was doing before Karen reared her ugly head. I did get the last laugh though. While the police were filling out forms, or whatever it is police do after a horror show like this, I zipped into my house and grabbed the slightly chewed and no longer damp drone. Making sure Karen was watching, I sauntered over to my trash cans and tipped the piece of junk in and dusted my hands off before walking back inside. I had already confirmed the drone was broken from getting hosed. I was going to throw it out either way. This just made me happy. Karen demands my seat, insisting she had reserved it. I posted last night about an encounter I'd had with a neckbeard who tapped me on the shoulder, asked me if I was single, and then flipped out when I said no. I mentioned that I dealt with a Karen not 20 minutes before that and would post that story if folks were interested. So here it is. In my other post, I explained that I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a genetic disorder affecting collagen. Among many other symptoms, it tends to make people look significantly younger than we are. So although I'm 32 years old, I'm often mistaken for being a teenager. I dress in a very goth and punk style, which I'm sure probably adds to that. EDS often causes something called POTS, which in simple terms means that being upright causes my heart rate to increase and my blood pressure to decrease, and the longer I'm standing, the worse it gets. If I'm standing for too long, I black out. I take medication that helps a lot, but I've had to stop taking it in order to get my shots, so my heart rate and blood pressure are completely uncontrolled at the moment. So I just arrived at my local shopping mall and got hit with a wave of dizziness, which is a surefire sign that I need to sit down before I fall down. There were 3 armchairs together for customers to use, and I sat down in one of them that had an abandoned, empty shopping trolley next to it. The other 2 seats were occupied. I checked my numbers with the blood pressure monitor I carry with me, and they were pretty bad. Blood pressure of 105/68 and heart rate of 138. So I downed a few salt tablets and started scrolling through Reddit on my phone while I waited for things to improve. About 2 minutes later, the wild Karen appeared. ETA, Karen matched the stereotype in every conceivable way and looked to be about 45 to 50 years old. She marched over and barked at me to get out of her seat, claiming she had clearly left her trolley next to it to reserve it. I told her that the seats are there for everyone's use, and people leave empty trolleys all over the shopping center, so that really didn't mean anything. During previous disputes about seating, I've sometimes told people I couldn't move away because of my blood pressure and heart rate condition, but it's never seemed to help the situation and it's none of their business, so I don't tend to mention it unless it's genuinely necessary. Karen, hand on hip, said she didn't ask for my idiot opinions, and that when an adult tells me to jump, the only acceptable response is, "How high?" I laughed and said, "Lady, I'm 32 years old, and I don't answer to you. Leave me the heck alone." She scoffed and said, "BS, don't you dare lie to me. Where the heck are your parents?" I said that's none of her darn business and stop harassing me because I'm not moving. As I was saying this, an older man vacated one of the other armchairs with a groan and an eye roll. You and me both, mate. So I gestured to it and said, "There you go, Karen. There's a free seat right there. Happy now?" Karen folded her arms with an entirely misplaced air of superiority and said, "That's your seat. This one is mine, and you are going to move, young lady." Entirely done with her crap, I laughed and said a simple, "No," going back to my phone. At this point, she pretty much lost it. She shouted, "Get out of my chair!" and kicked the side of the seat so hard that it made me jump. As I responded with a stunned, "Wow, you're legitimately crazy, aren't you?" A member of the cleaning staff took notice and came over. She told Karen to calm down and asked me if I needed her to call security. I was going to say, "Yes, please," but Karen jumped in and snapped, "Please do." And then to me, "I would love to see security drag you out by your rear." He must have been nearby because a security guard quickly appeared and asked me what the problem was. Of course, Karen again jumped in and started telling him that this little brat pushed me out of my seat, stole it from me, and how it was clearly hers because that's my trolley right there. The security guard turned to me and asked if that was what had happened. I said, actually, like I told her, I'm 32 years old and she didn't show up until after I'd sat down. She said she had reserved the seat, and I told her that's not how it works. She's been harassing me to get me to move, and your colleague here saw her shouting and kicking the chair. Karen gasped and with an accusational finger pointed at me and shouted, "You lying little jerk!" But the cleaner backed me up. The security guard calmly told Karen that she can't claim or reserve seats she's not using, and that if she wanted to sit down, there were now 2 free seats right there. The third person now had also left. Karen went red in the face and barked back, "Listen here, you will make her move, or I will be having words with your manager." The security guard sighed and told Karen that she had 2 options. Either she could walk away now, leave me alone, and be allowed to go on with her day, or he would be escorting her off of the shopping mall. Surprisingly, Karen actually went with a third option. She scoffed and stammered and eventually opted to shout about how unbelievable this all was, and that she was going to the center management's office to get security guard and the cleaner fired right now, and stormed off, without her empty trolley of course. The security guard let her leave, and unfortunately, I don't know what happened with her after that point. The security guard apologized to me for her behavior, and I told him it wasn't his fault, and that I was sorry he and the cleaner had to deal with crap like that too. He excused himself, saying he should probably follow her to make sure she made it to the center's management office without any further incidents along the way, and I chatted with the cleaner for a bit about how ridiculous and childish people can be. She told me this was far from the worst or weirdest she had seen, and that I wouldn't believe the crap that some people do, but didn't elaborate. A plus side was that the whole situation had aided in increasing my blood pressure, so I sat there for about another 10 minutes to let my heart rate level out, and was then able to get up and carry on with my day. If I see that security guard while I'm at the shops this afternoon, I'll be sure to ask him what happened and update this post. The time I was accused of the federal crime of deactivating a customer's card. I had just got in for the day and had to cover Riley at self-checkout, first 15. So I dismiss her, and a few moments later I see a blinker and go to help. Me, "How may I help you, ma'am?" Customer, "My card isn't working." Me, "Okay, what's the error message you keep getting?" "It just won't accept my card." "Okay, I'll reset the card reader and then we can try it again." So I created a suspend slip and tried to rescan the transaction into the machine, but of course the slip didn't work. She only had 7 items, so I quickly re-rang up her items and compared the totals to make sure everything was scanned correctly. Me, "Okay, that'll be 3209. "That's the wrong total. You double scanned." I then double check again that the totals are the same from the suspend slip, then go back and look at the sales screen, and everything is only rung up once. Me, "Sorry ma'am, but there's no item listed twice, and all items that are scanned are in your bag. Is there something you'd like me to remove?" Karen, "No, ring it up again. This time I'll keep an eye on you." So I scan everything again and get the exact same total. Me, "Your total will be 3209. "The machine is wrong. That's not the correct total." To my luck, but not my supervisor's, he just happened to be passing through, and I needed to try and de-escalate the situation, and I figured I should pass her up before she gets more upset, and ask my boss to ring her out quickly, and he agrees and gets the same total as me. Karen, "The lipstick was $3, not $6. Our company policy is to just change the price if it's not a significant loss, so he just changed the price of the lipstick. Supervisor, "Okay, sorry about that, ma'am. Your total will be $28.88. Karen, "That's better." So she tries to pay again, and once again her card declines. When a card declines, there are multiple reasons for it, and we don't assume it's just because the card doesn't have enough funds. So we try to go through the list, but she's very defensive, and none of the other ways make any difference. So we tell her she just has to contact the card provider to see why the card isn't working. She, however, believes that I have broken her card and starts screaming that at the top of her lungs. "She broke my card." Supervisor, "Ma'am, she didn't." "If only I had kept a better eye on her. Have her turn out my pockets and give me my money back." I'm still at the self-checkout and can hear her screaming, and so can the other customers who are turning their heads to look at the scene she's now causing. Karen, "I have a disability, and this is a government-issued crime, messing with the card. It's a federal crime." My supervisor tries to tell her that I didn't steal her money and that I can't deactivate her card, and that she just needs to contact the card issuer regarding any details of why her transaction won't go through. "It was working this morning. She broke it, and that's a federal crime." Supervisor, "Since it wasn't working at the self-checkout either, you may have an insufficient balance or a fraud alert on your card." "No, I have enough money. She must have charged at the self-checkout because I know how much money I have, and it's enough. I wasn't paying attention to what she was doing because I had to look away since she had bad breath." Supervisor, "Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask that you calm down. We can try your card again, or you can pay another way." It's a federal crime. She ended up leaving without her items, and not too long later, Riley returned from her 15, blissfully unaware of the craziness that she had barely missed. HOA board campaigned to do nothing. I lived in a small 18-house neighborhood that had a deed-restricted HOA. We had a minimal common area along the main entry street that needed maintenance and some drainage infrastructure that needed to be maintained. Not much work had to be done at all. No one wanted to be on the board, so I ran for the board with the slogan, "I will do nothing more than is legally required to fulfill the legal requirements of the HOA." This slogan was enough to get 4 more neighbors to run with the same slogan. We had the typical committees, all with the same members and with the same idea. Leave everyone alone, fulfill our legal obligations, and move on. I was walking down the street one day and was accosted by a neighbor who said, "You don't deserve to be president." I replied, "You're right, I don't deserve it." This really set her off, so she started yelling at me about all the things I should be doing, planting a specific kind of flower, forcing her neighbors to do things unregulated by the HOA, etc. So I invited her to run for president. I told her that she could submit a petition calling for a special election, and I could guarantee that everyone on the board would sign it and probably vote for her to take on the job. This, of course, just infuriated her, so she started writing letters to the board complaining about everything. We ignored the letters, which technically was a mistake. Our HOA documents required all letters to receive a response. She continued to send letters that had nothing to do with the HOA, so we crafted a malicious compliance response that read, "Thank you for your letter to the HOA board. After careful consideration, we have decided to ignore it." We then included instructions on how to call for a special election to have us kicked off the board and promised her the support of all of our board members if she chooses to circulate the required petition. She sold her house and moved. Our board continued with the same philosophy for the 12 years I lived there. Nothing more than legally required, and leave everyone else the heck alone. We would hold a homeowners meeting once a year, which was nothing more than a potluck dinner. We had to invite someone from the compliance company who worked for us to make sure we covered everything required for our annual meeting and reporting, and we would always have an agenda item under new business. Does everyone promise to be a reasonable adult? I've moved to a new 14-house neighborhood with an HOA. I haven't yet decided if I'll run for the board. Edit to answer a common question. Why not dissolve the HOA? An HOA was required for a planned community, which was the type of community in which we lived. Planned communities are built under specific laws and regulations, and one of the requirements is that they have an HOA. In order to disband or form an HOA, you have to have unanimity of all proper owners. Typically, the HOA is created by the builder, so when people buy the house in a planned community, they're buying into the HOA. It's a deed restriction. Assuming we could get the unanimity required to disband the HOA, we would still have the problem that the HOA, as a legal corporation, owned common areas, property owned equally by all homeowners, and we had common infrastructure, a drainage system. Someone would have to have been able to take ownership of that property and the resulting liability, pretty much an impossibility. That drainage system only benefited the homeowners, and it made sense that it be owned by the community, thus the need for the HOA. Am I the jerk for cutting a family member off from a trust fund? 2 years ago, I won a considerable sum in the lottery. Not a scratch-off, the real lottery. So, the tune of many millions of dollars. My state does not allow anonymity, and I have many relatives who are less than financially responsible. I knew if I didn't do something, I'd spend the rest of my life being badgered, so I set up a trust for my extended family with a good chunk. How it works is, if family has an emergency, they call the trustee and ask for funds, and they assess the need, and they give them the money if it meets the terms set in the trust. It's to be used in situations like someone being behind in bills, medical debt, unexpected car repairs, etc. It's to help them get through tough times or major life events, not for vacations or luxury purchases. One of my cousins, let's call him Dale, applied for $75,000 for a brand new loaded pickup truck. He was denied. This was neither an emergency nor was it necessary, as he had a perfectly fine vehicle. They offered $5,000 to help with a down payment and taxes, and he accepted and bought the truck. This was 6 months ago. The trustee brought to my attention today that Dale has never made a payment of his own for the truck. He waits 2 months until he's behind and then applies for help. The first 2 times they gave him the benefit of the doubt, but now that it's happened a third, they're rightfully suspicious. I told them to advise Dale that he can no longer get assistance for his truck payment and to get him some information on how to return it if he cannot afford it, and that we would help, within reason, get him a much cheaper vehicle that he could afford. Well, this morning his sister, Jessie, sent me a screenshot of a post he made on Facebook, basically bashing me, calling me a selfish jerk, and ending with stating he can't wait until I pass so he can inherit millions. Not sure why he thinks that. Most of the money will go to my parents and then the trust, along with a few charities, and dance on my grave. I have decided to revoke Dale's access to the trust completely. I don't feel comfortable subsidizing the lifestyle of someone who is actively hoping for my passing. Jesse feels bad now for sharing the post and is asking me to reconsider. Dale is fuming, and my aunt has said some choice words leading me to wonder if I'm the jerk. Dale's father agrees with my decision, but many of our family is split. What do you think? Edit. Thank you all for your words. I know it's hard to understand why I even set up the trust to begin with, but I grew up an only child, so I've been extremely close with my cousins and consider their kids and my nieces and nephews and them to be the closest thing I've had to brothers and sisters, so I don't want to see them struggle in life if I know I can prevent it without setting myself on fire. But I also am not the most objective person when it comes to them, so I created the trust and appointed a trustee to make the hard, level-headed decisions. Dale is the first one to even attempt to take advantage. The others have requested funds during the lockdown to help with necessities like mortgage payments and food, and so far, 2 of my nieces were given some money to help with school. The fact that he tried scamming and taking advantage of something meant to help the whole family hurt worse than the Facebook post, honestly. Karen keeps eating my food, so I stopped buying it. I've been doing all my shopping online, from groceries to clothes, everything, which means I usually get a lot of deliveries. I also buy a lot of stuff for my family to use, especially when groceries and basic necessities. I started buying from more small local businesses, it being the lockdown and me wanting to help them more instead of big businesses like Amazon. This has meant having to deal with incredibly vague or straight up wrong delivery information. I've worked at a small business before, so I expected these problems and I don't mind it. Few weeks ago, Mom doesn't work anymore, Sis is on term break, and I'm working from home having a meeting. A delivery comes and no one answers the door. I have my headphones on so I can't hear the bell. The delivery man calls me and tells me that he's been ringing the door and no one is answering even though he can hear the TV. I apologize and run out to collect the parcel. See my mom in front of the telly with so much indifference. This makes me mildly annoyed and I asked her nicely to help open the door next time. Immediately she screams at me for assuming she has nothing to do, which sets off this shouting match between her and I. My sister comes out of her room, takes my mother's side, and shouts at me for being rude, just for expecting my mother to answer the door. At this point, I'm livid, and I ask if it's too much to expect my own family to help with these things, especially when I'm working. They both go on about how it's my personal responsibility to collect my own deliveries, and that I should not take for granted that they'll help just because they're at home, and that I should tell them when I have deliveries coming, to which I try to explain that the often vague delivery estimates I get, this one in particular was supposed to come 2 days later. I point out to them that most of the deliveries that come for me end up being shared by the family, like groceries, coffee, necessities, etc., and that at the start of the year, before my mom quit her job, I was working from home alone, collecting everyone's deliveries even when no one tells me about any incoming ones. I singled out one day my sister had 4 deliveries and I collected them all with no complaints. But obviously, none of it gets through to them and I give up the argument since I was outnumbered. Bring on the malicious compliance. I stopped ordering groceries for the whole family and food runs out. Both mom and sister just assume that I would order more, and when I don't, they question me about it, and I tell them that it's their own personal responsibility to get their own groceries. A couple of deliveries came from my sister when she wasn't home, and I didn't bother receiving it because the personal responsibility was hers to collect. Plus, she didn't tell anyone about them. Turns out, one of those deliveries was a laptop, and because no one answered the door, it was left outside and got stolen. My sister got, rightfully, angry at me and my mother, but I used their BS personal responsibility excuse back on her. Now, no one is talking to each other, but I don't care. I feel like I've willingly and readily helped them, but when I ask for help in return, it's way too much for them to do so. This might be petty, but oh well, it's the card they chose to play. My ex lied to me about being divorced, so I ruined his life. When I was a naive 24-year-old, I met a charming and very smart and way older man. We'll call him Jake for the story. His sister is Dana, and I'm Gina. Now to the story. Jake was 42, recently divorced, or so he told me, and got a kid that he would see on the weekends. We meet online through a poetry website where both of us used to write. He was very aloof and stern on his comments, and not very popular on the website because I used to always come off like an arrogant jerk, but I really liked his poems regardless of his personality, and that's how it began. I commented on one, and he instantly PM'd back praising my writings and asking me if we could collaborate on a duet together. I've already done it 1,000 times with a few friends and people on that site that I respected, so I said sure. So, long story short, we met on Hotmail Messenger. This was nearly 11 years ago, kids, so no WhatsApp, although we did chat on Facebook too. This will come relevant later. Long story short, we instantly connected. He was funny, handsome, and really sweet underneath all his bravado. All his dark sense of humor was right up my alley. We spent months pulling all-nighters, just talking and writing together. No humble bragging, but I was pretty popular on the site because I won a few awards, so by association, he became popular too. People started to read Jake's poems and commented, and obviously he got a huge head about it, but I digress. Our relationship became more serious after he confessed that he was falling for me and I was smitten, so I went along with it. We talked about my recent breakup, and he assured me that he would never lie to me because of course he used that, jerk of his ex-wife cheated on him, and he was devastated until he met me. I was shocked for how bad his ex was, but assured him that I was all in, and I meant that. One important detail about our turbulent romance is that he was in Argentina. He's Argentinian, and I was still living in Italy, in my hometown. So after almost 2 years of excuses for how tied up on work he was, I decided to surprise him with a visit. I bought my ticket, and it literally was like a dream. He picked me up, we kissed, he hugged me and took me to his beach house, which would have been my first red flag, but I was dumb, young, and in love, saying that it would be so much easier and fun for me doing touristy stuff on a beach port than staying in his suburbs house with no car. Because I told him on such short notice, he didn't have the time nor the means to take time off of work, which again was a blatant lie because he was one of the partners of the company. But again, I bought it and off I went on my own almost for the entire week that I was there. He only spent one night there with me, and the rest of the week just picked me up from wherever it was that I ended up wandering, and we hang out for a few hours, and then he just drops me off at the beach house. I know that most of you are thinking, come on OP, get your head out of the clouds and realize what a bunch of BS that is. And believe me, now that I'm writing this, I realized how much of an idiot I was. But it gets better. The day before I have to get back to Italy, he took me to dinner with his 6-year-old son and his sister. I was super happy to meet his family and his son, but got caught off guard when he just introduced me as his friend from Italy dropping in town for tourism. His sister was super sweet, albeit a bit awkward, and his son was adorable. We ate, talked, and off we went. He picked me up first thing in the morning and dropped me off in the airport. Now that you got the full story, I'll get to the good part. 2 days later, and still a bit jet-lagged, I got a very interesting email from his sister, Dana. Her email was short and very simple. Dear Gina, I know that you might think I was weird and maybe a bit rude when we met, but it was only because I was tricked by Jay to join the dinner with his kid. He never mentioned that you guys were dating, but after confronting Jake, he confessed and begged me not to tell anyone or his marriage will be ruined. But you're such a sweet young girl that doesn't deserve his deception. Jake is still married and never left their home. Don't just take my word for it. And Dana sent me pictures of his real Facebook profile, and surprise, the perfect little family. I thanked her and shut down my computer. I was devastated. I really thought Jake was the love of my life and was seriously considering moving there. I spent all night crying and drinking wine until I got myself the worst migraine. But the heartbreak lasted about 12 hours. At 4 a.m., I got up, showered, made a pot of fresh coffee, and started planning my revenge. I was hurt, yes, but also so angry that he not only deceived me, but dragged his sister and his kid into his lie. I was on the other side of the world, and I didn't have the money to pay someone to go after him or egg his car. But as my Sicilian father would say to me, if someone slaps you, don't turn the other cheek, take off their hand. And so I did. Cue my sweet revenge. I sat down at my desk and turned on the computer and logged into his Hotmail. I didn't have the password, but I knew him well enough to answer his 3 security questions on the section Forgot Password. 1, 2, 3, bum baby. I'm in, and wow. This arrogant piece of crap was not only dating me, but 2 other girls. I quickly logged onto his Facebook too, because he had everything linked, the naivete. So I quickly changed all his passwords to I'm a jerk, and discovered that his personal email was also connected to his work account. I dug through his emails for 2 hours. This idiot never erased anything, so he had more than 5,000 emails, until I found something very interesting. The girls he was also seeing and their very hot email exchanges, no pics included. So what did I do? You guessed it. I crafted a very lengthy email with pics and chat logs attached, confessing to Jake's wife, posting as him obviously, begging for forgiveness and declaring how much of a jerk person I was, and as a proof of my willingness to change and transparency was sending this email to the girls too. But that I did it only because I was gay and thought that being a player would help me forget how much I really loved the guys, that I was sick of pretending and hoped she could move on and maybe be friends. But not only to them, I copied his entire list of contacts, including the CEO and partners of the company he worked, his parents, and his sister, of course. This email was perfection. All the pictures and chats, myself included, he ever exchanged with any other woman. I copied myself on the list, obviously, as a countermeasure, and move on to part 2 of my plan. I changed all of his Facebook and declaring that I was so relieved that people finally knew who I was. The pride flag was his new wall picture, and his profile picture was a Photoshop picture of 2 guys kissing. I created 5 different accounts on dating websites with all of his info, including his phone number, and started to chat with a bunch of guys until, out of nowhere, this guy sent me, or better yet, he sent Jake a message. Tony was his old university friend that had always secretly wanted him for years, and although I felt bad for this later, I set up a date. Part 3 of my plan. 1 week after this massive internet blowout and his family and friends angrily calling him all sorts of names and getting fired because his bosses didn't want the bad press, so Jake tried to make amends with his family and friends and makes a barbecue for his birthday. But I would have paid 1 year worth of salary just to see his face and his guests when in the middle of their celebration, Tony appeared with a bottle of champagne and a bag full of special items to celebrate privately as I asked. Apparently, there was a huge fight and everyone left Jake, flustered and angry, crying because some psycho wanted to ruin his life. I blocked him and forgot about everything until 6 months ago, when out of the blue, he sent me a message on Instagram asking me why I disappeared and didn't support him when he was at his lowest. And oh boy, the satisfaction I felt when I only replied back, "Sorry Jake, but I think everything you got was karma for all the lies and time wasted that you fed me. Good luck. Oh, and by the way, it was always me." I then blocked him and made my account private. Jake tried to call a few mutual friends to try and get them to give him my number, but they ignored him. They also got the infamous email. So yeah, I got my revenge, and it was worth every single hour. I know, I'm petty. A short time does not mean you can go on a cruise. It was about 10 years ago when I was married to my second and last wife, now ex-wife. I'm a chef and she worked retail. We weren't rich, but we were doing well for ourselves. We each owned our own cars, shared all the money equally because it didn't matter who made more than the other. We were married, so everything was equal. She wanted to take some classes, and instead of working her retail job, she would babysit for extra income, and I was all for it. If that's what made her happy, go for it. After she got settled with her classes, we put out ads for her babysitting side job. I know what she was offering for the price she was asking was much lower than daycare by a lot, but she wasn't in it for the money. She just loved kids. She took on 3 kids. One was 4, one was 8, and the other one was 5 if I remember correctly. All the kids were good, and we had a large fenced-in backyard they could play in with lots of kids' toys, and snacks were provided. Most of the parents were friendly and came in to pick up or drop off their kids. One mother would always come in and just say, "See you later," to her girl, the 5-year-old, and walk away. No kiss, no I love you, nothing. My ex took in kids from 2:30 p.m. when the younger kids would get out of their respective schools, kindergarten or preschool, not sure what it was called, then from 3 p.m. on for the older girl. Things seemed to be going well and my ex was happy. Then one Monday morning, not afternoon like the schedule said, The entitled mother drops her daughter off. My ex was in classes, so she was lucky it was my day off. I said I would watch her until my ex was done, then she will take over. She just shrugged like it was nothing and set a duffel bag just inside the door. I had never been part of this except to talk to the kids and entertain them now and then, so I didn't really know the drop-off or pickup procedures. Then, like always, the mother just turned and walked away. When my ex got out of her classes and saw the girl, she asked me where her mom or dad was. She said, "Mommy is going away for a few days. She said I'm staying here with you." Immediately, my ex started calling the girl's mother, only for it to go straight to voicemail. She had a listing for another number listed as Dad. It went to voicemail as well. So my ex watched all 3 kids like usual, and the parents of the other 2 kids came on time and left. This girl usually got picked up at 6:30 p.m., but not that day. That time came and went. Then 8:30. Then it was close to 10 p.m. The entire time, my ex was calling these numbers with the same results. Nothing but voicemail. By this time, the girl had fallen asleep, and we put her in the spare room. My ex called the police to let them know what was going on, but said that we will keep her with us for now until we reach the mother. After many tries to both numbers with no better results, I went onto Facebook and found this lady's profile. I was going to look for a family member or a contact we could call. As soon as the homepage came up, my jaw hit the floor. There was a picture of them on a cruise ship as it was leaving port. I called in my ex, and she was as flabbergasted as I was. Going through her friends list, I saw her mother. I contacted her to let her know what was happening and someone has to come pick up their daughter. We didn't sign up for this. Her mother told us that she would be there as soon as she could. After close to 2 hours, the grandmother showed up to collect the girl. But she wasn't alone. She brought the girl's father. By the way the girl yelled, "Daddy!" then ran and hugged him, I knew it had been a while since they had seen each other. We invited them in for coffee, and the grandmother told us the story. From what she told us, her daughter had run off with some rich guy and didn't want to tell anyone where she was. The guy on the cruise with her was the man she was cheating with and not her husband. The father had called the police from our place and had them come there for proof of abandonment. I showed the officer the Facebook photo dated just the night before. He got the father and grandmother to go with him to the police station to fill out the paperwork, but took our statements at our house. We signed them and they were gone. We never heard from the mother for the next 3 weeks and thought it was odd she wouldn't call to go nuclear on us. Then a couple of days later, we had an excited banging on the door. When I opened it, I saw the father beaming with joy, holding his daughter's hand. I invited them in and he filled us in on all the juicy details. She made big money and he was a stay-at-home dad. And the last year, she had been distancing herself from him. When he confronted her, she said he was delusional. Later on, he drove to the store to pick up some odds and ends, but when he got home, she and his daughter were gone. All there was a note saying goodbye and that he would never see either of them again, and the police seemed useless. She started an affair while they were still together. Around the same time, she started acting differently, but he didn't clue in. After she ran off, he took the note to her mother, who did everything she could to help, but her daughter was ignoring her too. She even hired someone to find her. It was just by chance we found them, and they couldn't believe their luck. The father said the mother had some major and minor charges. The father said he now has 100% custody of their daughter. The mother got in the area of 16 years in total. She was also ordered by the court to have zero contact indefinitely or until she finishes her jail time and extensive therapy. The father was also awarded the house and all assets because he didn't have any income or way to support his daughter. The company the mother worked for also cashed out all stocks or whatever they were and just gave the money to them as well. Even though they were not responsible for doing that, just helping out. The other man she was on the cruise with owned a smallish company with his wife. When this all came out, she started proceedings for a divorce, and since the company was started by her family and he didn't buy into it, it all went to her. She was also taking him to court for more things too. In the end, he had nothing and she had it all. He wasn't charged with any of the wrongdoings because he wasn't there to drop the girl off. My ex was sad to be losing such a sweet girl, but they stayed in contact. As far as I know, they are still in contact. The dad got a job with the kitchen I work in as a server. I didn't get him the job, he did that all by himself. I only put in a good word with my boss. I'm long gone from that place, but he is now a co-owner and still goes in every day and serves tables. All tips he normally would make, he gives to the bussers and hosts and hostesses because they are part-time high school kids who wouldn't get tips. I hope her cruise was worth it. The man we called Subsection 6. This happened a long time ago, somewhere around 2012 to 2013. Had a good friend who I smoked cigars with, and he has a friend named Jim. I didn't see Jim very often because we lived in different cities, but every time I visited, we would smoke cigars in the park. Well, near the park. Jim was probably about the smartest guy that I've ever met, and if I met Einstein, it might be eeny, meeny, miny, more. Well, almost. We called him Subsection 6 because he was always finding loopholes for absolutely everything. He's the kind of guy that would read all the tax laws and interpretation bulletins and mold his life to that. He was one of the first people that was working from home. He had his printer in a different room than where he had his office so that he could claim more square footage as the home office. He was that kind of guy, and he wasn't an accountant or anything. He was an IT guy. He just read lots. One day, the three of us went down to the beach to smoke cigars. In parks, you're not allowed to smoke, but we grabbed our chairs and went anyways. The tide was low, so we went down just past the rocks where the sand started and smoked away. That's when I heard this story. So remember Einstein told a story about if he had 1 hour to solve a problem to save his life, he would think of the proper question for 58 minutes? Well, Jim's one of those kinds of guys that asks questions that we don't think about. He looked around the park because he was busted one time, and he asked himself this question. I can see the property line where the road is. I can see the property line where there's a house next door, and he can see the property line where there was a hotel next. But where is the property line when you're looking out at the ocean? He did his homework, and he found out that while the city owned the foreshore, it was DFO that owns the ocean from the high tide line down. That is Crown land, and they don't have a prohibition for smoking on the ocean. This is where we had our chairs the day he told me the story. So he lives in a retirement city with lots of old ladies who have their morning walks, and the same time he has his morning cigar. That's how he got busted in the first place, but he was ready after he did his research. He used that printer that was in the other room, and he printed out the laws. He also made a phone call to one of the cigar buddies who was a lawyer who knew a lawyer that did property stuff. I'm not talking about real estate transactions when you buy a house. I'm talking about property rights, air rights, things like that. A lot higher up in the food chain. Top floor corner office kind of guy. So depending on the cigar, you're looking at 45 minutes to smoke a Robusto to an hour and a half for a Churchill or anything bigger than that. Soon thereafter, the Karens came by, complaining about him smoking in the park even though he was in the ocean. This was even years before anyone was called Karen. So the Karens started bugging him and threatened to call the police or bylaw, and he told them to go ahead. He just started his cigar, so he had plenty of time. He sent a message to his lawyer friend of a friend to give him a heads up he might be calling later. No problem. Well, the Karens didn't just call bylaw, they called the police. So Jim continued smoking a cigar while he handed over the printout regarding foreshore ownership. It's not the fault of the police because they're used to speeding and stuff like that, but they didn't know this law. Bylaw comes by and pretty much the same, so he gets on his phone, shows them the lawyer's website, and makes the call. Meanwhile, the cops and bylaw are phoning their supervisors about this as well. Of course, the Karens are not happy, so they start complaining about the secondhand smoke, but they don't have any legal basis. Jim talks to the property rights lawyer on speakerphone, and he says for the police and bylaw supervisors to give him a shout, and he will enlighten them about where the park property begins and ends. And of course, the best part of the story is that we were smoking a 10-year-old Punch Churchill when he told me this story. So the epilogue is that whenever he's smoking at low tide and bylaw comes by, not just for him, but for dogs and drinking and other stuff like that, they always shake their head and wave. They told him they've had complaints about him smoking in the park, and they now ask where is the guy, in the park or down in the sand? Because the sand isn't the park, it's the ocean. As far as the printer and taxes go, I don't know the whole story. What I do know is that he was subsection 6, and not only did he discover the law that said below high tide was not the park, but he also read a lot of the interpretation bulletins from the tax authority. He wouldn't commit any tax fraud, he would use the rules to the full extent. Unfortunately, I can't confirm what happened. I do know at this point he hasn't been audited. I'm a semi-newbie. Sometimes in your life you meet someone and you just go, wow. Jim was that guy. There's a lot of things he didn't have in his life, like a wife and kids, but he lived his life like a how-to textbook. Everything was well thought out and structured. He was gregarious, kind and giving. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not the candy striper you're looking for. Edit. A candy striper is a hospital volunteer. My dad was recently in the hospital for about 8 weeks for a brain infection. He's back home now and doing very well. I don't live nearby, but I came to visit almost every day. The hospital and where my dad lives is in a town in Southern California where it's been averaging 110 degrees every day and rarely gets below 90 degrees, even during the wee hours of the morning. The way the hospital is set up, there's a roundabout in front of the main entrance with a valet service, and there's a parking garage for patients and visitors just across the road from the main entrance. I'm terrible with distances, but I'd say it's maybe 30 meters from the garage to the hospital entrance. One day I'm visiting, and as I'm driving into the garage, I notice an older gentleman leaning against a pillar as though he's waiting for someone before crossing the rows of parked cars. I park, and then as I'm exiting the garage, I see the same old man outside, now leaning on a half wall with his hands on his knees. I ask him if he needs any help, and he tells me he's visiting his brother, but it's so hot and he doesn't think he can make it across the street to the entrance. I told him I'd be right back with a wheelchair and help. I ran inside the hospital to the main entrance and asked the security guards at the front desk where visitors sign in if they had any volunteers in a wheelchair who can help this guy. They basically said no, and it will be a while before they can find someone. Obviously, I can't let this guy just sit in 100-degree plus heat, so I look around the lobby and lo and behold, there's a wheelchair available. So I grab it and head back to the old man. I get him settled in the chair and we head into the hospital. We get our visitor's badges, and they tell me where to go to see his brother, but it's literally on the other side of the hospital. This poor guy, who I found out is pushing 90, barely made it 10 feet in the parking garage before needing a break. So I asked security, "Okay, I'm not heading that way, so can someone else push him there?" Again, no, they can't leave the front desk, and there are no volunteers on staff right now. I ask, "What about the hospital transport team?" "Nope, that's just for patients." I'm like, wow, okay, this is some BS. But I have a little time, so I'll just get him to his brother's room, and then the nurses will probably be way more capable of finding someone to help this man back to the parking garage. At this point, I haven't been outside the ICU and didn't know the hospital very well, so they give me a map and off we go. I kid you not, it took us 5 minutes to walk there. This poor dude never would have made it on his own. We ended up having a very lovely chat about PA. He was wearing a pirate's hat, as I mentioned. I went to college in Lancaster. And when we got to his brother's room, a very nice nurse thanked me and took over. I felt super good about myself, not gonna lie. It always feels nice to do a good deed. About a week later, I'm coming out of the garage, and now there's a different old man, this time with an oxygen tank, sitting in the same spot as the first old guy. Here we go again, I thought. Same deal. This guy is much younger, 60s, but has heart and breathing issues and just can't make it across the way in this heat. This time, I know where the extra wheelchairs are kept, so I go to the lobby, grab one, pick this dude back up, and we head inside to check in. He kept asking me questions about being a candy striper, and I told him I didn't work for the hospital, but I didn't mind helping him. Mind you, I'm wearing like workout shorts and a tank top, so I definitely don't look like a candy striper or someone that works in the hospital. He then complained about my wheelchair choice because it didn't have footrests, but it was the only one left, so oh well. Turns out he is at the wrong building and needs to go basically around the block to find a clinic on campus. Now, luckily, he was there to check in as a patient, so the transport team could come help this time because this man was much more abrasive. Also, could have gone without the multiple, "You're way prettier than any other candy stripers I've seen" comments, but whatever. I told him I was going to leave him now, and good luck, because this time I was in a rush to meet with my dad's doctors. As I'm slowly backing away, he just kept blabbering about how young people have gone to crap because no one would help him until I came along, how I'm such a good candy striper and the younger generation is doomed, blah blah blah. Anyway, I eventually just loudly interrupted and said something like, "Okay sir, the transport team will be here shortly and you can wait here with security. Good luck," and walked away. So far, I haven't come across anyone else who needs my wheelchair valet services, but I think it's safe to say it's time for the hospitals to hire some actual volunteers. Am I the jerk for no longer making toys and furniture for my former sister-in-law? My brother passed before his firstborn child was born. Because of this, I've had an above-average involvement in my nephew's life. One thing I've always done is build him toys and furniture. It was a way of providing without the awkwardness of handing over cash. Also, between my late brother's cash and life insurance via work, a trust was set up for my nephew for £500,000. He wasn't actually married to my sister-in-law. Now, via the lab at work, I've made him a lot of wooden or 3D printed toys, but also some simple handmade electronic toys. My sister-in-law was always grateful for these, and my nephew, by all accounts, loves his custom toys. Fast forward 3 years, and my former sister-in-law has gotten married. I was attending my nephew's 3rd birthday, and I turned up the night before to assemble his present. It was a small climbing frame and swing set I had watched better carpenters than me in the lab make. The new husband was a little standoffish, but come the day of the party, he was telling anyone who listened that I didn't pay or make the present. I had lackeys at work do it for free. This culminated in him calling all my presents an embarrassment, and given my fancy job, I could afford to splash some cash. I confronted him and my former sister-in-law, and she basically confirmed that whilst presents were appreciated, she honestly expected more direct support from me after my brother's passing. My mother stepped in and reminded her that my brother paid for this house and they regularly take cash out of the trust, approximately £10,000 a year. We walked out without hearing any worthwhile response, but I continue to see my nephew without incident. 6 to 7 months go by, and I'm visiting, only to be told my former sister-in-law was pregnant with twins, and she was wondering if I could make some duplicates of items I had made for my nephew as they needed 2 sets. I scoffed, said she had a lot of nerve asking me to make stuff after she was so ungrateful, and I owe her unborn kids very little. She got upset and explained her prior statements about my handmade gifts and said she felt that they were kinda little things someone did as a favor, not what a family provides. That's why she's asking me now as a friend to do her a favor and manufacture duplicates. I said no again, and her husband shouted through that it didn't really matter. They would just use the trust to provide for kids like it's supposed to. I retorted that it was for my nephew, and good luck accessing it for that because the trust requires my signature to pay out. I wasn't even home before he was calling me to apologize, clearly unaware I held the reins to my late brother's money. The apology was insincere, and I asked to speak to my former sister-in-law, where I confirmed again I wouldn't be manufacturing her anything. I'll still be an uncle to my nephew and be impartial when it comes to her accessing my nephew's trust, but her husband has burned a lot of my goodwill with this. Am I the jerk for not doing her a favor after all that? Karen mother-in-law tries to force me to change my son's last name. Edit. LEO means law enforcement officer. I'm a mother of a 6-year-old son. I've been with my husband for 3 years. His family is a big, proud family of law enforcement officers, and my husband is a law enforcement officer himself. They love my son as their own, but mother-in-law repeatedly asks about the possibility of giving him the family's last name, as in changing his last name, which belongs to my late husband, then lists the reasons why I should consider it. I gave no clear answers in hopes that she'd drop it. My husband was working when me and my son visited his family last weekend. Mother-in-law asked again when I will finally give my son the family's name. I felt annoyed and said I needed time to think about it to get her off of my back, but brother-in-law chimed in, saying I should feel honored and not even take time to think about it because his family's name and reputation are well known among others. Mother-in-law said by not considering it, I'm creating distance between them and my son and preventing them from being a family under one name. I was mad. I said I wasn't going to do that anytime soon and will wait until my son is old enough to decide. I added that I don't feel it's right to make this decision on my son's behalf, no matter how much his stepfamily loves him. He already has a father that gave him a respectful last name, and so this should be enough, period. Brother-in-law and his cousin chuckled, sarcastically. Mother-in-law and sister-in-law said I was a hypocrite for expecting them to treat my son as their own and yet refuse to let them give him their last name. I responded that they're the ones letting a name dictate the kind of relationship they have with my son. I don't understand why it's so important to have my son have their last name, like it's supposed to complete him or something. Mother-in-law still argued about it after I said this was between me and my husband and didn't stop, so I left during the dinner, then got a text from mother-in-law thanking me for rudely telling her that her family's last name isn't good enough for me and my son. She said it's my decision to keep my son's last name, but should no longer expect them to treat him as if they are his family after I made it abundantly clear that they are not. Mother-in-law emptied the room she had for when my son visits, and sister-in-law sent her husband to take back the gifts that she gave to my son and made up an excuse for it. I was hurt and consulted mom, who said I should show my in-laws compliance if I wanted benefits for me and my son's future since they have potentials and are well off. My son's current last name is useless at this point, according to her. My husband is conflicted. One minute he's saying his mom kind of has a point. The next he's on the phone yelling at her to stop it, but still thought being rude was not the way. Did I go too far? Was I the jerk? I told my husband I won't be visiting anymore, although he said he could tell them to apologize and drop it. But I feel like this is too big for an apology to fix, even if I seemed rude. I told Karen to either shut up or do my job. A little background. I've been working at a name brand store for a little bit now. I'm always happy to work, and I'm always happy to serve my customers. I'm a cashier, but sometimes people get the better of me. I have never went off on a customer until today, and I feel a little bad for it. I was bagging groceries up for a customer when out of the corner of my eye, in my very long line of people, I see this lady. She doesn't look like your typical Karen. She has long brown hair, a nice brown top, and some black pants, and her husband was dressed in a white polo and slacks. I finished with the person I'm checking out and turned to them. We've got me, we've got Karen, the entitled customer, we've got Karen's husband, and we've got the manager, Kate. Me. Hi, how are you today? Karen just stares at me with disgust. Me clears my throat. Is your day going good? Karen just rolls her eyes and looks at her husband. I just look down and start ringing her out. I probably did only one thing when she clears her throat and says in the most rude tone, "Can I use your card?" Me. Yes, ma'am, you can. I put in my number and continue, but the next item wouldn't ring up. I ended up having to put in the barcode to ring the item up and move along to the next item when she once again stops me. Why isn't the item this price? Me. Well, this is the price of the item you have, but if you… I don't care what comes up. I want you to change it to this price. She raises her voice a little while pointing at the MVP price, which happens to come off with my number. Me. Oh, okay, ma'am. I was a little taken aback by this and typed in the price for the item. Then I continue. One item across the scale, and again she stops me. Why isn't it this price? I told you. I stop her. Ma'am, would you like to come back here and ring these items up yourself? No, but… Then shut up and let me do my job. I know what I'm doing. Everything you see is going to come off at the end. Stop trying to tell me how to do my job. Karen turns away and huffs. I finish scanning… Did you really say this? I finished scanning out and tell her what her total is when she scoffed and proceeded to tell me we were too pricey. Me. Ma'am, I don't control the prices. I'd like it if you would quickly move along, please. I have other customers waiting patiently behind you. She rolls her eyes and her husband whispers something to her, then looks at me. Karen's husband. Why is the price still high? Me. Hits the clear throat button. Sir, if you look at this, this tells you that $20 was taken off of your total. I'm sorry if this isn't up to your expectations, but what do you expect when buying all of this? I can't do anything about how much you bought or how much you're spending. I don't control the prices or the sales. I can't give you a discount. Heck, I don't even get a discount. This is your total and there's nothing I can do about it. They pay and then walk off while trash talking me, while I call my manager over from the till behind me. Me. Hey, I might get a complaint about how I talked to a customer. They were rude and wanted me to change all their prices to lower ones. Kate, did you do it? She watched the entire thing unfold. No, ma'am. Then they can buzz off. I just want to know if I was the jerk for saying the things I did. I feel justified and like I was in the right, but my dad thinks I handled it wrong. Anyways, I know it's not that exciting, but that's my story. Am I the jerk for feeding my boyfriend vegan food without him knowing? Okay, my boyfriend is very much anti-vegan, if you want to call it that. He doesn't have anything against vegans, but he thinks he needs his meat to sustain himself, and that vegan food is disgusting since you can always taste that it's not real meat. I'm neither vegan nor vegetarian, but I like cooking with meatless alternatives like soy or tofu. It's also a money thing for me. Where I'm from, meatless alternatives are just cheaper. Never made a big deal out of it. Never told him it's meat. Never told him it isn't. He always enjoyed my cooking. He never asked me if it was meat, and as long as he enjoys it, I don't see any reason to tell him it's not meat. I told him once, after we'd been eating Beyond Burgers. He loved them. I told him they were actually Beyond Burgers. Immediately, he switched to, "Oh, that's why it was so disgusting." I wouldn't lie to him and tell him it's meat when it isn't, but if he enjoys it and doesn't ask, I don't tell him. But recently, we were at a small gathering with one of my friends who's vegan. We talked about meatless alternatives and cooking vegan in general. My boyfriend did the typical eye rolling and said vegan food is disgusting. Somehow, that really rubbed me wrong. He's always enjoyed my cooking. So when we both were alone back in the car, I told him that the stew we had for lunch was in fact vegan. So were 90% of all the dishes I've ever cooked for him. He was shocked for a second, and then he got really mad. He thinks I'm wrong for forcing him to eat vegan. I told him he's free to cook for himself in his own apartment if he thinks I'm forcing him to eat my food. We don't live together, and we don't go grocery shopping together either. He's been mad at me for the past few days. Honestly, I don't think I'm wrong here. I didn't lie to him. I just offered him meals I cook for myself. He never asked if it's meat because he couldn't taste the difference anyways. So, am I the jerk? Edit. So many replies. I can't answer every single one, unfortunately, but I think every question or concern has been addressed at least once. My boyfriend just came over. He apologized. Turns out the main concern was something completely different. He feels like he's been gaining a lot of weight and has read online that vegan food makes you gain weight. Honestly, I can't see any extra weight on him, but you always see yourself worse than others do. We talked about it, and it turns out that maybe his weight gain is due to his frequent trips to McDonald's and him not hitting the gym as often anymore, which is totally fine. I enjoy McDonald's and only work out once a week. He said he knew most of the time that it wasn't real meat, and he enjoyed the food. He grew up eating a lot of meat and being in super good shape, very athletic build when he was younger, used to play football, so he felt like the reason he wasn't in good shape anymore was him not having meat every day. He would like to continue eating my food. He doesn't want to know what it is, because especially my fake chicken made out of flour and water seems weird to him, but it tastes good. He said if he knows it's made from flour and water, he's gonna think it tastes weird despite it actually tasting good and him enjoying it before. We're not looking to move in together right now. We both feel like moving in together requires a longer relationship. We've only been dating for a year, but if we eventually do, we'll figure out meal plans. I offered him an apology as well. He said yes, if he didn't already know and I wasn't open about cooking vegan, that would be a jerk move. But as I already said, he's seen my fridge. There's no meat in it. He's seen my take online classes about meat substitutes. He's heard me talk to vegan friends about substitutes. He figured it out pretty fast. So we're okay. And for lunch, he's cooking vegetarian pasta. Okay, it's just pasta with marinara sauce, but still. Karen's sister-in-law asked me to buy cheaper clothes for my kids. My husband and I have two daughters who are 14 and 16. We both have high-paying jobs. I'm a plastic surgeon and he's a neurosurgeon. We met in medical school. So we're very stable financially and are able to have some vacations and buy stuff we like. My husband's brother and his wife are not very well financially. They don't have debt and they have a nice home though. Sister-in-law and I don't have a very good relationship, but we are cordial enough with each other. My daughters are very into fashion, and I think they're very good at dressing up and making outfits. Since they both have very good grades and are well behaved, husband and I like to take them shopping when we have the chance. Yesterday, we hosted dinner at our house to celebrate father-in-law's birthday, and many family members came, including sister-in-law. My daughters were dressed formally since that's what everyone agreed to. When sister-in-law and her kids arrived, she stared at my daughters with a frown. Later in the evening, before dinner was served, she pulled me aside and asked me why did I allow them to wear these clothes. I asked her what she meant, and she said that teenagers shouldn't wear expensive clothing if they didn't buy it with their own money. I told her that it was okay, since although they don't have jobs, they work for it by getting good grades. She told me that it was not fair and that her kids always asked her to buy them stuff from the same brands. I asked her what I could do then, since honestly I don't think it's my problem. She said that I needed to stop buying them these clothes and everything would be fine. I tried to politely tell her that I wouldn't, but she called for my mother-in-law and asked her for her opinion. Mother-in-law said that they had no business deciding what my daughters can wear and offered to buy some clothes from that brand for her kids. She started calling me a selfish brat and that I didn't know what hard work was. I told her that my husband and I work our butts off every day to be able to afford this stuff and that she was being entitled. She just got mad and went to the table to continue eating. This morning, I received a message from her husband saying that I behaved like a jerk and demanded me to apologize to his wife, as well as complying with her wishes. I just said no and hung up. Now, they are threatening to go no contact with us unless I apologize, but my ego is too big to do so. Edit. My husband and I talked with the girls, and they both said they didn't know how their cousins felt. They offered to wear non-brand clothes on family gatherings so their cousins didn't feel uncomfortable. Husband and I thanked them and told them that it wasn't their fault. Husband then contacted his brother, and apparently sister-in-law told him that our girls bullied hers. But we compared versions and realized it was a lie. Brother-in-law apologized twice and made sister-in-law apologize. She was hesitant at first, but did. I told her what my girls were going to do, and she said that it was good, but she was hoping for more. To be honest, I feel like the problem is solved for now. Thanks for everyone's advice in the comments. What about our birthday party? This story is based in the 90s. Before Karen's, we still ran on a DOS system because the hotel had just gotten a computer system. Internet was shoddy. Most of our issues were pool related because we were the biggest hotel in the city at that time. The owner was not into spending money on maintenance, so constant maintenance issues in between major remodels. So, the pool. The owner had a no birthday parties in the pool policy. It was just way too much of a headache, and when you have 200 rooms and one pool, there's no way you can reserve the pool for a Saturday afternoon without causing chaos. So, we just didn't do it. It didn't stop guests from trying though, and I have multiple fun stories about that. As I said, with 200 rooms, the pool got gross quickly, and the older it became, the more often that it was shut down on the weekends because the maintenance people couldn't get it to a safe state. It was not fun, but people didn't typically get that crazy over it. We just put up a sign, locked the doors, and explained the situation when someone came to the desk to ask. One summer Saturday afternoon, we have a full house, and I have a woman come walking in with her entourage, hauling in coolers, balloons, crock pots, a cake, presents, etc. I'm already looking for the party room bookings for the day, but nothing was booked. We had everyone checked in, tournament weekend, and so I knew this was trouble. They walk right past the front desk to the pool, and I hear the screech. "The doors are locked, and the pool is closed." I then hear the slap of her flip-flops as she makes her way to the desk, and she was angry. Dialogue is a bit fuzzy, as this was over 20 years ago. Karen: "The pool is closed." Me: "Yes, it is. That is correct. The pool is not safe right now, so it's closed for maintenance." "I have a birthday party booked for the pool. What are you going to do? We have 100 people coming." Me: "We don't book our pool for birthday parties. Do you have the right hotel?" "Of course I do." "Okay. Do you have a room reservation or a party room reservation?" "No, I just booked the pool." As I said before, we don't book just the pool. If we did, there would be a lot of notes and documentation, as someone from our sales department would have to be here to handle it. Sales refuse to work weekends, so second reason why it never happened. "Well, we're here. Let us in." Me: "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." "That's fine. I'll just call the owner. I know Joe, and I'll make sure he rips you a new one for this." The owner's name wasn't Joe, and we didn't have one on staff. Scare tactic. Me: "Okay, go ahead." Karen whips out their cell phone and proceeds to call someone and makes a big scene about how I won't let them in. "There, you're about to be fired. They are on their way." Me: "Great, have a seat in the lobby. I'll talk to Joe when they arrive." Karen gets her entourage situated and proceeds to stand at the front desk glaring at me while I go on about my business. She calls Joe every 15 minutes asking him to hurry up and telling me that she will forgive everything and smooth it over with Joe if I just let them in. Me: "I'm sorry, I can't." An hour passes by and her guests start to arrive. She's in the lobby. Everyone is confused as to what is happening. People who are in her group are coming to the desk to keep asking me to let them in. I keep saying no. Karen: "Fine, you win. If I rent a party room, can we go into the pool? I can't believe you embarrassed me in front of all my guests." Me: "I can rent you a party room. I still can't let you into the pool." "Fine. How much?" "You will need the biggest room, and that is $200. "I'm not paying that." Me: "So far, your intention was not to pay to be here at all, just to come in and take over the pool, break all the rules, and do it for free." I took a risk because she didn't really know the owner. Karen whispers,
Please, help me. Cut me a deal here. I'm desperate.
Me, no, I can't. I'm sorry. I was the assistant manager. I could, but knew better at this point. All of a sudden, one of her guests goes, Tisha, did you even try renting the room this time? Or were you going to try to sneak in? It didn't work last year either. Come on, everyone. We're going to my house. Karen hung her head and followed them out. We did get a complaint filed through corporate on Monday, but the owner just asked what happened, said I was good, and threw it away. Staff buying anything to eat must get a receipt signed and taped to the product. I was the assistant manager in a discount retailer. Every few days, someone in corporate would come up with an idea designed to look good on paper in an office somewhere, I'm sure. Maybe a beautiful PowerPoint display or an Excel sheet loaded with formulas, all fantastic in theory, but painful to implement in real life. On this day, an email came, basically that from here forward, anything purchased by staff that was going to be in the staff area would have to have a manager-signed till receipt attached. There would be 2 days grace, and then anything found on the next area manager call would be noted and binned immediately. So regardless if this was a sandwich and a drink for lunch, a jar of coffee, or a full shop, it would be binned. The company, unable to hold managers, were on a huge recruitment drive. Rather than promoting from within, they decided to promote from outside to fill the positions faster. So my store gets a new store manager with limited previous experience and out to make his name in the company. Immediately he hits the canteen, bins everything with no receipt. Everything, food and non-food. He doesn't give a crap. The staff are upset. Word travels fast. Now I've paid my dues between the on-trade and retail. I started at the bottom, sorting bottles for recycling as a kid. And I know enough to know that I and my colleagues are only numbers in the corporate machine, disposable, replaceable, a necessary inconvenience that is to be treated as such and never to be treated as equal to the customer, even when they are the customer. Corporate never considered for a moment just how much the staff spent, 45 to 50 people throughout the week supplementing the sales. Understand that when someone is on a timed break, remembering the receipt is not a priority. And then trying to find a manager to sign it. I know I'd often be in the cash office counting tills, and company policy didn't let you leave that room in the middle of a count with a safe open. So by the time a signature was obtained, a fair chunk of your 15 or 30-minute break was gone, and at your own expense. And this applied to me as well. I was expected to get whoever was on with me to sign my receipts. I had a very quick meeting with everyone I'd see over the next few days explaining this new piece of stupidity, and why their coffee, sugar, etc. had vanished, and that it was entirely the new guy. I also pointed out very clearly that anything purchased in the major retailer directly opposite was outside of the scope of our employer and could not be touched and needed no receipts or proof of any kind. And if it was touched, I would report it directly to the highest available person I could get, bypassing the area management. It took 3 weeks before the call came. In that time, we stuck to the rules to the letter. The store was down on its week-on-week figure against last year for the last couple of weeks by a few hundred. Guess why? Area manager arrives to investigate how the new store manager is letting the figure slip, pulls me aside and says, what the heck is happening with this drop-off? I explain what happened, how all the staff food and stuff was tossed out with no concern, and how with the situation, the only option is to shop elsewhere. He looks shocked, like, how could these idiots do this? He goes off on the phone, comes back, calls me and the new guy into the office, says unofficially revert to normal. This is the only blip in my area. Get these figures right for next week. It was too late to fix the next week, but within 2 weeks we were okay, and new guy was seen as the savior and got a move to a brand new store and lasted a month before his team turned on him. The end. Is this Malicious compliant enough? I don't even know. Customer orders something, doesn't give me the gate code to get into where she lives. I work in a retail business that sells lumber. My job is mostly just deliveries. I had 2 deliveries loaded onto my truck. The second delivery was for in a town that we very rarely deliver to due to the distance, which was over an hour drive away. But it was decided, since I was 3/4 of the way there with my first delivery, I'd drop off the item. The customer was called by staff in the store to let them know I was coming that morning as far as I'm aware. The item was a roll of plastic 8 feet long, but light. I finished my first delivery and try punching in the address for the second in my GPS. There were some issues with the location because the road names weren't matching on the GPS with what my order form said. I give the customer a call to confirm the address, but all I get is a voicemail. So I leave her a message saying I'm on my way, but to call me back so I can confirm where they were. I drive to where the GPS took me, and there was no road or house number that matched. I tried calling the customer again, no answer. So I tried Googling the street in my phone, and as a result came up for a little retirement trailer park on the north end of town, and I was on the south end. After fighting through traffic for over 10 minutes, I arrive. I recognized the park right away. This place required a gate code to get into. The gate is only meant for stopping vehicles. There were sidewalks on either side. I called the customer again, no answer. So I called the administration for the park and explained the situation. They said if I type in the customer's house number into the keypad, it will call down to their unit and they have an override. But if the customer didn't answer, I unfortunately can't get in. So I tried the keypad, nothing happened. I look up a map to see where her unit is, and it was about half a mile from the front gate. I call down to my store and talk to the worker who did this order. They were upset with the customer, saying, "Her telling us there is a gate would be very helpful to know." She tells me she'll try phoning and to hold tight. After 10 minutes, I get a call back from my coworker saying she can't get a hold of the customer either, and she didn't want to have me not deliver the item since it would be a long drive back. So she told me if I could walk to her unit, let her know I'm there, I can walk back and get my truck to deliver her item. As I prepare, I figured I might as well bring the item with me. It wasn't heavy, and it would save going through the park twice. After 10 minutes of walking, I arrive and peer into the back door and see the customer working. I call out, informing who I am, and I was pretty blunt in saying we had called multiple times because we didn't have any code to get through the gate. She asked me how I managed to get here, and I told her I walked with her item. She immediately started saying how sorry she was, how embarrassed she was, just saying sorry again and again and again. I just simply said, "If you order anything more in the future, just remember to give us the gate code." She kept saying how sorry she was and told me to wait. I realized she was getting me a tip, so after a moment she came back, giving me a $5 bill. I know kinda bad to think, but I thought, I walked a half mile with a large roll of plastic and you give me $5? I just kept polite and said thank you and walked back to my vehicle with her saying how sorry she was. So on my walk back, I phoned my coworker, let them know what went on, and they told me when they phone the customer later, they'll be charging her a larger delivery charge considering what I had to do. This delivery probably took closer to an hour longer than it would have under normal circumstances. So that was my fun. I had to drive back and have a short lunch because I had at least 8 more deliveries to try and complete before the end of the day. Don't be a Karen if you don't want to look like a Karen. My friend is a hairdresser by trade and works at a very upscale salon. I go to her myself and can attest to her being amazing. Anyway, this salon had one customer who had been passed around from hairdresser to hairdresser, bullying every single new one she saw. This woman was an absolute terror. She made 3, count 'em, 3 separate hairdressers cry. The only reason she was still a client of the salon was that her mom was friends with the owner. She was a relatively young gal, maybe in her mid-20s, with very long bottle blonde hair, past her waist, that she insisted to everyone who wasn't her hairdresser was her natural color. It was very much not. She went to the salon religiously so no one would ever find out her secret shame. She blamed her hairdresser for all of her hair problems, many of which were the results of heavy bleaching and how much heat she used on her hair and her refusal to follow care instructions, and was never satisfied with anything. So everything shuts down in our state, and she screams at my friend to come do her hair for her because she can't have her boyfriend finding out she's not a natural blonde. Anyway, my friend refuses, and despite Karen's threats, she knows that the salon owner knows she's too darn good at her job and has too loyal a customer base to fire her, so she thinks no more of it until a few months later when the salon reopens, and lo and behold, who should appear in the appointment book but Karen? So the day arrives and Karen shows up with her hair dyed jet black, and not very well dyed either. My friend is shocked because Karen's always made such a big deal about being a blonde, and how even though she gets her hair bleached, she really is a natural blonde and just enhancing her hair color a little. My friend asks Karen what they were doing that day, and Karen demands to be made blonde again. My friend is like, okay, that's going to be a process, because this jerk has used black box dye, which is really hard to get out. For those of you who don't know, Getting dyed dark hair to blonde is usually something done in stages, so the hair has a chance to recover a bit between bleaching sessions to avoid breakage. Karen is like,
No, I am going to be blonde when I leave here today, or I am telling your boss that you see clients at home sometimes and getting you fired.
my friend sometimes does friends' hair at home for a lower price because she's a sweetheart, which her boss is fine with.
And it's your fault I had to dye my own hair this color, because my boyfriend would have seen my roots if I hadn't done something.
My friend is tired of Karen's BS at this point, but it's a slow day and she has time. She explains to Karen that if she takes her blonde all in one go, her hair will be fried and she'll likely end up having to lose a lot of length. Karen scoffs and rolls her eyes and is like,
That's never happened before, and my hair's so healthy, I'm sure it will be fine if you don't mess it up.
Friend recommends at least using Olaplex, a product that helps prevent damage. Karen says she thinks it's a scam to overcharge customers and won't pay for it. Cue malicious compliance. Friend is like, okay, but makes several coworkers be witnesses that this is what Karen is asking for after friend explained the risks. Friend meanwhile has formulated a fiendish scheme. After that, friend goes through the whole process of bleaching Karen's hair. She has to do it like 4 times or something, and she checks with Karen after each one that she's absolutely sure she has to be all the way back to champagne blonde by the end of the day, and recommends stopping at some of the nice auburn or strawberry blonde shades in between for now. But Karen insists her boyfriend hates her hair anything but her natural blonde. My friend knows she will refuse because when has a Karen ever decided at the 11th hour to be reasonable? With each bleaching, there's more breakage, and Karen's hair feels worse. My friend knows Karen's hair won't survive this, but Karen absolutely refuses to let her stop. Eventually, at long last, my friend manages to get Karen's hair to the required level, and so she starts to rinse Karen's hair. It starts breaking off in her hand. The length of her hair is melted, fried, destroyed. My friend gets the bleach out and immediately conditions the ever-loving heck out of it while explaining to Karen that exactly what my friend said would happen has happened. Karen says she must be exaggerating and insists it's fine. Friend wraps what's left of Karen's hair in a towel and takes her back over to the station where she shows Karen the problem. Everything past a little bit beyond her chin length is pretty much gone. Karen shrieks and accuses my friend of everything under the sun. Incompetence, operating without a license. She most definitely has her license, a personal vendetta, etc., etc. My friend eventually calms her down and tells her she'll do her best to cut it so it looks decent for free. She even has the perfect cut in mind. It'll suit Karen perfectly. My friend gives Karen the sharpest, most beautifully cut angled bob you've ever seen. I've seen it thanks to my friend showing me Karen's Insta, that despite the incredible precision and skill showcased, is unequivocally and perfectly the Karen. Blown out and styled to,
Can I speak to your manager?
perfection, Karen starts crying because the cut makes her look 40. She wants to speak to the manager. My friend gets the manager and Karen throws a fit, threatening to sue, and how dare they, and how his employees do this to mock her, and so on and so forth, while my friend stands there looking completely innocent. The boss then asks friend her side of the story, and the other hairdressers back her up and say that the cut is just her trying to make the best of what's left of her hair. Even the boss by now is sick of Karen's BS, and Karen is forced to pay the huge sum of money owed for how much time was spent bleaching her hair, much of which is gone now, and leaves swearing never to come back. Her boyfriend, a cop, calls up later and threatens to assault my friend for doing that to Karen's hair against his wishes, and my friend tells him if he tries anything, she's going to tell his superiors and every news agency in the city. Nothing further happens, but he eventually dumps Karen because he doesn't like girls with short hair. Karen demands extra sauce on her pizza, ends up regretting it. I failed to keep this short and sweet. It involves a 16-inch pizza dough, a crap load of pizza sauce, a way younger me, and an angry Midwestern lady. I was working a closing shift alone at a pizza shop, minus the drivers on delivery, and I wouldn't say that I really had developed the same sense of urgency I have as an adult now to maintain employment. Granted, I didn't get fired for this. Lady comes in, orders a regular 14-inch cheese pizza with extra sauce to go. As the little family-owned shop I worked for, the menu item, extra sauce, operationally meant that we used a larger ladle to scoop and apply the sauce. But I would come to find that this proportion was not sufficient for this lady. Disclaimer: given that I am undeniably a jerk at that stage of my life, human error is a possibility. But I put extra sauce on the first pizza. I darn sure did on the second one too. After making her first pizza, I hand it over, and she opens the box to inspect it at the counter. I can see that she's not happy with it. Fluently in rude American, she says,
Honey, I know you work at a pizza place, so this is probably hard for you to understand, but I ordered extra sauce on this pizza.
She doesn't leave me much room to speak and tells me that I need to remake her pizza with extra sauce this time and have it delivered to her place. I'm 100% salty, but I decide to take her address and arrange a comped pizza. As soon as she left, I got to work on my masterpiece. Now, this lady ordered a 14-inch pizza, but I instead opted for a 16-inch dough over the 14-inch screen, allocating the excess dough to the crust for reinforcement. Next, I open a new can of pizza sauce and I pour it directly into the dough mountain I just made. It's a pond at this point. For emphasis, as I lift the pizza puddle off of the sauce station, the pizza is noticeably heavy as heck, and I have to walk slowly to avoid swishing the sauce everywhere. I would have guessed that it weighed about 4 pounds, and the sauce was 3 to 4 inches or so thick. I put some cheese on top, and I have to run it through our oven about 3 times to even get it to cook. It finally cooks, and I pack it up, but I can't cut it because obviously sauce will run everywhere. I did incorrectly assume that anyone else handling this pizza would be able to make that judgment as well. In hindsight, I had the benefit of being there when the sauce was literally dumped on it, so maybe leaving a note advising the customer not to cut the pizza would have been more holy or whatever. I hand the soup to the driver. He doesn't think this crap is funny and has to hold it in his lap the whole time to keep it from spilling. 50 minutes later or so after delivery, I get a call. It's the angry Midwestern lady, and she's really mad this time. I gather from our conversation that she made an attempt to slice that pizza and has made quite the mess for herself in the process. I didn't say anything funny or witty back. I just gave her the number to use for complaints, but internally, I thought it was really hilarious. She sent a scathing review of my masterpiece, which printed at the station next to me and was promptly shredded that evening. Karen mistakes me for a bank employee, attempts to rob us. Background. About 20 years ago, I worked for a company that made software for banks and credit unions. 2 smaller regional banks merged, and we were called in to upgrade all the branches for the same version of software and to point the network to the new consolidated bank. This happens after hours, so as to not interfere with day-to-day operations. The whole process took several hours on site at each branch. So we were sure we would have plenty of time to roll things back if anything went wrong. We started a few hours before the bank closed. This would give us time to fix anything before the bank opened the next day. The process started with a meeting to go over the plan for the branch, so the bank staff, some of who would be helping with the process because my team doesn't have complete access to the bank system. This is a small bank. There's 4 offices, a conference room, and space for like 5 tellers up front. It turned out it was payday for some large employer or something, but just as I started my meeting with the branch manager, the 2 staff from my company and the 2 bank employees who would be opening the bank the following day, the bank starts to get really busy. The meeting lasts about 30 minutes, and all the while, the line and waiting area is filling up. So I rush through the details for the bank manager and release him, then the 2 opening staff. I leave the details for my team for last. My team knew the process, they just needed to know what computers to start on first. Anyway, I dismiss the bank staff and they go to help the rush up front, and I continue my meeting with my team and then send them out to get some food since it looks like the bank might not close on time anyway. I head over to the bank manager's office and immediately a woman ducks under the rope line and makes straight for the office and tries to follow me inside. I didn't see her step out of line, so at first I thought maybe she was a bank employee. As soon as I turn around, she says something like,
"It's about darn time. I've been waiting for half an hour."
This was BS because we started this meeting at 4:30 and it wasn't even 5 yet. I tried to tell her that she was mistaken. I don't work at the bank. But then she cut me off, not even paying attention to what I was saying. She plopped herself down in one of the chairs and said,
"I need to make a withdrawal."
I replied, "Sorry, I can't help you with that. You'll need to go wait in line."
"No, I've already waited for an hour. I know you can do it. You've done it before."
She slaps her ID and bank card on the desk and says,
"Just open the darn drawer and give me $2,000.
I can't. I couldn't even finish explaining I don't work there.
BS. You've done it before. Give me $2,000.
I can't.
That's it.
At this point, she raised her voice and is now standing. I assumed she was going to leave, and I went to open the door, and she pushed me back and yelled,
I'm not leaving this office until you give me $2,000.
She then picked up a screwdriver out of the toolkit sitting on the desk and starts prying at the desk drawer. I push her back, and she swings at me with the screwdriver. I step back, but she scratches my arm, tearing my shirt, and goes back to prying at the drawer. I've had it at this point. I'm thinking she's nuts, and I need to do something. I look out of the office, and it looks like everyone is busy, and think maybe they didn't notice her yelling. It looks like she's not making any progress on the desk. It's too sturdy. I try a calmer approach and try to get her attention. She stops for a moment and looks at me like she forgot I was there.
Are you going to get me my money or what?
She snapped. I'm not an employee of the bank.
BS. You were just in the meeting with the other employees.
Yes, but
then get me my money or get out of my way,
she interrupted before pushing me again. I finally had it. I looked out the window, and it seemed like all of the bank employees were calm and quiet. I thought, wow, if I'm just going to stand here and watch her rob the bank. She was pretty big, but I played hockey against bigger people, so even if she had a few pounds on me, I was pretty sure I could at least slow her down. I took a step back, brought my shoulder down, then with a step and a short lunge, I shoulder checked her into the wall behind her. She smacked her head on the wall and gave a short "Off!" as I had knocked the wind out of her, and then she collapsed on the floor unconscious. I watched her suspiciously for a moment, thinking that was easier than I thought. Why didn't I do that earlier? Then I thought, maybe she got hurt, so I knelt down to check on her. She was breathing. I shouldn't move her. The screwdriver flew across the office, so I just stepped over her and walked out into the bank. About this time, I heard sirens, lots of them. A short while later, some police came into the bank. Having just assaulted this Karen and leaving her in there, I put my hands up. The police walked over, looked at me, then walked into the office. I turned around and the bank staff were pointing at the office where I had just left. Evidently, they triggered the silent alarm as soon as she yelled at me to give her the money. They moved the other customers to the conference room, and we're following protocols to comply and not interfere. The end result was that she woke up to being handcuffed. She was seen by an EMT briefly before being arrested for robbery and assault. The screwdriver from the toolkit was taken as evidence, and we teased my tech for the next few years. You got your screwdriver back yet? She came in for $2,000 and left with 5 to 10. She spent 4 years in prison. As an assault victim in that state, they notified me when she got out. Sorry, I can't run your errands. I'm grounded. So this was back in the early 2000s. I was 17 and had very interesting parents. At least my psychologists have said so. I got my license on my 16th birthday and became responsible for many of my parents' house management responsibilities. I dropped off bill payments. Before online payments were a thing, you had to drive to their office if you didn't mail the checks on time. Did the grocery shopping and taxied my sibling to school and doctor's appointments and friends' houses. I was completely on board as I loved driving and I'd always get an extra couple bucks in gas money. But I also spent the previous year homeschooling so I could commute to my mother's company an hour away and work for 40 hours a week. For free. So any freedom I got was like scraps at a starving dog. At that point, I pretty much was an adult, but was allowed to go to public school my senior year and reconnect with my old friends from grade school. It was kind of like being half teen, half adult, with the entitlement of a teenager who thinks they're an adult. My family's dynamic was interesting to say the least. I was the oldest. My younger sister was the obvious favorite. Each development milestone was met with resistance, and as I grew into new interests like makeup, music, and social activities, my parents insisted on getting the same things for both of us and giving us the same freedoms at the same time. She was 3 years younger. But the rules were strict for me, but never enforced for her. I wasn't allowed to date until I was 18. She was allowed at 14. They also brought her shopping all the time, but I was the responsible one, so they signed me up for free work with their social group to increase their social standing. My sister never had to work, but
we're so proud of you. You're the only child we can trust with a credit card.
Yeah, because I've been contributing to this household since I was 14. I counted the days till I'd be free of my family. But while I was stuck, I found ways to have fun, and I had a lot of friends. At 17, I was randomly given a curfew. I never actually had a curfew until that month and was used to being out until 2 or 3 a.m. But in their words,
you're going to be home by 10 p.m. every night because you keep coming in late and waking us up when you brush your teeth.
Yeah, neglect is kind of funny when you look back on it. I especially love that I was a teen who still brushed her teeth every day, and it inconvenienced my parents enough to notice me. An additional background tidbit is that my younger sister had been caught smoking in our evangelical Christian family's home. She was in the most trouble she had ever seen, 1 month grounded, but they let her off the hook after 2 weeks. This occurred the month before the following story. So within a month of my new curfew, I was 5 minutes late getting home. I didn't rush home. I figured it wasn't a big deal. After all, I made their house run, and I actually never got in trouble because aside from brushing my teeth too late, I pretty much was an adult with adult responsibilities. I could literally ask my mom to call in sick for school because I didn't feel like going, and she would. Boy, was I wrong. They went nuclear. I was screamed at for half an hour and grounded for 2 weeks from the car. Well, growing up in that house, it kind of rolled off my back. But I was pretty angry that my punishment for being 5 minutes late was equal to my sister's punishment for what she had done. I also knew that my parents were about to regret this punishment. I have quite the mean streak when I'm pushed, and I'm ashamed to admit I loved getting them back at every opportunity. I know they were expecting for me to beg for the car and apologize, but I did not. I knew exactly what was coming and how little they thought this one through. There's a phrase, "Don't hurt the golden goose." Well, when your entire household runs on the shoulders of a 17-year-old, you've made some bad life choices, especially when that 17-year-old is as smart and reliable as the adults are supposed to be. The next day, yes, the very next day, my mother comes into my room and asks me to drop off a bill she forgot to mail. This isn't word for word, but the gist. Mom,
I have to meet with a client and don't have time. I need you to run this to the local utility company.
Yes, she never asks, she demands. Me, looking up from my book. Sorry, I'm grounded.
Well, we'll make an exception.
No, because then I'll never learn to not be 5 minutes late for curfew. Yes, me being smart was the main reason I wasn't the favorite child, as they explained to me many times. I apparently had an attitude problem from the age of 4. Mom,
well, I really need you to take this to local utility. If you don't, we'll have to pay a late fee.
Me, well, if I'm grounded from the car, I'm grounded from the car. I won't be doing any errands until it's over. She huffed off, realizing her mistake. I never followed up with how that one turned out for her. Over the next week, I started acting like a normal teenager. I walked to my friends' houses. I was only grounded from the car. Would call my parents when I needed a ride home. That was my favorite. I can't be late for curfew, and you don't want me walking home in the dark. I actually walked so much and so far that my thighs were like rocks at the end of that week. During that week, my parents looked a mess. They had to drive my sister everywhere and learned how exhausting it really was. They had to actually plan their errands and watch their own kids. I was on vacation. During that week, the requests went from,
"We'll make an exception,"
to,
"We never meant you couldn't run errands,"
to,
"These errands are the only reason we let you drive that car,"
to,
"Please, just this once. We only grounded you because we love you,"
to,
"You're so ungrateful. You're supposed to be the responsible one."
Basically, the whole gambit of manipulation. At this point, I'm gaslight proof, and I couldn't stand my mom for the last 3 years. I was enjoying myself so much that I sometimes wonder why I enjoyed being a psychopath to her when I'm actually not one at all. I have diagnostic proof that I'm not. By the end of the first week, I was called out to have a talk with them. My mother was the tougher of the two. My dad was pretty cool, but always sided with her. Mom,
"We've decided that you've learned your lesson. We're letting you off your punishment early, but you have to start running your errands again and driving your siblings."
Me, no, I'm good with the current system.
"I insist. We don't have time to run errands."
Me, smiling because finally, well, maybe you should have thought about that before you took away my car.
"Well, if you don't run the errands, you can't have the car back."
Fine with me. I walked out of the room like a proud peacock. After the 2 weeks were up, they assumed I'd be back to normal. Nope. I basically told them that I'd rather walk, as the number of responsibilities far outweighed the benefits of driving. They were not happy, but what could they really do? They lasted 1 more week. I went carless for a total of 3 weeks. Finally, my mom broke down and did the unthinkable. She begged. Well, the words were begging, the tone was sucking up, but I truly enjoyed it. It took all my energy not to beam with self-pride. Now, my mother was a saleswoman. She had been inadvertently training me for years. In that moment, I opened negotiations. In the end, I got an extra $10 a week in gas money on top of the $3 here or there for unscheduled errands. I still had the curfew, but I got a few minutes grace period from then on. They never even dared to threaten to take my car or license away again. But the cherry on top, my sister's personal taxi service was closed. Apparently, she treated them the same way she treated me during her frequent and unnecessary rides, and from then on, she had to be nice if she wanted a ride. There were a few incidences where she tried to get my parents to force me to take her or tell her where I was going, but they didn't. They knew better than to hurt their golden goose or home management, and for the rest of the year, I finally had a great childhood because I was left alone on my own terms. Do the job you were hired for or have it ripped out from under you. Most people, including myself, have lived in an apartment at least one time or another and over the course of their lives, and can attest to the nuances and annoyance that come from a poorly designed building. Thin walls, loud neighbors, circuit breakers tripping, poor air conditioning, lackluster lighting, abysmal parking, etc. I have personally experienced all of these, and in my college years, I was also part of the problem. Loud parties, loud music, etc. We upset many of our neighbors. So after getting the partying out of my system, putting my nose to the books, and graduating with a degree in electrical engineering, I found myself several years later working with a developer of multifamily housing. Hoping to right some wrongs from the past, I pledged to make the experience for the people who would be living in the community a bit better than my own. I couldn't control the building materials or aesthetics of the complex, but I did have control over the design of the electrical system from the utility transformer to the outlet you plug your hairdryer into. I therefore set out to design a robust system with more circuits per apartment, better lighting, better materials, and better access than what was typical for the building construction at the time. My first step was to tackle the exterior lighting for the complex. Instead of using metal halides, those large shoebox lights that buzz at nights, I persuaded the developer to install LED pole and building mounted lights. These were designed to increase the light output of the parking area and walkways for safety, while maintaining cutoff so it wouldn't intrude into someone's bedroom window. They looked good, saved energy, and had a higher color rendering index, 80, than the standard metal halides, 70. It took a while to get the calculations correct, but in the end, I was happy with it. Moving on to the apartment units, my design philosophy was such that no one at any time should be overloading any circuit within the apartment under normal use. No lights should dim when appliances, vacuums for example, were plugged in. Every room had access to plugs on every wall. Every room should have a light, and every light should be controlled by a switch, and every switch should be within arm's length of any entry point to the room. I spent several weeks refining the project template, and after some back and forth with our client, the developer, some items were cut, but the majority remained as per the design intention, which was spelled out to the T. I was happy, they were happy, and after the drawings made their way through permitting, the developer hired the contractors, and the project was underway. Everything was going great until the general contractor hired the electrical subcontractor. For the purpose of this story, we should call this electrical contractor Eddie, not his real name. As a contractor, you sign a contract stating that you'll build what is shown on the drawings for a certain price. If the client accepts your offer, you win the contract. In doing so, you're obligated to provide what was shown on the drawings unless an addendum, revision, or substitute modifies the original contract, all of which must be approved by the engineer. It all started when I started receiving his submittals. For those not in the industry, this is a standard practice between the contractor and engineer, where the contractor will submit the materials he intends to use on the project to the engineer for approval. It is typical to see deviations from the design here and there, as contractors will typically source most of their building materials from a select number of vendors, a single vendor being ideal. The vendors will provide alternatives to the design, and it's up to the engineer to determine if these substitutes are acceptable or not. The first submittal was for the exterior lighting, which was complete garbage. Eddie submitted metal halide lighting, which was not only the wrong type of light, but the wrong distribution, which would cause backlighting into the residents' windows at night, the wrong color temperature, and the wrong output, too dim. I rejected the submittal outright and told him to provide the light fixtures shown on the plans, which specifically indicated that no substitutions were allowed due to the calculations that were involved in the design, photometrics. I gave him a call to explain this fact and told him to resubmit per the plans. Eddie wasn't happy. Not happy at all. However, Eddie does submit another fixture which was slightly better, but still not on par with the design. Again, I reject the submittal and state that unless he can prove that the fixture he submitted is similar to or superior than the photometric shown on the drawings, it will not be accepted. It is not the engineer's responsibility to proof a substitute, and if he wants to use this fixture, he'll need to submit his own photometric calculations as well to prove the point. So Eddie does this. The calculations look good, really good. So good that I get suspicious and run his light fixture in my own model. And nothing matches at all. It's not even close, which means he forged information on a contractual document, and now I had leverage for what happens next. The client calls and asks what is holding up the project. I call my boss and explain the situation. He agrees and backs my case to the client, which leaves Eddie with no choice but to provide the fixtures he agreed to when he signed the contract. This back and forth continues with several other submittals, which become shorter and show less information. I call Eddie to tell him he's missing items, and he responds with excuses, and after some time ends up not returning calls or emails. Time passes and I move on to other projects. Then I get a call from our client that some of the buildings are ready for a walkthrough and he would like me to do a site visit to check the work before drywall is installed. We set a date and I'm off to check it out. I arrive and see the site lighting that started our feud. It's correct and looks good, and I feel optimistic, hoping he learned his lesson. That was until I entered the first of the apartment units. The first thing I notice is the wiring is white. This is typical for smaller gauge Romex wire, number 14, and our drawings show number 12 wire, typically yellow, which was our office standard. I take a closer look and confirm this is the case. Now, usually I don't take issue with this if it's brought to our attention ahead of time and if it's used for lighting circuits only. 14.2 Romex is perfectly acceptable to use regardless. It's industry standard and code compliant. It just doesn't match our drawings and would require an unnecessary revision to our part to match what Eddie had told his guys to install to save himself from money without first discussing with us, me and my client. Then I look around the circuiting and I'm dumbfounded. Except for a few dedicated circuits, the drawings weren't followed at all. Lights and power circuits were combined, as were the rooms. As it stood, it would have been just another crappy apartment with the same problems I had spent so much time working to rectify in the first place. Again, we could have discussed this ahead of time, bounced ideas off of each other and worked it out. I worked as an electrician to pay for college for years, so I know the nuances of wiring methods well and enjoyed troubleshooting problems with electricians. Except this was Eddie, and Eddie messed up. Instead of working through the problem, he went off the radar and went rogue. Eddie was about to pay for his transgressions. Pro-revenge. I wrote my report along with my pictures and copies of the plans. It looked like a crime scene, with red lines, strike-throughs, captions, and comments which illustrated clearly and definitively the stark differences between what was designed and the dumpster fire that was installed. It was sent to our client and my best buddy, Eddie, which is standard. The client was upset. We got on a call and Eddie got chewed out for his poor communication and decision to abandon the plans and do his own thing. However, Eddie did have something on his side, which was the electrical code. Even though the plans were completely ignored, he was still in compliance and he made that point clear. Except I had an ace up my sleeve. When I sent out the report, I didn't just send it to Eddie and the client. I also sent it to the AHJ, Authority Having Jurisdiction, which in this case was the building official for the county. We'll call him Mark for the purpose of this story. Again, not his real name. Mark and I had gotten to know each other well over the course of the project. We discussed theory, code, restrictions, etc. to make sure that he knew what I was doing before the drawings were sent out for review. During our talk, he made it abundantly clear that whatever the drawings stated, as long as there weren't conflicts between the drawings and the code requirements, was exactly how the project should be built. Period. Looping back to the phone call between myself, the client, and Eddie, I suggested we add another person to the call, who is the project superintendent, who we'll call Steve. Steve and I had previously discussed Eddie's failure to follow the drawings while I was on site, and I had pointed out to him that Mark had said any deviations from the plans would mean that the project wouldn't pass inspection unless the drawings stated otherwise. I asked Steve about this on the call, and he acknowledged the discussion and agreed with what had been said. Eddie at this point was fuming and said he had spoken to Mark as well and that this was not true. Really? I said. Is that a fact? Well, let's get him on the phone as well then, shall we? So we called Mark. and thank everything that is holy, he answered. I filled him in on the discussion, my conversation with Steve, and he confirmed everything right there in front of the client, Eddie, and Steve. The drawings must be followed, and deviations would not be allowed, period, or he would shut down the project. I was stoked. Finally, no one could hide, and everything was out in the open. Sometime later, I get another call from the client, who had asked if 14.2 Romex was allowed to be used. I said yes it was, but my preference was that it only be used for lighting circuits and not power circuits. The client agreed, and I updated my drawings accordingly. Now, if Eddie had followed the plans, this change would have made him happy, as it would reduce material cost in addition to being easier to work with. But no, Eddie didn't follow the plans. And that's how I made Eddie, through the decision by our client and the power wielded by the AHJ, aka Mark, tear out all of the work he did over 2 months on 3 apartment buildings and start over from scratch. To his credit, he did finish the project to completion. Afterwards, he was blacklisted from working on another project again with our client, and I never heard from him again. Moral of the story is, do the work you signed up for, and if you have questions, it never hurts to ask. The fridge is full. Why don't you follow policy? Will do. And now the fridge is empty. We have a fridge at work. Guess who got the glorious job of keeping it clean? Yup, me. Our rules state that anything put into the fridge must have your name on the container as well as the time you put it in. Anything that does not have a name on it, a time on it, or has been in there for longer than 48 hours must be thrown away. It doesn't even specify that condiments like ketchup are exempt. Quite literally, anything in the fridge. How are you going to comply with this if it's something like an apple? A few things you should know about me in the beginning of this compliance. The style of food I eat is what most people would consider trash. For lunch, I frequently pop a can of food and eat without heating it. As such, I rarely use the fridge, or really anything in the break room, but I get the job of keeping it clean. I really could care less about what's in there as long as it doesn't look rotten or give off an offensive odor. In addition, when there's an office party, the leftovers tend to make their way into our fridge to slowly be eaten by the employees as sort of a free lunch. It makes people happy. We eat it quick enough that nothing ever goes bad. Maybe a kiwi someone forgets in the back, eventually that I chuck when even I wouldn't eat it anymore. The lady I took the job over from, more like assigned it to me because she didn't want to deal with it anymore, starts noticing more and more food ending up in the fridge and not being thrown away within the assigned time period. She brings it up to me and tells me I need to clean out the fridge. I could care less about the thing, and I expect you to be able to police yourself like an adult, but as it was brought to my attention, I need to take care of it. I wait till our meeting and make an announcement. Anything not in compliance with the policy will be removed from the fridge. If you have anything in there you want to keep, move it to the freezer. It will be cleaned out tomorrow. Now, normally things happen during the normal business hours, and I'm sure that's what people expected. But I don't know who eats what or when things were put in unless they are labeled, and I figured once I clean it, no longer my problem, as I did what I was asked to. So I show up at about 6 a.m., or about 2 hours before everyone else. I have some stuff I have to do in the morning, so I have to show up early anyway. First thing I do when I get in, tackle the fridge. They were told yesterday to move their stuff, and nothing that's in there could have been put in there today because no one else had showed up yet. Fridge went from full to empty because apparently it was assumed I would do it at the end of the day. Nope, right away in the beginning. I'm not a savage though. Communal condiments that were not expired were left. Tupperware was washed out and left on the table while the contents were discarded. If it looked like a throwaway container, into the garbage it went. When people showed up and looked in the fridge, their expression was, "What the heck?" A lot of people were mad, including the person who told me to clean it out. Apparently, I threw away one of her snacks. I explained the situation, reminded them of the instructions I had given them the day before, and no one could really say anything. Shortly after that, the lady left. I went back to not giving a dang about the stupid fridge. Told everyone I was going back to just spot checks and to police themselves, and no one has complained. For those of you wondering, I still check it to ensure nothing is going bad. I just don't care to throw away people's snacks like I'm supposed to. Entitled Mom wants me to pay her rent with my vacation fund. My mom has a habit of being incredibly unprepared and irresponsible, and she, 40, and I, 19, female, don't have the best relationship. Not to get too into it, but I moved out when I was 16 and ended up moving in with my boyfriend almost 3 years ago. I had been working since I was 15, and anytime my mom didn't have money for something, which was often, like every other day, she came to me, and no matter what, I always gave it to her. Even after I moved out, there was a period where I was single-handedly paying rent for myself and them, her boyfriend, and my two younger siblings, who are 8 and 13. It's always done me over because she never had to pay me back a cent, even though she says she will, and I've given up asking because at this point, I know how she is. With that being said, my boyfriend and I have been saving to go on our first trip together next week. All this has come at a time where I'm transitioning jobs, so I'm not working at all the week prior to this trip. That means all the money I have is set aside for bills and the trip costs. My mother, yet again, isn't going to make rent and has asked me for help, and I straight up told her no. I told her that I couldn't afford to give anything until I started my new job after the 15th. She's upset because she feels like I'm being selfish by not thinking of the kids and not just letting my boyfriend foot the bill. She says that I should be putting my family first, but I'm tired of basically being a second parent and taking on responsibility that isn't even mine. Now she and her boyfriend are being cold towards me, and my siblings notice the change in attitude, especially because my mom is panicking trying to make up the money. I feel kind of bad, but I'm also fed up. Am I the jerk? Edit. It's honestly been so exhausting reading all of these comments because everyone is right, and my boyfriend has been telling me exactly what you all are saying. I think I have the parental rose-colored glasses on. The only reason I've not gone no contact is because I pretty much raised my siblings, and they are the most important part of my life. I never want them to have the life that I did, but I think that's out of my control now. I'm going to have a conversation with my mom, and hopefully a relationship without money is enough for her. Thank you everyone for confirming that I'm not crazy because I felt incredibly guilty. Want me to rush the work? Okay, pay double and wait longer. Just some background info. I own a body and paint shop in a city with lower costs of living than the surrounding areas. Because of this, my prices are more reasonable than some other shops in the surrounding areas. Also, I'm very picky when it comes to my work and have the mindset that regardless of what my customers are paying, within reason, I will take extra steps to make sure the end result is up to my standards. I always include warranty on my work. As a result of this, most of my customers are referred to me from the other, more expensive cities around because they want quality work at a lower price. My prices are not cheap, but they are lower in comparison to more high-end shops in more expensive areas for the same quality work. This has usually been a win-win for me and my customers. Now for the malicious compliance. I had a guy call me and ask the usual questions. He agreed to bring in his vehicle down to my shop so I could inspect it and give him a quote. The following day, he brings his vehicle down to my shop and I immediately realized that the vehicle has been previously painted. Experienced painters can usually tell. In this case, it was obviously not done correctly as the paint was already beginning to fail. He wanted to do a full restoration of the vehicle to factory condition. I explained to him that due to the fact that the vehicle had been repainted before, there could be a chance that the time frame or price could change depending on what is underneath the paint once I start sanding. For example, improper bodywork or prep work done by the previous painter. I also tell him that if I do find any issues, that I will run them by him before continuing to make sure that it still fits within his budget. We agree to the terms and a rough time frame of 3 to 4 weeks, so long as there are no surprises. He leaves a deposit and I begin work on his truck. 3 days later, I have the bed removed as well as the front end, doors, and interior, leaving the truck as basically a skeleton. I start sanding the parts and I get through the paint layers and see that there is some previous body filler on the panels, which is normal on older cars, especially when they've been repainted. Most of the time, it's no biggie when the previous repairs are done properly, meaning that the body filler should never exceed 1/8 inch thick. But I quickly find out that the cab of the truck had had a pretty severe impact before, which the previous body shop had not pulled out before doing body work, and the panel had a full 1.5 inch of body filler. I stopped what I was doing and called up the owner to let him know. After discussing it, I sent him a video of the issues. We agreed to adding an extra 2 weeks to the time frame and additional repair costs. I began the proper repairs, and about 2 weeks into the original drop-off date, I get a call from the owner of the truck. He tells me that he needs the truck to be done by the following week because he has a buyer for it and he doesn't want to wait any longer. At this point, I have the truck completely torn apart. I have only finished the body work on the cab and the front end and just started the repairs on the bed and doors. We had agreed to an additional 2 weeks on top of the original time frame, which still had not come yet, for a total of 5 to 6 weeks. I explained to him that it would not be possible for me to get all of the remaining work done within a week without me having to hire more people, which would add to the cost of the job. He followed up by saying that he would not pay a penny more, and that if his truck was not done by that date, he would be at my shop with a tow truck and law enforcement to take it, and he wouldn't pay the remaining balance. Now, I knew that he would not be able to get away without paying the balance, and that the law enforcement would back that up. In my state, I am allowed to place a lien on any vehicle that has a balance on labor already performed and agreed to it by the customer, which he had. Now for the malicious compliance. At this point, the customer has begun making threats and insults, so I tell him I would get the truck done on the conditions the warranty would be void, I would not be responsible for any previous work done to the truck that may fail, and the outstanding balance would be paid in full on the day of pickup, and the job would be considered complete. He agreed to the terms and told me to do what I had to make sure it was done. I proceeded to finish the repairs I had started, still doing them the way I should, but for the remaining parts, I simply sanded the paint a bit and proceeded to paint the truck. Sure enough, the paint showed issues immediately, but the truck was finished on time. The owner comes to pick up his truck and is livid at the results. He proceeded to call the police because he did not want to pay. The police arrive and I show them the paperwork he signed as well as all of the text messages backing up my explanation. The cops then tell him that unless he pays the balance, he would be forced to leave the truck and pay storage fees until it was paid. He reluctantly paid the balance and proceeded to take the truck to another shop, which the truck sat at for an additional 4 months. He had to pay almost double the price I was charging to have them redo some of the work. The parts I took my time on before the whole issue arose were left alone. Entitled parent demands a different waiter because I stutter. About 2 years back, I worked as a waiter at a local restaurant. I was about 16, and as mentioned, I had a stutter. And add to that a Romanian accent. I know a waiter probably wasn't my best option for a job. But the stutter didn't really cause many problems. Most people were very patient with me, and it never seemed to bother people, aside from a few people every once in a while that seemed a little annoyed. But one lady made a huge scene out of it. She looked like the typical Karen, middle-aged blonde lady, and she had 3 kids, all between like 5 to 10. The typical, "I want to speak to your manager" lady, and funny enough, we'll come back to that. She came in with her kids and her husband and sat down at one of the tables that I was in charge of that night. I came over and asked if they'd like something to drink, stuttering on a word or two. Immediately it begins. She gives me this confused, unimpressed look and no answer. This was my worst fear. I didn't want anyone to be mad at me for my stutter, so I just followed it with, "Sorry, I have a stutter." She said, "It's all right," in a pretty annoyed tone. They ordered their drinks and she rolled her eyes in the end as the cherry on top. I went back to get a table or two and their drinks, but couldn't get it out of my head. I tried to not let it bother me, but I always felt bad when I thought I was inconveniencing a customer, and at the time, I thought that that's how people saw me, and that they were angry with me in their heads. For most of this story, I thought I was in the wrong. I came back with the drinks after stopping at 2 tables, and it seemed she was also upset that I was taking a while because I was walking over, and she said, "Finally." My heart was racing. I knew something bad was going to happen. We were about halfway through ordering when one of the kids wanted macaroni. Problem was, Entitled Mom said that last time he tried macaroni from this place, he didn't like it, so to get something else. He couldn't decide on something else, so she yanked it out of his hands to order for him. She asked for chicken tenders, so I asked, 5 pieces or 3?
5 pieces, just whatever, just hurry.
Of course, I was getting nervous, and that made it harder for me to speak. So when I turned to Entitled Dad, it took me even longer, and I was interrupted by Entitled Mom.
"Oh my God, can you please go to your manager and get us a different waiter? Cause we're starving, and we don't want to wait half a year for something anybody else could do in 2 minutes.
Entitled Dad. "Why would you even become a waiter if you can't speak?" he says, letting out an annoyed laugh and shaking his head. I had no idea how to respond. I was lost for words and felt like just leaving. But again, I thought this was all my problem, so I told them I'd see what I could do. I went to the manager and I told him about it. He seemed pretty confused, but said he was too busy to do anything and told me to see if one of my coworkers could take care of it. I went to my friend, Dan, another waiter, and told him that one of my tables asked for a different waiter. He looked just as confused and said he couldn't do that at the moment because he was already working on 6 tables. He told me if they're really that upset, they'll leave. I tried going to the only other worker that day, other than the cooks, but he was walking out the door when I saw him. I didn't know what to do, so I just took a few seconds to work up the courage to go over and tell them we couldn't do anything. As soon as Entitled Dad saw me walking over, he let out a frustrated, "Oh my God." I told them we were a little busy and I was the only one available. Entitled Mom told me quite quickly to bring over my manager. I went in and told him they wanted to talk to him, and he got up and I followed. I just stood there as my manager, Mr. Carlson, asked them, "Is there a problem?" Entitled Mom,
Yes, your worker here. He's taking forever and seemed like he doesn't even care about it. We can barely understand him.
Mr. Carlson, "Well, what has he been doing?"
He's taking forever, and now he says he won't bring us a new waiter, or even just speed it up a little. He doesn't even care about us.
Mr. Carlson, "Well, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you want me to do. It's pretty busy today, and we're just trying to make sure everyone gets their food." Entitled Dad, "Gets their food? At this rate, we should have cooked our own legs, and it would have been quicker."
Why would you have a worker like that out on a busy day like this?
Manager, "I'm sorry. There's just not much we can do."
What you should do is get us a different waiter. A normal one.
As I said, we're very busy. I can't do anything here. All the waiters are working right now. This is ridiculous. What kind of business makes their customers wait half an hour for food because their waiter doesn't know how to speak? Manager turned to me and tells me to wait in the kitchen. I grabbed some dishes left over from a nearby table back with me. I didn't get the rest of the conversation. After I set the dishes in the sink, I walked to the back where nobody else was and just started crying. In my head, it was all my fault. I thought I was going to get fired and felt horrible. Dan overheard me and came in to talk to me and to give me a hug. When I went back outside, Mr. Carlson and the entitled parents were arguing, and Mr. Carlson was telling them to leave. I started wiping down the table I just grabbed dishes from and caught them just at the right time to see them leave. Mr. Carlson told them he'd call the police if they didn't leave, and they finally got up and started leaving. Entitled Mom told me on her way out,
You need to go get a job you can actually do.
It cracked me again, and I started bawling. I couldn't speak or even think. Mr. Carlson gave me a hug and told me I could go home. I immediately went to my car and ended the day. I couldn't stop crying when I got back home. I felt like quitting. But I stayed there for another 2 months, I believe, and luckily, nothing ever came up as bad as that again. Now that I'm older, I realize how awful they were being and that I wasn't at fault there. I don't think anyone should be treated like they were treating me. Anyways, thanks for reading, and sorry for any grammar mistakes or something. English isn't my first language. Have a nice day. Patience is a virtue. This had my blood boiling not even 10 minutes after I clocked in. It's 3 p.m., so that means check-in. An older couple comes to the desk to check in, and I ask for the name. Lady.
ABC.
I look, and I don't see it in the arrivals. Me. Did you check in online?
No.
She looks confused, and the man just looks annoyed. Me. Could it be under another name? Lady.
Maybe XYZ, my son's name.
I check arrivals and in-house. No luck. Me. Okay, I don't see that in the arrivals either. Are you sure it's this hotel and not another one? Man.
Yes, we're sure. Why wouldn't you have our reservation?
Me. Do you have a confirmation? She pulls out her phone and it hits me. Me. Okay, this is for Duck Hotel in X City by the airport. You are at hotel in Y City. Man.
Well then, where is this hotel in X City?
Me. It's on Avenue ABC right by the airport. They both look confused and leave. A few seconds later, the man walks in.
Can you check to see if they have our reservation?
Me. Unfortunately, we're not able to view another property system.
You can't pick up the phone and call another hotel that's in the same business as you?
He has a heck of a scowl on his face. Normally, I would just give out the number, but clearly he's determined and no one else is in the lobby. I decide to entertain him and I dial the number and am met with an automated voice menu. It's an airport property, so it's very busy. Other guests have even complained that they don't pick up. After about 30 seconds, I get connected to the front desk. All the while, this man looks very visibly annoyed to the point where he can't stay still at all. Agent: Thank you for calling. This is the front desk. How may I help you? Me: Hi, I'm calling from the front desk of another Duck Hotel and would like to confirm a reservation for a guest who came to another hotel. Agent: Sure, I'm logging in, so give me one moment. Me: Of course. I see him fidgeting around. He picks up the key drop bucket, picks it up to read it, and slams it back down on the counter. Agent: Okay, it's telling me I have to change my password. May I put you on hold? This just keeps getting better. Me: Sure. She puts me on hold and I look at the man. He won't even look at me. Me: Sir, they have me on hold. He looks up with a nasty look on his face. Me: Would you like me to give you their phone number? That way you can call them yourself and not have to stand here and wait. He's beyond ticked off, but the way this played out is too funny. He points to the paper I wrote this number on. Man: That's the phone number? Me: Yes. He huffs and agrees. I hand him the paper and he leaves. Me: Have a wonderful day. Don't ask me to do you a favor, then have a fit when you have to wait. Wow. Canada doesn't have a veteran discount. As far as I know, no store in Canada gives any kind of military discount, veterans or otherwise. Correct me if I'm wrong, fellow Canadians. We are not as military-oriented as the US. Back when I worked at a big red drugstore, I worked as a cash supervisor. It was my job to cover my cashier's breaks and make sure customers got as good a customer experience as possible. For those who don't know, drugstores do not sell tobacco or alcohol products, so the only item we sell that requires an ID is lottery, relevant later. We also have a Seniors Day on Thursday, where anyone 65 plus can get 20% off. We don't need an ID or proof of age. They usually just know how to ask for it since signs are up everywhere advertising the discount. This story takes place about mid-2019, before all the lockdown drama started. It was a Saturday, so no managers were in. I was covering my cashier's break when a man comes up with a basket full of stuff. I make the usual greetings, ask if he has our rewards card, and ask if he would like a bag. He gruffly says something about visiting from the US, so of course he doesn't have a rewards card with us. He doesn't respond with wanting a bag, so I just start stacking his items at the end of the till. When I finish scanning his items, I read off his total and ask if he's paying with cash or card. He tosses an ID on the counter. Me: Oh, did you want the lottery? Him: What? No, I want a discount. Me, thinking he meant for the seniors discount. Oh, I'm sorry, we only have seniors discount on Thursdays. The customer looks at me like I'm stupid. He shoves the ID closer. Him: I'm a veteran, missy. That means I get a discount no matter what day it is. Me: I'm sorry, but we don't do veterans discounts here in Canada. Him: Well, they do where I'm from, so you need to honor that. I stand there dumbfounded. How did that make any sense? Me: I'm sorry, but I have no way to put in any kind of discount on your purchase as it's not Thursday for Seniors Day and we have no promo going on right now. Him, getting obviously upset and red in the face. I want your supervisor. I want you fired. I want a new cashier. I blink at him. I can barely get the words out as I tell him, I am the supervisor, and there was no store manager in today. The man flipped his lid. He started yelling at me, telling me I was discriminating. I just stood there, not sure what to do. People were starting to stare, and I was so freaked out, all I could do was stand there with my mouth open going, Finally, he said his piece and stomped out of the store with his ID and nothing else. I stood there in silence for a few minutes, just trying to process what happened. My cashier came back, but I had nothing else to do, so I just stayed on the till to help with customers. A little elderly lady came up to my register to ask if I was all right, and that she never liked those hooligans like him. She made me smile and actually helped me put some of the items away that the man had left on the till. It makes me wonder though, does every place in the US give a discount to veterans? And why did he flip out so badly when I didn't give him one here? Am I the jerk for not changing my schedule to accommodate my neighbor's kids? My roommate and I split the rent on a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. The apartment came with hardwood floors and a neighbor above and below us. This story starts around November of last year, when I assume my downstairs neighbor first moved in. As mentioned previously, both myself and roommate are military and need to be at work at the latest by 0630. sometimes much earlier. This means walking around the apartment very early in the morning to get ready to leave. We don't party or blast loud music, so the sound of us moving around is really the only noise we make. At first, the neighbor voiced her disapproval by pounding on the floor, her ceiling, when she would hear us walking around. Admittedly, when she did this after 9, I'd respond by stomping a few times. Not the most mature option, I know. She went on pounding and dropping the occasional noise complaint for several weeks until she finally confronted me. It was on a weekend, and my roommate had to rush out of the apartment at about 06 that morning to deal with a work-related issue. I woke up an hour later to a pounding on the door. I answered it to an angry downstairs neighbor demanding that we stop stomping ground and slamming doors, apparently that it was disturbing her kids. I responded by telling her that we didn't do either. What she was hearing was us walking around on hardwood floors, and I hear the same thing from our upstairs neighbor. That proved not an acceptable answer, and she threatened to call in some special needs advocacy group. I responded by, somewhat angrily, telling her that I would not and could not stop moving around my apartment early in the morning to accommodate her kids. Over the next month or so, she proceeded to file as many noise complaints as she could get against us with the apartment administration, and even got into an argument with my roommate while I was out of state visiting family. Eventually, I received a call from the apartment complex informing me that if the noise complaints continued, there was a possibility for civil action. When I gave the apartment complex my side of the story, their advice was only, get some rugs, sometimes that helps. We didn't buy any rugs. Eventually, the noise complaints and confrontation stopped. I found out later that she had moved, but I didn't get any further details. My mentality through this whole thing had been, her kids, her responsibility, not mine. Maybe the right thing to do would have been to try and accommodate her kids better, or come to a better arrangement. Am I the jerk here? Confused 17-year-olds trying their best at a 5-star steakhouse. Had a sweet, clueless young couple come in yesterday to celebrate their anniversary, both dressed up like hipsters with plaid pants and blazers. I greet them with a cocktail list as it is dark and I can't immediately discern their age. Now, I normally don't ID people when they ask for a drink unless they look 12. I'm joking. But Boyfriend of the Year says the magic sentence to disqualify them from having anything. Oh, we're both underage. Oh, okay, no problem. Get them a couple Cokes and proceed with the service. About 10 minutes later, one of our bussers tells me that the couple are friends of his. I then take the order and tell him, since you're friends with the busser, I can bring out a gooseneck of some of our fancy sauce for free. We charge extra for the good steak sauces. Well, apparently what they heard was, since you are friends with the busser, I'm going to discount your whole unexpectedly expensive meal. Busser comes up to me and says, that's so nice of you to discount their check. At this point, I'm really confused, and I tell the busser to go clarify them what I had said, thinking maybe they were trying to pull a fast one. End of the meal comes. I drop the check, and here's where it gets interesting. Boyfriend looks at the check, perplexed. Me, observing the situation from the bar, wondering what could have possibly be going through this young individual's head. Boyfriend stops one of our food runners to ask for a pen, continues to stare, perplexed at his itemized bill. He proceeds to write on it, then waits, then calls over the busser from earlier. They come and grab me and tell me he needs help. No kidding. I go over and he asks, where's the part where I add the tip? I had to explain to him how the process worked. Oh, so you'll leave your card in here. I'll go run it, and then you'll have a separate slip to add to the tip on. Oh, okay. Throws his debit card in the book, and I get them on their way. Positive revenge. So, I'm a terrible person by trade. I'm a dealership sales manager. I'll make this brief. Managed a digital sales team for a year or so. Got really close to the team, trained them, grew the team into number 1 in group, number 2 for our manufacturer and region, out of 400 plus dealers. Let go by my general manager, runs the dealership during the start of lockdown over the objections of our group/corporate because my position cost a ton of money in commission. I kinda wrecked my pay plan. Fast forward a bit. My old team keeps in touch, asks for assistance every now and then, and I'm always happy to help. I genuinely like these people because I care about their professional development. Nobody has been put in place to replace my old position, though the team's doing really well. I hired great people and put a lot of effort into training myself out of a job. I have a higher title, more responsibility, and run the entire sales side of a different dealership now. I get a call from my old team telling me the management upped their pay to compensate for lower volume, then retracted it after a month. They want to quit and work elsewhere. My current dealer doesn't run a department like theirs, so I have no real need for them. I call people I know. Apparently, my reputation is better known and more highly regarded than I expected. I get interviews for my old team lined up. They're getting new positions, get to keep working together, and all have quite large pay bumps. The delicious part? Tomorrow, the GM who let me go is going to receive, effective immediately, resignations from his entire digital sales department. This department was the number one in a group of 15 dealerships. This department accounted for 60 to 70% of the store sales volume in a given month. Without these trained and capable staff, they're going right back to where they started as far as closing percentage. Based on their current numbers, the GM who fired me is looking at losing 30 to 40% of the store sales volume. He's actually in danger of turning a loss due to all the investment in digital marketing and sales, which won't see anywhere near the ROI to justify it. Mind you, this is a sizable franchised car dealership. We're talking millions per month when all runs well. He'll never know I found the team new jobs. He'll never know I called in favors, made introductions, and sold the heck out of these people to their new employers. I didn't do this for the revenge. I did it because I care about my old team and their development. They're amazing at what they do and deserve to be paid highly for it in a lower stress environment than they were there. I got the best revenge I can imagine, and all I had to do was be a decent person and keep cheerleading the team I once helped build and train. Would I be the jerk if I remove my husband's giant retro game/console collection and clear out his home office without him knowing? My husband and I bought our first home together about 6 years ago. The house is quite small, but it has 3 bedrooms and the location and plot size are great. I was pregnant at the time with our first kid, and we were planning one more kid later on. With 3 bedrooms, the possibility of a private space for everyone should be there, but my husband works from home office, which he has for the past 10 years. When we were viewing the house, I pointed out how space would be an issue, us being a growing family and him needing a room for his office. He told me that his employer will pay for an office out of house should the need be there. We went ahead and bought the house, and we made a deal. Him using a bedroom as an office is temporary. He will have to give it up for our oldest kid when the kid starts school, at the latest. Now onto the issue. It has been 6 years, and our oldest is starting school. My husband is a collector of anything retro or gaming related. His office is filled from floor to roof with old games, consoles, etc. His collection also fills our basement living room, which is unusable due to the amount of stuff in there, has been since we moved in, and a small storage room. I've spent the last year trying to get him to start clearing it, but he won't have it. He's flat out refusing to give up his office, and also suddenly claims there's no way his employer will pay for an out-of-house office. I've been nice about this for all of this time, even if his massive hoard is making our entire basement inaccessible. But I've been clear that when our oldest starts school, it's a given that the kid both gets a private bedroom and gets to use the basement living room. I'll add that at the moment, the 2 kids share a small bedroom that basically only fits 2 junior-sized beds and 2 small closets. My husband uses the, by far, largest bedroom as his office. When I try to have a conversation with him about it, he'll immediately shut it down and avoid a discussion by getting angry and upset. I know it's difficult for him to deal with parting with his collection, but our house just isn't big enough to keep all of it. I'm now considering boxing up all of his stuff. I'd take great care that nothing gets damaged and find some place to store it while he's away next weekend, but I'm pretty sure he'll blow up and throw a fit in front of the kids, and I don't want to expose them to that. Am I the jerk for snapping at my friend over kiwis? I, 30 female, have celiac disease. My friend, Todd, who's 32, is allergic to kiwis. It sucks, but most people really do not understand celiac, like at all. They don't understand just how many things have hidden gluten, or they don't get how huge of an issue cross-contamination is. And since I don't drop dead on the spot, if I do get glutenated, there can be a misconception that it's not as dangerous or painful as it really is. I have 3 people in my life that I trust to cook for me, and I'm honestly lucky to have that many. A few months ago, Todd bought his first house and had a housewarming barbecue. He came up to me with a big smile and let me know that he just made gluten-free chicken for me. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I really do appreciate when people try to include me. But at the same time, I wish they wouldn't. It's so uncomfortable to have to question them about what they used, and then still have to turn it down because they use soy sauce or something. People take it personally. They hear you didn't do a good enough job. It sucks to hurt people's feelings. So I knew what was coming, but if I didn't ask, he'd expect me to eat. I asked what the ingredients were, and he said, just barbecue sauce and chicken. I made the sauce myself. I asked what was in the sauce, and he started listing ingredients. One was Worcestershire sauce, which is often made with barley and/or malt vinegar. I asked if he knew if it was gluten-free Worcestershire sauce, and he rolled his eyes at me before asking if I was going to make a thing out of this. I didn't want to start asking to see the bottle because this was awkward enough already, so I politely explained that I didn't think I'd be able to eat it if I couldn't be sure. He was irritated but seemed to get over it. Except he hasn't. He later told my boyfriend that I purposely humiliated him by asking him questions that he didn't know, and I should have just eaten it because a little bit wouldn't even hurt me anyway, which is not true at all, and my boyfriend told him so. I see him maybe 2 times a month in a group setting. Anything I bring, potato salad, chips, even bourbon, is met with a very dramatic, I can't eat that, there might be kiwis in it. He never did this before the barbecue and doesn't do this to anyone else. It's obvious that it's intended to get back at me for not eating his chicken, and not out of legit concern that I'm hiding kiwi in the guacamole. I also don't like to speculate on other people's health, but I've watched him pick kiwi out of fruit salad before eating it, so it would seem that cross-contamination is not a concern for him. He did it this weekend when I showed up to our mutual friend's house with snacks. I finally snapped and told him that no, there was no kiwi, because unlike him, I was willing to take a moment to read labels in order to protect the people around me. He got mad and left. Some people there told me I should have just let it go, but I just got so fed up in the moment. My delusional Aunt Karen pretends I'm dating her son. My mother's longtime best friend has been my aunt for as long as I can remember. When I was 16, she moved near us, and her son started attending my school. From day one, he seemed to think that he was dating me. My aunt and my mother both pressed on about how sweet it would be if we were victorious childhood friends. When we didn't date in high school and I went to college, this chatter went away. The truth is, I barely know this guy. We played together on beach vacations as kids because we were the only kids in a group of buzzed adults. He wasn't even a great playmate. As we got older, it was more and more apparent, to at least me, that he had some sort of an issue. My own theory is that he may need therapy to help him navigate the world. Anyway, my mom had a barbecue a few weeks ago, and I came with my boyfriend. My aunt came with her son. After my boyfriend and I sat down, my aunt came over and asked who my friend was. I explained he was my new boyfriend. She sighed and asked how I could do this to her son. My response was along the lines of, "What?" She launched into how she understood we were on a break, but showing up at a party with my revenge guy was a low blow, especially since everyone knew we'd get back together. It wasn't fair to my flavor of the month to pretend like I was available, and she knew how hung up I was on her son. I know this sounds insane the way I put it, but she seemed so genuine that it was very convincing. My boyfriend was visibly shocked. I had no idea where this came from, so I said, "Auntie, Sonny and I have never dated. I took him to one casual dance as a kindness. I don't know what he's told you about our relationship, but the reality is we say hi on Facebook sometimes." She accused me of saving face in front of my boyfriend. He left and I freaked out. I told her very loudly that this is psycho, that I am not and have never dated her son, and that he's really, truly, utterly undateable. I don't know a single girl who would date this guy. She has just assumed that I'd go along with this crazy narrative that would somehow insulate her from dealing with that reality, but I wasn't going to. Then I left and was lucky enough to catch my boyfriend before he left, so I had a ride home. She and my mother sent me emails explaining that she was humiliated in front of her longtime friends, that I had no business saying that in public to her. I can now see that it would have been better to pull her into the kitchen or the house and explain this to her, since I now think it's possible her son was feeding her lies and she was really shocked, and I did say some hard things. But in that case, didn't she owe me a trip to the kitchen to call me out on my infidelity? Edit. Some people have said I was screaming that my aunt's son was undateable. I did not scream, and in fact, several people at the party didn't even know there was a commotion. While I was loud, we were also close to a table full of sorority sisters that make up my mom and aunt's friends group. Also, he really is undateable. I've tried to help him set up profiles and have even tried to set him up on a date with a few of my friends who I think might really get along with him, but it's been a disaster. Update. My grandmother got a hold of me this afternoon to let me know that there is a lot more to this story. My auntie is from the US. She's not from a foreign country with a foreign culture. It's a lie she made up in college to seem more interesting. My mom has been in on the lie from the day one. Even my dad didn't know that my auntie was actually the same girl who grew up a few doors down from my mom. Now, this is a big problem because my auntie runs a minority-owned business, and that's where my mom is employed. So now this is in legal territory. As for Sonny, I really don't know what he believes, but I suspect that his mom cooked up our relationship and was hoping that after my divorce, I'd make her betrothed from birth declaration play out, which would of course reinforce her fake persona. Threaten my job when I'm already quitting? Have fun with 0 workers. I work at a well-known huge grocery store in the bakery/deli. I've been in the general area now for 3 years, been in management, and recently stepped down this year to focus on college. In early July, I turned in my letter of resignation, letting them know that August 13th would be my last day. It's now about mid-July, and we've got an audit going on. Basically, everything has to be perfect. They ask you questions about your job. Everything has to be on code, etc. Up till this point, we've been having an issue with staffing because instead of hiring employees full-time, they hire everyone part-time. I am the only full-time employee in my department. Because of this, there's never enough people to work, and they'll schedule 4 people working 3 or 4-hour shifts one night, and then the next, one person will be closing alone the entire night, usually me. I'm fine with that. I enjoy working alone, but this night was extra stressful with all of the extra work I had to do because of the audit. I was all alone the night in question and working a shorter shift than usual. We tend to close the deli around 8 p.m. and have 2 hours to clean up. I was scheduled till 8:30 p.m. and spoke to my managers about it and got permission to close at 5 so I could take a lunch break and have 2 hours to close up. My managers also said that I would be sent someone around 7:30 p.m. to help me close on time. Around 7 p.m., a lady comes up to the meat slicers asking for some sliced meat. I tell her I'm sorry, but we are closed for the night. She starts complaining to me for a moment, complains that she comes here every other night and we are always open. And I explain to her that we are low on staffing and I've already cleaned the slicers for the night, and she leaves. About 5 to 10 minutes later, my assistant manager walks up and asked me what the problem was. She had gone to management and demanded we slice her the meat. I explained the situation, and his response was to lose it on me for closing the deli down early and tell me to help her and just clean it up again. "Just stop being difficult," is what he said. After slicing her some meat, we ended up being out of a different kind, and she walked out of the store, leaving everything behind, and meaning I had created more cleaning for nothing. I was upset. I took a walk to cool down and went to find my buddy who was supposed to come over at 7:30 p.m. and ask when he was coming over. When I found him, he told me he wouldn't be able to come over because the assistant manager had come over and given him a long list of stuff to do for the rest of the night. This upset me even more. I found the assistant manager and was like, "Dude, what the heck?" and reiterated that I was leaving at 8:30 p.m. and needed assistance, and he told me once again to stop being difficult and just to get it all done. I told him there was no way I was getting it done on time and said that my schedule says I leave at 8:30, so I'm leaving at 8:30, regardless of how much is left to do. I guess he hadn't gotten the memo that I was quitting soon, and so, in response, he tells me that if I can't do my job well enough, then maybe I should start looking for another job. That was my breaking point. After 3 years of working with this crappy management and their backward ways, I decided I didn't need to do it anymore. I told him, okay, found some of my favorite coworkers and told them goodbye, and it was nice working with them, and I walked out. Haven't gone back since. They failed their audit. 6 other employees in my general area quit shortly after this time due to most of them traveling out for college. The rest are planning on leaving as well. As far as I know, the entire area is done for. Hope the manager got chewed out, but I doubt it. I've reported some of the managers there for serious issues, telling me they were too busy to help employees whose lives were being threatened in the store, retaliation, threatening to fire people if they didn't work overtime, causing someone to lose Medicare and ration their insulin and be hospitalized for a few weeks. And they never went anywhere. Forget that place. Your working hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. To clarify a few things, this took place in Europe. I was a salaried employee, 40 hours a week. I left that job about 10 months after the event took place. I didn't get into trouble and nobody tried to fire me. My probation period was over and we have employment laws regarding constructive dismissal, so I knew their hands were tied. About 4 years back, I started a new banking job. All was well, just that the management was pretty strict with timekeeping, which was weird as we were back office. My experience was in a similar field at another bank, and we had flexible schedules and received time in lieu. But rules are rules, so I followed them. I learned my tasks and got to know the wider team. Anyway, about 4 months in, I started to realize my senior manager didn't like me. I'm pretty assertive as a person, and I do know how to stand up for myself. He hated it. I would speak up during the meetings, ask questions, give suggestions, and so on, while the team would stay quiet. The week everything went south, I was working overtime, which was obviously unpaid. On Thursday, I did nearly 2 hours of overtime. On Friday, I thought I'll leave a few minutes early as I was done for the week. My manager was off. I left 10 minutes early. On Monday, I come to work and I got called into a meeting straight away. There were 3 of us in the room, myself, my manager, and my senior manager. Our conversation went as follows. My manager: I heard you left work early on Friday. Me: I did. I left 10 minutes early. Did you ask for permission to leave early? It was 10 minutes. You know I did about 4 hours of overtime last week. Why are we having this conversation? Senior manager: Because you left early without asking for permission. As a senior, you should be setting an example for the rest of the team. Me: Is this a joke? Senior manager: Your working hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., not 9 a.m. to 5:50 p.m. You shouldn't leave early without asking for your manager or my permission first. Is that clear? Me: Got it. It's perfectly clear. I listened and started coming into the office at 9 a.m. and leaving at 6 p.m. on the dot. At first, they didn't realize what was happening, but the week after the meeting was the last week of the month. And let's say the last week of the month was intense, especially the final day. The reports had to be completed, signed off, and submitted before the month's end. We covered multiple jurisdictions and would deal with Southeast Asia in the morning and the Americas in the evening. Our team was expected to work overtime due to this. Here comes Friday, the last day of the month. Showtime. I'm in my desk at 9 a.m. sharp. Most of the team have already been at the office for at least an hour. I, of course, have a cup of coffee from the cafeteria because I was a bit early. My manager looks at me and raises his eyebrow, but he doesn't say anything. Work, work, work. Break time. We had 2 20-minute paid breaks and 1 hour unpaid lunch. I'm the only person to go on my break. Lunchtime. Everyone was eating at their desks, while I go to meet my friends for lunch. On the second break, I once again leave my workplace and go for a short stroll around. Back to work. About 5:45 p.m., I get a call from one of the senior managers in the US. She needs the report amended. There were 4 of us on that call. I'm doing the amendments as we speak and closely monitoring the time. I see it's 2 minutes to 6 p.m., 1 minute, 6 p.m. Senior manager 2, rambling about the report. Me: Apologies, but I have to stop you right here. Senior manager 2: Yes? Me: It's 6 p.m. here. My day is over. Huh? Me: As per my management, my working hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., so I must leave now. Have a great weekend and we'll catch up on Monday. I logged off, got my coat, wished everyone a great weekend, and left. It was 6:04 p.m. Both my manager and my senior manager were dumbfounded by what had happened, looking pale and staring at me in disbelief. It was a glorious sight. I wanted to apologize to my senior manager that I wasn't able to leave at 6 p.m. on the dot, but I thought that would have been way too passive-aggressive, so I just left. I relaxed the rule a bit after a few months, yet I never did more than 30 minutes of overtime. Ironically, once my stakeholders understood that I will not be available for 10+ hours, they started collaborating earlier in the month. I would have most of my reports done and submitted by the last day of the month. caught my new roommate sleeping in my bed without my permission, and she says I'm the one disrespecting her. Back in July, I began renting a room that would be closer to my new workplace. It was a 3-bed, 3-bath house, and 2 tenants would be leaving. One of the tenants, let's call her Regina, would continue living downstairs until the end of the year. I had the chance to speak with Regina on the phone to talk about house rules and breakdown of bills and utilities. One of the most important rules she told me was that we weren't allowed to have boys stay overnight. She explained how she is married and that because of her beliefs and culture, she is not comfortable with having other men stay overnight in the house. I told her I respected her beliefs and asked if it was okay if I had my boyfriend, friends, or even family come over just to visit or to help me move my things into the house. She told me that it was okay with her to have my boyfriend and male friends come over as long as I told her beforehand that they would be visiting. I then explained to her that even though I could not physically be there or move in until August, I am still paying for the rent starting July because I don't want to lose my spot at the house. Fast forward to beginning of August. I decided to take a bed I bought at IKEA to the house and have my boyfriend help me build it. I made sure to let Regina know earlier that day and updated her when I was close to the house. Meeting her in person for the first time went by smoothly, and she even gave us snacks and drinks as refreshment while we were building my bed. Before leaving, I wanted to lock my room door, but noticed that the previous tenant forgot to leave me the keys to my room. I decided to just ask my landlady for a spare key next time I see her and left the house. 2 days after, I had an HR/new hire appointment at my work, so I thought it would be good to drop off some stuff into the house since I would be in the area. Again, I asked my boyfriend to come with me. He decided to stop by the house first before heading to my workplace. This time around, I texted Regina 5 minutes before arriving to the house, which I understand I should have informed her way earlier. We open the front door, and the first thing we see is an air mattress blocking the door. After pushing it aside, we see an absolute mess in the living room common area. It literally looked like a tornado flew in the room. We see food, clothes, and trash all over the table and couches. When we walk up the stairs to go to my bedroom, we find my door completely wide open with someone sleeping on my bed, back facing to me, and a bunch of stuff scattered or hanging in the room. I didn't feel comfortable walking in there, even though it was my own room. I felt so shocked and disgusted that I ran downstairs to see if Regina was in her room. I walk towards her room and find her bedroom door wide open and see someone else in her bed, which I assume to be her mother or grandma. I try asking her where Regina was, and she says in broken English, "Sorry, I don't speak English." So I take out my phone and call Regina. Not a second later, I hear a phone ringing from upstairs. I quickly try to walk upstairs, but Regina pops her head out before I could completely get up to my room. I then noticed that the shirt Regina was wearing was the same shirt the stranger that was sleeping on my bed was wearing. Turns out, she was the one in my room and sleeping in my bed. She tells me to wait downstairs because she's not wearing anything besides her shirt, and since my boyfriend is here, she's not comfortable walking downstairs to talk to us. I patiently wait, and then I hear a door upstairs close shut. Regina then calls me on the phone and says I can go upstairs now. All the stuff that was in my room was gone and moved into the room next door. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to confront her right away since I was going to be late to my appointment at work if I stayed. After my HR appointment, I gave my landlady a call and told her everything that happened. She told me that what Regina did was unacceptable and disrespectful since she violated my privacy. I asked her if it was okay that I changed my door lock entirely and that I could give her the spare key afterwards. She said yes, and so my boyfriend and I drove to Home Depot to buy a new lock and a screwdriver to assemble it. We even bought Lysol spray and Clorox wipes to disinfect my room and bed. When we got to the house, Regina and the family member were nowhere to be found. We quickly changed the lock and disinfected my room. The landlady's husband then came over to pick up the spare key to the new lock we installed. Before leaving, I made sure to lock my room door this time. An hour later, when I got back home, I called Regina to talk about the incident. However, before I could say anything, she says, "Hear me out and let me explain myself first." I let her talk. She starts off saying how she was scared that she would be alone in the house, so she called her mom to stay with her to keep her company and to help clean the house since the previous tenants apparently left the house messy and dirty. She then says her grandma also came but suddenly got pneumonia, and so they had to take her to the hospital to get her treated late at night. She explained how she got back to the house early at 2 a.m., and since her grandma was recovering, Regina told her grandma to sleep on her bed while she went to my room to sleep on my bed. She then said, "After hearing my reasons and knowing that it was an emergency, I appreciate it if you would be flexible and understanding of my situation." I then expressed how I felt sorry about her grandma's situation and that I hope she recovers well, but shared how I felt disrespected and shocked that she did not even consider asking me for permission to go into my room and sleep on my bed, especially when we are still living in a lockdown. She butts in before I could say anything else and says, "Well, all you had in there was your bed, and you weren't going to move in until later anyways." I explained to her how I've been paying for rent since July, and that technically I can move in whenever I wanted to. I also told her that she could have slept in the living room and that I saw an air mattress in the house that she could have slept on. Regina continued to make excuse after excuse, and so I told her that this could never happen again and that I just wanted to hear her say sorry because of how violated and disrespected I felt. She then says, "What do you want me to do? Pay for a new mattress or a bed? I can give you money if that's what you want." I completely lost it here. I told her I didn't want her money and that I just wanted to hear a genuine apology from her. She then complains how I disrespected her by bringing my boyfriend over without letting her know beforehand. She says how she's so flexible and that her husband doesn't even want any males coming into the house regardless if they are just there to visit or help move things in. I tell her that my understanding of her rule was that guys weren't allowed to sleep overnight and that visiting was okay if I let her know beforehand. She complains, "Texting 5 minutes before is too late of a notice." I apologize to her and tell her that it was wrong on my part that I didn't let her know way earlier that I was coming by with my boyfriend. Regina then says, "Okay, since you made a mistake and I made a mistake, let's call it even." I tell her that I haven't even heard an apology from her yet, and then she says, "You're making such a big deal about it and being so rude to me right now. You're so difficult to speak with. I don't want to argue with you anymore. I'm older than you, and you shouldn't even be speaking to me this way." At that moment, I said, "Okay, bye, thank you," and hung up. Right after the call ended, I literally cried because how emotionally draining the call was and the whole situation in general. Am I being inconsiderate for making a big deal out of her being in my room and sleeping on my bed? Well, who do you think is the jerk? OP or Regina? Please let us know.
I think I'd find somewhere else to live. Regina sounds insufferable.
Am I the jerk for purposefully sending my cousin the wrong timing for a movie so the others could enjoy? I'm 16, female, and my brother, Nate, who's 17, was diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder when he was 12. At first, I walked on eggshells around him, but things are much better now. Most family members know and understand his condition is not just tantrums, but a serious issue. Some do not. One of my cousins, Kira, who's 17, female, is one of those people. Ever since my parents informed the family about Nate being diagnosed, she has done nothing but intentionally pushes buttons at every family gathering, outing, and whenever we are together. My parents have talked to my uncle and aunt about this, but they brush it off, calling it pranks. Now, my parents will not under any cost damage relations with my dad's brother and his family, or my dad's other siblings. None of my other cousins, like Kira or her family. We are forced to be cordial because of our parents. Kira has to be invited every time us cousins hang out together, most of the time ending with Nate being triggered by Kira. The day before yesterday, we all planned to watch a movie. Our parents knew this, so of course they told Kira's parents who told her. She messaged me and asked me where and when we were all supposed to meet at. My brother had been really looking forward to this movie and meeting our cousins after a few months in person. He had also been in a really good mood, and I didn't want Kira to ruin it, so I did what I thought was best at the time. I gave her the wrong timing. I told my cousins and Nate what I did, and they were fully on board. After the movie finished, we came out of the theater and waited for some time in the parking lot. As soon as we saw Kira pulling over, waving at us, all of us waved back with the sweetest smiles, made a run for our cars, got in, and left. As expected, when me and Nate reached home, we were immediately ambushed by our parents about why we abandoned Kira. Apparently, she had cried all the way home. My parents grounded me and Nate for 2 weeks. He surprisingly took it well and said it was worth it. The rest of my cousins were grounded as well. I did text them telling them they could tell their parents it was my idea, but my cousins refused and reiterated what my brother had said. I thought that was the end of it, but my parents have been really hurt by this and said me and Nate humiliated them in front of Kira's parents and that Kira has been inconsolable since. Edit. So I see a lot of people are wondering why I invited her rather than telling her outright not to come. I didn't invite her, my parents did. Also, if I tried to deny the invitation, then none of my aunts or uncles or my parents would have let us go. I see how waiting around may have been a jerk move. So Reddit, I don't know. Am I the jerk? Doesn't work that way here. A few years ago, I was working in a company that was bought out by another company based in the US. Apologies to our friends over on the other side of the Atlantic, but some folks over there don't get that things sometimes work differently in other countries. I've always been a bit of a hothead, and I'm also a big fan of trade unions. Not long after the takeover, there were hints of some issues with the company margins. It seems the original management had hidden some costs in the takeover talks, and there was a shortfall. We all got an email telling us there was going to be a 10% reduction in salaries to cover this. Now, this didn't go down too well, and I immediately raised the issue with local HR. They told me the decision had come from the mothership in the US, and they had been told all discussions needed to go via the US. I contacted someone in the US HR team and said, "You can't do this. It breaks our laws in this country." The response was, "You work for a US company now. Our rules apply." I said I was pretty certain that's not how it worked, and if my salary was cut, I would be taking this further and would be discussing this with my union. The person in HR said, "Do what you want. We don't recognize unions. Knock yourself out." I spoke to the union office and was told exactly what to do. They effectively told me what the exact steps for malicious compliance were going to be. Sure enough, my next salary was 10% short. I immediately submitted a format grievance report stating the company was in breach of contract. No changes to my pay and conditions can be imposed without first renegotiating my contract, and I had to agree to that. The response from the HR in the US was, "Let's be kind here," not backed up by an understanding of employment laws in this country. I was told there was nothing I could do about it, and they set the rules, and that was it. The next stage of malicious compliance then kicked in. I had all their emails, I had my formal grievance and their response. I sent an email to my line manager, our HR, and HR in the US, stating I considered that I had been placed in a situation where the company were in breach of contract and that I had no option other than to leave the company with immediate effect. I also stated that I classed this as constructive dismissal and would be filing a case at an unemployment tribunal for wrongful termination as a result. Roll the clocks on a couple of months and we are in the employment tribunal. The company has sent the head of HR across, and I'm waiting there with my support from the union. We walk into the tribunal and the relevant parties are introduced. The head of HR with his smirking face, the local head of HR looking less relaxed, myself, and my legal representative, a barrister. As soon as the head of HR heard I was with a barrister, his smug look evaporated. HR presented their case, and then my barrister set out every single aspect of employment law here to the tribunal. He pointed out every mistake they made, every local law they broke, that the law in the US only applied in the US, not in any other country. He pointed out that I had a long, unblemished record with the company and that this case had come at a very high personal cost to me and that finding another job would need more training and could take up to a year. It took less than 10 minutes to find against the company. They had to repay the deducted wages to every single employee in this country rather than fight a significant number of similar cases. I was asked if I wanted my job back, but told the tribunal I didn't feel I could work there without being subject to reprisals. I was awarded the maximum basic award and a significant compensatory award of a full year's salary, which let me take a year out to complete some additional technical training at their expense. I also got a glowing reference for my next employer. It cost me nothing from my barrister. That was all funded by the union. Those guys are the royalty of applying malicious compliance. They can apply the law down to its very finest point. Am I the jerk for being ungrateful over my high school graduation gift? This happened years ago, but it's still brought up by my parents. I, 24, female, am the youngest daughter, with my sisters being L, 29, female, and G, 27, female. Ever since I was young, I always felt like my sisters were treated differently. Since they were closer in age, they did everything together. Ice skating lessons, horseback riding lessons, etc. Meanwhile, I was always on the sidelines watching them, like literally. I'd sit at whatever they were doing and just watch them. My parents claimed I was too young to do these things, but I quickly learned that they probably just didn't want to have to drive me somewhere else or didn't want to spend the money to enroll me either. I also became in charge of taking care of my sisters, being that I had to make sure that everything for their lessons were packed or that they ate and packed their lunch, even though I'm way younger than them. Heck, I even got yelled at by my mom once because I didn't make sure they packed lunch when I was 15 and they were 18 and 20 years old. I was also treated like I was a lot older than my sisters or at the same age as them. Anyway, I also realized when I was in high school that my parents just liked the excitement of having their kids at a new stage in life. Since my sisters are only 1 year and 10 months apart, they graduated high school and started college within a year of each other. Meanwhile, I started high school when they both graduated, so it wasn't exciting to my parents when I was in high school or graduated high school, which brings us to where I might have been the jerk. The day of my high school graduation, my mom kept complaining about having to attend because she already experienced it twice before. So the day had already started off bad. After we came back home from the ceremony, my dad gave me a gift, which was a small Tiffany & Co. bracelet. I was happy because I love Tiffany & Co. and it was pretty. My mom started getting all mad because she told my dad that they agreed to buy me a pin from there, which was cheaper than the bracelet, because my sister Elle's 22nd birthday was going to be in a couple of weeks. That's when I got mad and I started yelling about how Elle got a brand new Porsche for her high school graduation and G got a $5,000 purse for her graduation, but a $500 bracelet was too expensive for me? My mom called me an ungrateful brat and took the bracelet away from me. A couple weeks ago, I was talking about this story with my boyfriend's family about why I don't talk to or visit my family as much, because my parents have done this a lot, and even worse sometimes. His mom mentioned that while my parents were in the wrong, it's still rude to complain about any gift, no matter how small it is in comparison. I definitely see her point, but am I the jerk? I just want to see if my actions are jerk. My Karen ex is a total freeloader, so now I'm evicting her. I was with my last girlfriend for 2 years. We started dating when she was in the process of getting evicted, so around 30 days. I have my own kid who is 5 and a 2-bedroom house, so not much room. Afterwards, she got a temporary hotel room for 2 weeks. All the while, I was sympathetic for her, but again, I don't have the room. So here it is, 6 weeks in. She's about to be homeless with her and her 2 kids, 17 male and 12 female. I eventually cave in. The girl was sharing a room with my 5-year-old son, and the 17-year-old was sleeping on my couch under the assumption he would move out when he turned 18, in 3 months. Well, here we are, almost 2 years later, and the 18-year-old is still sleeping on the couch. No job, messing my house up, ashes from his cigarettes everywhere. It didn't work out and we broke up. Now I did what I had to do. I put a 30-day notice on them to vacate. Now they are in the same pickle. She's living in a camper and still hasn't gotten her stuff out of my house. Her kids are crying when they get their stuff. I told her time and time again I had to do it, or you could just live here forever rent-free. Keep in mind, the reason we didn't work out was her spending holidays with her ex instead of us because it was family. I feel like crap. Getting my English teacher fired. So this happened when I was in the 10th grade. The cast. We've got Mr. Awesome, we've got Karen, we've got Marie, and Simon. You gotta know this story takes place in Germany. We have 4 kinds of high schools here. Students who are in the kind that I went to would usually only go to the 9th grade, but they can go into the 10th grade if they want a higher education. I was one of those students. Until that year, I had the best English teacher. He was kind, cared for his students, would always speak English with us, and so on. I loved his lessons. English was my favorite subject until the 10th grade started. He was still my class teacher, but the class got split for English and math. The good students would go into the E course, the bad into the G course. I was terrible at math, but quite good in English, so you can guess where I landed. Sadly, Mr. Awesome, my favorite teacher, got to lecture the G course, and Marie and I got into the E course, taught by Karen. The first day we had her, we were already annoyed. She was terrible in English. You think mine is bad? She couldn't even spell words we had learned in elementary school. I won't even talk about her pronunciation. When she tried to say the word the, it was z, and we hated it. It wasn't that bad though, but we were thinking our part and just did our best. But her personality, that was what made us want revenge. Every month we'd get our grades. I don't know how it is in other countries, but here you get 2 grades. One for every test you take, and one for how much you say and do in class and how right it was. And when she told me my grades for what I did in class, I was shocked. I got a 5. You could say that's an E. Marie got a 4, or a D. Some other students got terrible grades too. I'd always get the right answers, would be done first with everything, and all in all, I was a model student. My only competition was Marie, but we both got terrible grades. Simon, another classmate with which we got along with pretty well, got a 2, a B, even though he never did anything. He's always been on his phone, or he'd be talking with other students. Even he himself said it wasn't fair. We and the other students were complaining to Karen, but she only said,
Stop being such smarty pants. I am the teacher, and you are the students. If you have problems with that, you can always go into the G course.
well knowing that we couldn't. We needed to be in the better course to get the better graduation. Marie and I went to Mr. Awesome since we knew him very well, and he knew that we were the great students, so we told him everything. He sighed and scratched his head. I'm sorry. I know how much this means to you two, but my hands are tied. I think that you're in the right. I really do. But if I talk to her, I have the feeling that it could get worse for you. Just do your best, he said, quite sad that he couldn't help us. The next months, we'd go along with it until we had our first test. When we got it back, I went pale. My first 6 F I had ever had in English. Marie and the same students that had problems before had bad grades too. It was all digital, so you couldn't see, but we knew that she did something to the tests. We immediately went to the principal, but he didn't believe us. Only Mr. Awesome did, but again, his hands were tied. Finally, we had enough. All of us made a chat and tried to figure a way to get revenge, and we had a plan. She'd often get very aggressive, and we knew that. That morning, we asked Mr. Awesome to open our class door since Karen was late again. We used all the time we had. Simon placed a small camera on the cupboard and turned it on. When Karen came in, everyone sat down and was quiet. She started the class and asked the first question. No one answered. She was confused but went on. No one answered anything, so she got angrier every minute. A few minutes later, she yelled at us again. Everyone was looking at her silently, and she was going on screaming. When she said we were the worst class that she had ever had, the most quietest, shyest, and biggest teacher pet opened her mouth. Maybe if you'd be a better teacher, everyone else would be better students. Everyone laughed and agreed. One of the boys screamed, "Yo!" as the clown he was. Karen was livid. She walks to the quiet kid, my hero, and slammed her ruler on her hand. She immediately started crying, holding out her hand. Karen realized what she had done and tried to talk herself out of it, while Marie, Simon, and I took the cam, comforted the girl, and went out without her saying a single word to Karen. We went to Mr. Awesome first and told him what happened. He comforted the girl as well and went to the principal with us. We showed him everything. You think that's good? It gets better. They literally found illegal meds in her bag, all kinds. She got arrested and she lost all rights to teach. Plus, the quiet kid pressed charges and got 300 euros from her. She gave all of us an ice for this. We got a better teacher then. I went from a low-grade student to the class best. Why do I tell this story now? Marie and I met Karen today in the city. She was an addict and had a lot of problems back then, but she's better now. She went to therapy and got help. She's sorry for everything and wished us well when we said goodbye. If you don't have a good review, don't say anything at all. This happened years and years ago when my school had taken us on a 2-day field trip to a hill station close to the city. All of us on the trip were kids who were in the 6th to 8th grade. The trip was a blast and everyone had fun. The event happened just before we were supposed to leave. So our school had a weird policy where after every field trip, they would gather all the students in one room and pick out a random group of students and ask them to say a couple of sentences about the venue and experience, whatever. 5 of us were chosen for it at this time and were asked to wait in an adjacent room and come out one by one. It was all cool till the first girl went up to the mic and said, "The experience was nice, but I felt that the food that was served was stale. I think a few people got sick." As soon as she finished speaking, the vice principal flew into a rage as she descended on this poor girl and started screaming.
Who do you think you are? These guys have been working super hard for us all weekend. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all.
Now, her reaction might not make sense, but the hotel we were staying at belonged to some relative of hers, which is probably why we were there in the first place, and she felt some type of way about it. That girl almost started crying as she came back to us. I was next up, so I was standing and waiting, but the VP went on a long rant about being well-behaved and setting a good example. I think at this point it's worth talking about one of the other kids chosen to do this pointless exercise. He was an older kid in the 8th grade, and he had an accident on the trip, so his arm was slinged up. The accident was, I think, caused partly by negligence from the hotel staff. I'm blanking on the details right now, and he was fully prepared to talk about it. So this tantrum made him especially upset, especially because the same VP had refused to send him home early from the trip because it would cost too much. He told us this later. This guy holds my arm and tells me, "Hey, she said don't say anything if it's not good, so don't say anything." So I went out, stood there for a few seconds, said, "I don't have anything to say," and came back. The kids who went after me did the same. This guy went last. He goes up to the mic, and at this point, VP is shouting again,
"Did you do this? Don't you dare say nothing."
or something of this sort. He says, "I loved being here. Glad that I was able to be here, even after I hurt my arm. I will be really sad now that I have to go back to my parents and an actual doctor." The vice principal lost her crap at that. Most of the kids were too young to understand sarcasm, but they definitely did start laughing at her. She threatened to suspend and fine everyone there, and she delayed the buses back to our town by 2 hours as punishment. A few days later, they called my parents in for a disciplinary hearing, and the VP started narrating the story to them. When she got to the point about the complaint from the first girl, my dad said, "Wait, so the hotel was serving stale food?" I think the VP kinda got shook by that bit, because I was asked to go back to class shortly after, and nothing else came of it. Edit. I've been seeing a lot of comments generally to the tune of, "How can she do this with no repercussions?" So, I'm from India, and schooling culture in the country is very disciplinarian in nature. Most teachers and parents would agree that kids need to be put in their place and all that good stuff. Edit 2. As I'm remembering some more details slowly, I'm not sure if the older kid for sure had a broken arm, but I just remember it being in a weird sling, and he was wearing some sort of a wrist brace. There were smaller clinics in the area, so he may not have been completely neglected in terms of immediate medical attention. Am I the jerk for not taking my brother's kids to Disneyland with me? Long backstory. My brother and I have had a strained relationship our whole lives. We had a very rough upbringing. Our mom was amazing, but our dad was the opposite. When I was 17, I moved out of state and had very little contact with anyone outside of my mom. My mom ended up being diagnosed with cancer and fought really hard for 8 years. I would fly in to visit her every few months as I could. I ended up married to a horrible man. He ended up having a heart attack and had to have a quad bypass. He was a pain to care for and just got more and more mean. 3 months after his heart attack, my mom's health turned for the worse and she passed. Our dad was a jerk to us, going as far as to try to sue us for some money our mom left us. After the funeral, my husband became more and more mean to me, and I took the money she had left me and filed for divorce. I decided I needed some me time, so I decided to go spend some time at Disneyland and visiting family in the area. My brother told me I was stupid for getting a hotel, and I should stay with him and his family. He has 2 girls, 5 and 8, that I have only met twice. When I get there, I was shocked that him and his wife were planning to go to work and leave the kids with me. I am not good with kids. I don't dislike them, I just am uncomfortable being responsible for them. The entire family knows this very well. I've been like that since I was a kid. I am happily child-free. I told him I wasn't there to be daycare for his kids. He got upset because he had already told our aunt she didn't need to watch them that week. I was irritated that he hadn't even asked me about this. I told him that I wasn't planning on being available to sit at his house watching his kids while they worked, and reminded him I was planning to spend a few days at the park, which is a few hours away. I may be bad with kids, but I know better than to even mention Disneyland around them. Later that night, he tells me it's stupid to pay for a hotel by the park. I should just drive up for the day, then I can take the girls. Without missing a beat, he asks them if they would want to go spend the day with their aunt at Disneyland. The response is what you would expect. I was floored. I told them I had to go home and I couldn't go. I grabbed my stuff and drove up and found a hotel close to the park. I spent 4 days bouncing between parks, ordering room service, going to the pool, spa, and bar, and a few times just drowned my sorrows alone in the hotel room. My phone blew up with family who I haven't been close to in over a decade, telling me how awful I was and how much I had upset the girls, my brother and his wife, that they were all grieving too, and I was being selfish. So, am I the jerk for not taking them with me? Am I the jerk for not sharing my bank account? I, 29 female, have been with my fiance, 30 male, who I'll call D, for 10 years. We're supposed to get married in the fall. We don't currently live together, and last week we met with a financial advisor. I've been working with him for 6 years personally. My fiance has never spoken to anyone about finances, so we picked him, as I trust him already, to talk about combining assets as we plan on completely sharing finances. I was worried I'd be bringing very little to the table. I finished my specialized training last year, so I've either been a full-time student with no actual income or making a very small salary that hardly covered my bills since high school. I basically have my car and minimal savings, but I have paid off all of my debt. I currently make about 75% of D's income. D's been working for the last 6 years in a very well-paying job, so I figured he'd have more assets. His finances were so terrible, my advisor actually called to speak to me after our meeting to tell me to keep my finances separate from D's. The reason is that D is essentially supporting 7 other adults, his parents and 5 siblings. 4 are adults. His parents had 7 kids and can't support them on 1 minimum wage income. They had a lot of government aid, but now that the kids are adults, that's stopped. I know D helped out when his siblings were younger. I thought it was admirable that he was willing to help ensure his siblings had a decent home to live in. Now that they're all grown, I don't agree with continuing to help like he is. And honestly, now seeing what he actually paid, I think it's always been way too much. In the last 3 months, he spent over $15,000 on them for things like repairing the roof, putting in an AC unit. AC is not standard or necessary where we live. Heat is. And then paying for them to run it, etc. I am floored. I told him I wasn't comfortable sharing bank accounts anymore. I tried to be diplomatic, but instead it turned into a fight. He was angry that I don't want to help those in need and only my family. I gave my brother all my savings, $5,000, last year when he fell on hard times, but he's paid me back almost $3,000. I wouldn't mind helping his family occasionally, or if they use the help to try to turn things around. My family can give and take. I gave my brother money because I knew he was going to put it to good use. D's family just takes, spends, and asks for more. I'm worried if we share accounts, then D will start giving my money away too. I told him the only way I can see this working is if we keep things separate. We split bills equally and control our own spending money, though I worry how this would work with kids. I just don't want our family to suffer for his family's mistakes. D is calling me the jerk, as his family and some friends, D went around telling our friends about how I'm a hypocrite and don't trust him. Edit. Thank you for all the support and advice, everyone. It is appreciated. D ended up seeing this post and it forced my hand a little earlier than I was prepared for. But we talked and argued, but ultimately, we're done. He admitted to hiding this from me because he knew I'd be upset and want him to go back to counseling. I didn't realize he stopped therapy last year. He never said he was still going, but he did imply it a number of times and admitted to hiding that too. He has a lot of baggage. His parents did serious damage to him, and while he really has done an amazing job of getting out of that situation and breaking the cycle, he's got a lot of baggage. And unfortunately, that baggage is not something I'm willing to carry because I just can't trust him anymore after this massive lie. He feels responsible for his siblings struggling so much, and while he hasn't said it, I think he wants his parents' approval too. He knows it's not healthy what he's doing, but he also admitted he doesn't really want to stop because, again, he feels like he owes it to help his family since he's the only one who's done well. He doesn't think a family needs a big house, an apartment is fine, or that kids need extra activities like piano or dance lessons. He thinks we would be fine basically living off my salary, and we would, but it won't be the life that I want, and I don't think I'll ever trust him again. And I don't want that kind of marriage. It breaks my heart, but I need to leave for my own sanity. Am I the jerk for not wanting to donate to my former roommate's missionary fund? In college, I had 2 very devout Catholic roommates. I wouldn't consider myself overly religious, but we all got along pretty well. And while there were occasionally spirited discussions about religion and Catholicism in our apartment, Nobody tried to shove anything down anyone's throat, and we all stayed friends throughout college. One of my roommates, James, became a fairly close friend. We sometimes spent the occasional Saturday night having those good old deep discussions about the meaning of life, and it was nice. I ended up telling him things about me that I've never told anyone. And then, after graduation, he basically cut off all contact with me. My texts would get, at maximum, one reply or none at all. He was always too busy to talk on the phone and catch up. It really made me sad because I thought I had found a good friend for once. That was about a year and a half ago. Since then, I've gotten a fancy consulting job in a large city, and he's a missionary for his church. Yesterday, out of the blue, I got a text from James asking if I wanted to catch up on the phone sometime. I was taken aback and surprised he reached out to me, but figured, hey, why not? Maybe he'll apologize for basically ghosting me for over a year. When we talked, we spent about 35 minutes chatting about our lives and catching up. He had gotten engaged and married. Toward the end of the call, he says, "So man, one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you was because I wanted to ask if you would consider supporting my work as a missionary. Maybe we could also stay in touch too." I didn't want to make this call awkward, so I just told him I'd think about it. On the inside, I was fuming. Not because I didn't support his work as a missionary. I honestly admired him for it in college when he was considering it. Being a missionary is a really hard job. But wow, he ghosted me for 1.5 years, gets married, doesn't tell me, pretends to want to catch up with me, then proceeds to ask me for money? I'm honestly considering writing him a text saying how long it's been since I've heard from him, and where he gets the gall to ask me for money after basically cutting me out of his life. Am I the jerk for thinking this way? Or is there some unspoken rule about being nice when former college friends ask you to donate to a cause they support? Edit. Appreciate everyone taking the time to comment. I figured I was in the right here, but navigating interpersonal conflicts has never been a strong point of mine. I've decided to just block him and move on with my life. People like James are the reason why I have such huge trust issues when it comes to making friends. Back to square one. Sorry for attempting to make something more convenient and cheaper for you. Happened today, and I'm honestly still just confused more than anything. I work in wireless. A customer comes in talking about a free tablet promotion we are running and says that she spoke with a care rep on the phone and they told her to just go to a store. Okay, no problem, and thanks for the sale and commission. Was it that easy? Of course not. The customer doesn't have my company as her wireless provider and was just looking for the tablet to be free. I explained that having a tablet with unlimited data on an account without a voice line makes the tablet line unnecessarily expensive and ask her who her wireless provider is for her voice line. She tells me, then says she likes it because it's only $30 a month. Okay, yeah, that's nice and cheap. I explained that the tablet line by itself would be $70 a month, but if she brought over her voice line and put it on the same account as her tablet line with us, combined, the account would be as low as $90 a month for both, saving the customer $10 a month and making it so that she only has to pay one bill for both instead of two. Convenient and saves money, so I thought the customer would at least be receptive of the idea. I was very wrong. At this point, she begins verbally berating me, yelling at me and telling me that I'm being rude trying to sell her something she didn't come in for, letting me know if I continue speaking to her that way, she would file a formal complaint against me. Okay. Before I could speak again, she cut me off and said she also didn't appreciate how I was conducting myself and motioning around with my hands. I tend to be a bit animated when I talk about anything. It's just the way I am. It honestly took every ounce of willpower I had not to snap back at her with, "I'm sorry my inadvertent muscle tics makes you uncomfortable." I don't have an actual tic, but she was being a real jerk. But being the good little retail employee I am, I just excused myself from the interaction and had my coworker finish the interaction. Did we close the sale? Of course not, because she felt we were attempting to swindle her and have her do something she didn't want to do, as if I was twisting her arm to bring over her voice line. I merely suggested it was a way to both save her money and make her billing be more convenient. I'm sorry for that, I guess. People are wild. Am I the jerk for following my doctor's advice and not my mother's? I, 29 female, have returned home in the last 24 hours from an unexpected hospital stay. I have some chronic issues, which means that checkups at hospitals are nothing new to me. Nothing for anyone to take serious note of, but this time, however, was different. This was no checkup. A visit to the emergency room resulted in a hospital stay of almost a week, in which I was hooked up to various IVs and 2 surgeries, one which involved placing a stent in my body. This will have to be removed in 2 weeks. Now, I live across the road from my parents. We do our grocery shopping together. So it came as a little bit of a surprise that there were no visits, phone calls, check-ins to see how I was doing. I wasn't alone. I have a lovely partner who visited me every day, who helped me at mealtimes or aided me walking to the bathroom while connected to everything, which is not an easy thing to do. The moment that the boat was well and truly rocked was when I called my mom, because my sister mentioned they had dropped off a window blind that sister had picked up for me while I had been hospitalized. I called because mom had let herself in and began to clean. Not exactly clean, more give a very colorful description to how messy and diabolical my house was. Neither me nor my wife are messy people, and considering she was going work hospital bed, it wasn't the end of the world if there was a little bit of untidiness. It's just us, and we are clean but kind to ourselves. Upon informing my mother that I had been told by the doctor who performed the main surgery that I should stay on bed rest for the next 2 weeks until removal, she became livid with me, declared there was nothing wrong with me. I absolutely couldn't just spend 2 weeks laying around in bed doing nothing other than being lazy. The conversation then ebbed and flowed, but stayed roughly in the same place, with the same level of anger. She was angry that I wasn't listening to what she was telling me to do. I was confounded that she wanted me to ignore medical advice and listen to her. The final note of this was her texting me to let me know that I had been selfish and I should have thought about her and all she was doing for me. I tried to be as calm and polite as I could to say that I had just had surgery, just been very scared in the hospital, alone most of the time, and I didn't think I was being selfish. I thought I was taking care of myself. And with that, she asked my sister to work as a middleman and let me know that neither she nor my father want anything to do with me anymore. They do not want to talk to me, speak to me, or hear from me. They're cutting ties, and I only have my own attitude and behavior to thank for this. I am naturally upset, confused, trying to process all of this while very much dealing with recovery from the hospital. Did I approach this all wrong? Should I be trying to apologize? Am I the jerk? Am I the jerk for threatening to have law enforcement remove a patient's mother from the room? The ambulance station I work at received a 911 call yesterday, and upon looking at the call notes, it was apparent that the patient might be having a serious medical issue and possibly need a trip to the ER. Upon arriving on scene, we were greeted by the patient's parents, who didn't seem very concerned about their kid's condition. In fact, the patient's dad didn't get up from the sofa for the entire time we were there. They just stated that the patient is acting strangely. The next thing said to us was a comment from the patient's mother about how tall I was. I'm 6'8". I just smiled and asked where the patient was. We were taken to the patient's room and began our assessment. For a standard EMS assessment, several things have to be done quickly, including asking the patient several questions. This can help us determine their mental state, medical history, and the events leading up to 911 being called. I didn't even get done with my first question before the patient's mother asked, "How tall are you?" I answered her and then tried to begin my assessment again. Again, I was interrupted, this time by a comment about a friend of the patient's mother that is the same height. Maintaining my professional demeanor, I told the patient's mother that I needed to ask her kid some questions, implying that she needs to stop interrupting me. This worked for all of 30 seconds before the patient's mother started again, this time asking how much I weigh. I chose to ignore her in hopes that she would get the hint. She did not and continued to interrupt me. I told the patient's mother, in a respectful but stern manner, that this wasn't the time to be interrupting me. The longer that this takes, the longer it will be until your kid gets to the ER. I reminded her that her kid's health should interest her more than my height. This made her irate, and I was immediately threatened with having a complaint filed against me. I told her she was welcome to do so and gave her my supervisor's number, only asking that she do so in another room. This made her angrier as she went on a rant about how, "You can't tell me what room I can or cannot be inside of in my own house?" Enough was enough, and I told the patient's mother that I would have law enforcement remove her from my scene if she did not stop delaying the patient's care. This put an end to her rant, at which I was able to finish my assessment and transport the patient to the hospital, where fortunately it was determined that they were not having a serious medical crisis. I did end up getting a complaint filed against me and was questioned by my supervisor about the incident. No disciplinary action was taken against me, but I was given a reminder to maintain my professionalism when on scene and to not use law enforcement as a threat unless absolutely necessary. Am I the jerk for my reaction when my date asked me to complain to the waiter for him? This happened last night. It's honestly not that big of a deal because I'm definitely not seeing this guy again, but I was curious to see what people thought and wanted to try to use this sub after following the Twitter account for it. Okay, so I've been seeing this guy for a bit. We've only gone on a couple of dates and it was going well so far. Last night, we went out to eat, and when we got the food, he told me the side wasn't the one he had ordered. I said that this sucked and told him that I'd flag down our waiter if I caught his eye. The guy asked me, very politely I will say, if I would tell the waiter what the problem was. I genuinely thought he was kidding because it was so ridiculous, so I laughed. He looked a little uncomfortable, and I realized he wasn't kidding, and I asked him if he was serious. He said that he has anxiety and that his ex used to take care of things like that. I told him I'm not his mom, and that if he has a problem, he can speak up for himself. He got annoyed and was all, "It's not that big of a deal anyway," and that he'll just eat it. I was so confused here. I asked him if he was really going to eat something that he didn't order just because I wouldn't complain to the waiter for him, and he insisted that it was fine and not worth it. Obviously, the rest of the date was super awkward. We went Dutch on the bill, and I'll probably never speak to this guy again. I have anxiety sometimes too, but if I order something and it's wrong, I'd ask to have it fixed and would never push that on to someone else to do. But I told my roommate after I got back last night, and she said I might have been a bit too harsh. I don't necessarily think I was, but I wanted to ask this sub. Please don't roast me. Thanks. Update. I'm fine being labeled as the jerk here. I know my bluntness can rub some people the wrong way. I want a more independent partner, and he wants to be babied. And I know people are going to have a problem with this word choice, but I don't care. It fits. Nothing wrong with either of those things. Me not wanting that doesn't make me a bad person or whatever, and it doesn't make him a jerk. Just another bad date story. What do you think? Is OP the jerk for how she handled this or not? Please let us know.
I wouldn't mind complaining for you, Reddit boy. Tell him to find himself a Karen and he'll be set.
Karen wants me to give her my new house because she has kids. So me and my boyfriend recently bought a house together. We're both 25, and we were able to buy a house relatively early since houses aren't too expensive where I am. We also live with our 6-month-old Bernedoodle puppy and our 5-year-old bulldog who we rescued. We don't plan on having kids, so the primary reason for buying a house was to have room for ourselves and our dogs. I should note that my parents are supportive of my decision. My sister, who's 26, is not child-free, however. She currently has a 1-year-old daughter and recently found out that she's pregnant again. Last week, she called me to ask if she could live in our house. She offered to pay £1,200 per month in rent so that we could rent out a nice place of our own. I asked why she wanted to do this, and she explained that she wants room for her kids. Our house has 4 bedrooms, which is quite large for a house in the UK. I explained to her that as much as I would like to be able to help her, me and my boyfriend worked hard to buy a house, so we didn't want to leave and go back to renting. She immediately got really upset with me. She said that I'm selfish for buying a house when I don't want kids, when there are so many families, such as hers, who could use my house. She also critiqued me for buying a Bernedoodle puppy. Side note, we would have rescued if we could. However, none of the rescues in our area had a Bernedoodle, so we made sure to buy from a reputable breeder. After I told her that she wouldn't be getting to live in my house, she told me that me and my husband will never have a family regardless of how many mutts we fill it with. I haven't spoken to her since. Today, my father called me. I told him about how ridiculous my sister was being. However, he sided with her, although not nearly as crazily. He said that I should think about it since I'd be doing my sister a favor. Am I the jerk for not doing this for my sister? Am I the jerk for not letting my roommate's new girlfriend in my home? I, 23 male, live with my roommate, 21 male, and we get along great, hardly ever an argument. About a year ago, I broke up with my ex, 20 female, because I had finally caught her cheating on me. We had a year-long relationship full of emotional and mental games from her. It took a lot of courage to finally accept she isn't the one and to break off all communication. I really loved her, but I have finally let her go and moved on. My roommate was a huge help in supporting me to get over her. About a month ago, it came to my attention that my roommate was texting my ex as friends. This didn't bother me because it really doesn't have anything to do with me. Had I not seen the texts, I never would have known. Within the last week or so, it has come to my attention that they are looking for a relationship together. This in itself doesn't bother me, as they are both adults and I have no place in this decision. The part that bothers me is the fact that she would be coming to our house regularly to hang out with him and spend the night. My roommate knows I spent a year being mentally taken advantage of and cheated on, and another 6 months to finally get over it and become mentally healthy again. I was depressed for so long thinking about her. Still, I decided to see how things would go. She came by the other day, and it was as awkward and hostile as I could expect. She was asking demeaning questions and saying rude comments like, "I see your room is still a mess," and "It's really taking you this long to find a new girlfriend? When are you going to get over me?" And "I'm sure your roommate will be much better." Of course, these are things I can ignore. However, I don't think I should have to put up with that. I could barely handle the hour she was here, let alone the foreseeable future. My roommate never spoke up against her, despite her rude comments. He knows what she did to me and what she's doing now, but for the lack of better term, he's whipped in my opinion. I had a talk with him yesterday and told him he can either move out and have a relationship with my ex, or he can stay here and promise to never bring her into the house. I told him that since I am the sole homeowner, he needs to respect my rules, and while I hate to limit his stay here, I do not trust her in my home, and I won't put up with her mind games. He told me it's just because I'm jealous, and now there's a rift that I can't say we have ever had before. I made it clear he's more than allowed to have a relationship with her. She is simply not allowed in my home. Am I the jerk? Update. Talked to my roommate when he got off, this time with level heads. I brought up all the great points you guys made as far as why I feel the way I do. He apologized for the gaslighting and understands why I don't want her in the house, despite his defense of her after she left. He asked if we could compromise and allow her only in his room and not common areas. I told him absolutely not, as this is unenforceable. I was willing to allow her over before she made it clear she's only here to raise heck, but now it's clear I cannot allow her here. I also told him it's likely she's just using him, as many of you brought up. At first, he said he feels like I'm controlling him, but I again made it clear he's more than welcome to see her at any time, just not in my home. I told him I absolutely will not kick him out at this point, but if he brings her over without my permission, I will have no choice. I chose not to pursue action to kick him out because I don't feel making him homeless is warranted at this point. My ex lives in a college dorm and he's a cook at Sonic. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing he doesn't have a place to sleep at night, especially with winter coming, regardless of his actions against me. General consensus was that he would come back with his tail between his legs should he decide to stay with her, and there's no reason in my book to add insult to injury, especially when, up to this point, he has been a wonderful friend for years now. In addition, it's possible he's already been manipulated to act the way he did. It took me a year to break free of that, so I don't expect him to be impervious either, regardless of him witnessing me go through that. After a bit more back and forth, he agreed on his own terms that he will not be seeing her anymore, which took me by surprise, but I'm both relieved and proud of him. I'll be keeping an eye on things in the near future, but reminding him of the treatment I endured, and he would likely have to endure, seems to have paid off. I'll update if anything happens, but I have good faith that things actually have ended in the best way possible. Thank you for all of your support. Entitled Dad leaves me with his kids on a plane. So this happened last weekend. I was flying out of JFK Airport in New York, aka one of the worst airports in the US, trying to not get sick. When I was in the TSA line, I was surrounded by two families, a mom and her son behind me, and two parents with two boys in front of me. The mom in front of me was tired, like she was sitting on a big carry-on bag while her husband wheeled her about tired. Dad was so focused on mom not falling off the suitcase that the boys were just darting about and trying to play with the boy behind me as well. It's 6:30 a.m. I'm on 2 hours of sleep, so the world is just too much for me. But I also worked at a special needs preschool for 2 years prior to becoming a therapist, so I know how to wrangle kids on minimal sleep. I go into crowd control mode, asking the boys about their interests and reminding them we have to be quiet to talk about them. I find out the brothers are Eric, 9, and Daniel, 6, and they're really excited about going on a plane. The boys start having a quiet conversation about Minecraft. The mom behind me thanks me, and we actually have a nice chat about me previously working in the special needs school and how fun it was. An hour and a half later, I'm boarding my plane and I see the tired mom like 5 rows back from where I was seated. She's at a window seat and she's already passed out. I sit, and about 5 minutes later, I see the dad and 2 boys coming on the plane. The first kid, Daniel, sits down next to me and Dad pauses for a moment, just staring at me. After a minute, I'm just like, is something wrong? I kid you not, this man proceeds to take the boarding pass out of his second son's hand, swap it with his, and tell his son to sit in the aisle seat. He then bolts to the row his wife is in. Once the disbelief wears off, the boys start asking me questions about the plane and snacks and the TV mounted in front of them. I'm so exhausted I don't even fight it. I show the older one how to turn on the TV screen on the seat in front of him and tell them Miss Mindful is really sleepy, like your mom, so I'm going to take a nap. Both of them tell me to have a nice nap and I pass out. I wake up 2 hours later to my tray down with a mini water bottle and a bag of cookies on it. Apparently, my new friends thought I would want a snack when I woke up. Great kids. 30 minutes before we land, there's commotion behind us and what sounds like running. All of a sudden, formerly asleep mom is very much awake and looking over both kids to make sure they are all right. Both of them mention how they have been watching Moana, so they're perfectly fine. Mom then shoots her husband the neutral face of displeasure. When we get off the plane, Mom follows me to the bathroom to apologize. Apparently, she took some medication to help ease her anxiety with flying, but it just knocked her. Can't be anxious if you're unconscious, I suppose. Her husband was supposed to sit with the younger boy while the older one sat with her. She freaked out when she woke up and saw her husband, and in her drowsy state, she thought her husband forgot the kids back at JFK, hence the panic. Apparently, her husband thought it was a good idea to leave them with me because he heard me talking about working at a school and figured they would be fine with me. She apologized, and when we got out of the bathroom, she made her husband apologize for leaving her kids with a stranger. The whole walk to the pickup area, she was reminding her kids about stranger danger and how they need to be careful in big places like this. Daniel gave me a paper heart he folded out of a New York City brochure, so I have a new best friend now. Karen calls me a useless idiot after she gave me the wrong address. As a food delivery driver, we are paid only from the time we accept a pickup up to the time we deliver to the given address. Anything beyond that will either be at our own personal expense or we have to call it in for pay adjustment. We are also not paid when waiting for the order to be complete. So if an order takes some 30 minutes after you arrive, you don't get any pickup requests and we can lose a lot of potential income because of it. The story. This just happened last night. I got a message to pick up Karen's pizza at the pizza place. This was at night. I got there, waited for another 5 minutes for the pizza to cook, then boxed, and I'm on my merry way. As I was checking out the delivery location, I noticed that it's a place that I have always noticed on my way that seems to be a fancy apartment complex. Never delivered in that place yet. Off I drove and parked at the apartment. When I read again the address and the instructions, there was no apartment number. Problem number 1. So I thought that maybe she would be waiting for me at the lobby or that she works at the front desk. When I got there, I saw 3 elderly ladies and thought one of them is Karen, but that's not the case. They were sweet ladies who tried to be helpful and also seemed to be interested to know the fellow residents, as none of them had ever heard of anyone named Karen residing there. I called Karen, and this is the conversation from memory. Pardon me, there was a point where I have no idea how it escalated from 0 to 100. Me. I marked my status as arrived to let customers know. Hi Karen, I'm here at the lobby of the address you gave me, and you forgot to give me the unit number of your address. Karen, confused.
Huh? What do you mean? I live at a house, not a building.
Me. You gave this address to me, and I'm here. Karen, raising her voice this time.
That is my mother's address. Why did you deliver it there?
Me. This is the address that is written here in the order. Karen, still in a raised voice.
That is wrong. You should deliver it to the right address.
Me. I do not know where that is, and I'm not allowed to deliver to a new address. Actually, if it's nearby, we can choose to do it. Otherwise, we can consider it failed to deliver, and we get the pizza and/or full pay for the delivery and tips. But her pizza is probably close to $10 US, and I only get some $7 US pay for this. Karen.
What do you want me to do?
Me. I will have to call it in with support and let them decide. At this point, I'm already hesitant to continue this and just accept any loss. Karen.
You are useless, idiot.
Hangs up. I was on speaker when I made that call, and the 3 ladies were shocked by what they heard. They just told me to keep the pizza and forget about it. They also commented on how she raised her voice and also the useless and idiot comment. I just told them that I will just call support and take it from there, then bid the lovely ladies goodnight and left. As I got into the car, I called support and told them about it. Support puts me on hold and talked to Karen. Support: so, I talked to Karen and she gave her correct address. Me: check GPS, how far it is from the current location. That's another 5.5 miles, and I already have a next pickup. Support: yes, and we will be adjusting your pay for this. This is the reason for these calls, and also to put any charges or incident on record as part of covering our butts from customers. Will you be able to make the delivery? Me: no, I refuse to make this delivery as she raised her voice, was rude, and called me useless and idiot, and 3 other residents heard everything she said. Support: okay, I will just cancel her order. Me: okay, and thank you. I hang up. In the end, I got paid in full with her tips, and I got the pizza. As for Karen, don't know what happened to her in the end. Either her pizza was completely canceled and she got her refund, or she has to wait for another 30 minutes for her pizza. But this was close to closing, so I doubt it. Moral of the story: never upset the people who have your food. Receiving your pizza cold is the kindest thing we could do for anyone who upsets us. Entitled mom wants her son to have my puppy. So I just got a puppy, and he's now 3.5 months of age. I'm 16 and live in a high-rise with the rest of my family. The context is that I let my puppy enter my opposite neighbor's house, living room only, to play and socialize, so my neighbors won't have a problem with him in the future. So we've got entitled mom's kid, we've got entitled mom, and we've got the neighbor's kid. The story goes, 7 p.m., my pup wants to go out to play with the neighbors. I put his harness onto him and attach it to the leash, take him to my neighbors who happily welcome him. Neighbor's kid comes back home with a friend, and that's friend's mom. Neighbor's kid greets me and starts playing with my puppy. Neighbor's kid: entitled kid, come play with Hachi. Name of the pup. The kid looks at me for approval. Me: yes, there's no problem. Go on, he doesn't bite. After a while, entitled mom joins to play with Hachi. About 30 minutes later, Hachi gets tired and just sits there to relax. Entitled mom, after a conversation with neighbor's mom, taps my shoulder as I take Hachi back home.
Why don't you let my son play a bit more with that dog of yours?
Me: yes, I would like to, but he's very tired now. Come back tomorrow if you like, and his name is Hachi.
Oh, you can give him some food and make him back to energetic?
Me: sorry, but it's not what one should do, and it's not his feeding time. He will eat some of the food for sure, but will definitely go back to sleep. Tomorrow is the best option.
Oh, tomorrow is a long way. Why don't you give me your dog for 3 days so that my son can play with him?
Me: sorry, that won't happen. He's just a puppy and needs me and my family by his side. Plus, I know that you or your family have never kept a puppy, in fact a dog, so I cannot leave my incompletely vaccinated puppy all alone with a person without any experience with dogs. His last shot is due on Sunday, so I cannot let you take him even for an hour. Entitled mom:
well, you can always come over to check on him every 3 hours or so. Here's some money.
Hands me $500. Me, now completely upset. Listen thoroughly. Don't you get it? I'm saying no, first of all. He has a name, and if you want your son to play with Hachi, he has to come tomorrow. Entitled mom's son had already left before the conversation started, which turned into an argument. Hachi hasn't completed his shots yet, and also hasn't gotten his anti-rabies shot. What if he bites someone at your house? You're definitely going to blame me for having such a bewildered animal, huh? He's a well-mannered pup, but he is my pup. Why don't you get it that you are not his or my parent? Just leave. I put Hachi into my room, closed the door of my room, go back and slam the door of my house. Hachi slept, and I played Valorant and got all my rage off. Entitled mom and her family moved houses 3 days later. If I had been a dumb person and given Hachi to her, I don't know. She might have taken him with her, even though I have documents. Stranger demands I watch her kids while she shops. When I was 13, I was aimlessly wandering around and looking at random stuff at a retail store. That for this story I will call Bullseye, waiting for my mom to finish picking out some tennis shoes. A lady who looked to be in her late 40s came stomping up to me. She has a horde of 5 kids. They looked to be about ages 3 to 10, swarming around her, plus a baby in her arms. I have zero clue what she was saying. I don't understand pterodactyl screeching. I started backing away with my hands up, like she had a weapon pointed at me when she tried to place the baby in my arms. She just started screaming, "Manager! I need a manager!" until some employees walked up to us. She got this smirk of what I can only describe as pure joy on her face and pointed at me. You'd think she was identifying a criminal the way she was acting. "This employee almost made me drop my baby. I tried to drop my kids off for childcare, and she refused to take my kids and wouldn't take my baby from me. There isn't a limit for how many kids you can drop off posted anywhere, so I don't want to hear it. I will not be discriminated against just because I have so many beautiful kids." My jaw was on the floor at this point. I was 13, looked even younger, was in the middle of my emo phase, was in the middle of the music section looking at CDs, and like I said, was in bullseye. What about any of that would make someone think I was some kind of in-store daycare worker? The employee's face ranged from utterly confused to trying really hard not to laugh. When they all just stared at her for a few seconds without saying anything, the mom started back up with her bird mating calls again. I could make out bits and pieces. She's going to sue. She had to come find me because I wasn't where I was supposed to be in the childcare area. I look unprofessional. She doesn't want her kids watched by someone who looks like I do. And some more threats involving her husband and church. The manager finally spoke up at this point. He first explained that I don't work here and informed her that they don't provide any kind of childcare. She flipped out again, accusing them of lying. I actually figured out what she had been doing and explained to the manager. This store had a little mini arcade room near the entrance and the snack counter, where you can buy popcorn and soft pretzels, stuff like that, in case this isn't normal for bullseye stores in your area. She had been dropping her kids off in the little arcade room and expected the nearby employee to watch her kids while she shopped. The employee was only nearby because the room was right by the front door. This room is tiny. It has like 4 games in it. I don't know how all of her kids even fit in there. Apparently, this was her first time coming here since she had her baby. You'd think she would have been horrified, or at least embarrassed once the truth came out. But nope, she just started yelling more and accusing the manager of trying to cover up for me, since I had obviously abandoned the kids I was supposed to be watching. She said she was going to call the police, and I was like, so getting fired. The manager asked her to follow them so that they could take care of the situation. And while she refused at first because she wanted to be there when I was fired, she left with them when he finally lost his temper and yelled, "Ma'am, she does not work here. Leave her alone." The other employees took me to a register and offered me a $100 gift card and a lot of apologies. I tried to turn it down. It wasn't their fault, and I got a great story out of it. She insisted though. From what I gathered from her, the crazy lady had apparently said a lot of horrible things about me while shrieking that I couldn't understand. My guess is that they were worried my parents would sue them or something. They called my mom to the front of the store and explained the situation to her, then gave me my gift card. Luckily for them, rather than threaten a lawsuit, my mom just laughed her butt off the whole time. I really thought she was going to pass out from lack of oxygen. She was laughing so hard at my painful experience, she could barely breathe. She was super bummed that she had missed the whole thing. In the end, as we were walking out of the store, my mom looked at me in all of my emo gear and said, "Who the heck would try to put their newborn in your arms? A complete stranger who's dressed the way you are." I used to go buy blank shirts and Sharpie my favorite song lyrics all over them. I was so cool. In conclusion, I don't know how the situation with the Mother of the Year ended, but the next time we went to Bullseye, there was a huge new sign saying, "Do not leave your kids unattended," by the doorway to the arcade room. It was in the exact same spot as the old sign that said the exact same thing. Only difference was that this sign was about 4 times as big. I swear, my mom was hoping to run into Mrs. Hey Stranger, take my infant, because she all of a sudden needed to go to Bullseye all the time for a little while. Am I the jerk for spending $25K on ice skating every year? Background: my husband, 52, male, and I, 37, male, have been together for a little over 18 years. We've been married for 8 years. We got married after I got my mental health issues in order, bipolar, OCD, anxiety, and got my first professional job. I've always worked and I have a very strong work ethic, but this job finally offered me a comfortable income. I currently make about 85K. He makes about 70K. Additional background: I learned how to ice skate when I was 3 years old. My parents taught me in a backyard skating rink that my dad built. For years, it was common for me to skate every day during the winter. It was all highly recreational, and as I got older, I begged my parents for figure skating lessons, but they always said no. Finally, when I was about 12, they finally relented and signed me up for a weekly group lesson. I loved it. But a year later, they decided that it would be better for me to do something a bit more boyish and signed me up for karate instead in the hopes it would make me a more confident kid. After that, I probably only skated a dozen more times until I became an adult. Fast forward 20 or so years, I always expressed my love of skating to my husband. Not continuing with my training was a huge regret of mine, and about 3 Christmases ago, wouldn't you know that he got me a pair of figure skates. It was one of the best gifts I could have received. It irked me to have to wait until New Year's Day to go public skating, but the day finally came. It took me a few minutes to get used to being on the ice again, but I was having fun. But within an hour and a half, I took a bad fall and broke my wrist. I decided that once I healed, I would get myself some lessons again. I started with group lessons, but quickly found a coach for private lessons. I worked with her several hours a week. At this point, I work with a different coach, and I'm doing 7 hours of lessons each week, and I'm skating on my own for an additional 7 hours. This is quite expensive, obviously. I calculated what I'm spending, and it's easily $25,000 per year. This includes lessons, ice time, competitions, costumes, and skates. My husband wants me to spend $15,000 or less, but I'm not willing to compromise for a bunch of reasons. Skating helped me quit smoking. It has relaxed my mental health issues to the point that I no longer require medication, and I'm progressing quickly. I'm old for a figure skater, so I only have a few more years to reach my goals. I'm on my way to being a great skater. The rest of my money goes to things like car payment, vacations, miscellaneous, bills. I give my husband about $600 monthly to save. He handles all the regular living expenses. He keeps reminding me that I'm selfish and need to contribute more. But because of the above reasons, I'm not willing to budge, even though I'm pretty sure I am the jerk. What's the verdict? For the sake of 3 minutes. I worked in the tourism sector in a museum as a hands-on historian/actor. Our job was to expand on the text in exhibitions, play games with the kids, answer questions, and be general fonts of useless knowledge. 8 of us, and we had medieval characters, wore costumes, and were generally well received. It was hokey and corny, but fun. Hardly a stellar paying job, but we all loved what we did, knew a lot, and worked really hard to make sure guests were happy. Until our old boss had to leave due to family issues, and we got a new one, a real corporate manager. Before she arrived, our old boss was pretty lax. He didn't have to be breathing over our shoulders as he knew that we did our jobs. We had a clocking in machine, and the rule was logging out 3 minutes early or late didn't affect our pay. Because we enjoyed the work, we always came in early, clock in, not being paid to set everything up. We had to get dressed, set up the games, make sure the activities were out, general maintenance stuff. This took time. Occasionally, we ended up staying late if something unexpected came up. Again, no problem. When our new boss started, she didn't straight away start making changes, but she was watching us. Our work is obviously dependent on how much human traffic we have. If there are no patrons, there's nothing for us to do. The flip side was that when it was busy, we didn't have time to blink. She called us into a meeting and said that it wasn't suitable that during quiet time we were standing around talking and we should be engaging in some kind of work like cleaning, tidying, or picking up rubbish, despite that we had a team that did that. So work for work's sake, to justify our wages as we weren't being paid to chat. It was explained to her by our unofficial team leader that you're not just paying for our labor, but our time as well. She did not like or understand this idea, but we made ourselves look busy. She also believed that she knew the job better than we did, stopped listening to our suggestions, and started making little rules of what we could and couldn't tell people regarding the history. Nothing too violent, for instance. Ever met kids? They love to hear these kinds of details, age appropriate of course. There's a reason why horrible histories is so popular. The second issue cued the malicious compliance. Again, another meeting. This time over the 3 minutes early clock out, that we were paid until 1700 instead of 1657, that our hours were 10 to 17. No mention of us clocking in early, so we did just that. No one clocked out before 1700. But no one clocked out after 17:01 either. Nor did we clock in early anymore. More than once, she saw us standing at the clock-in machine at 9:55, asked us to clock in. We said no, that it wasn't time. She tried telling us that we should be in early to prepare regardless of whether we were being paid. We told her no, working without pay is not what we're doing. This meant that those 20 to 25 minutes per person setup were now being done once we clocked in. No longer was the museum ready when the doors opened. Early morning patrons noticed. Because of her make them work every second regardless, it also meant the team was often scarce. We would be moving rubbish, filling leaflet shelves, getting rid of cleaning instruments, and also just hiding to get 5 minutes of peace. Morale also fell, so we followed the letter, but not the spirit of the job description. We frankly stopped caring as we didn't feel valued. I don't know what it's like now as the entire team left within 9 months. Far as I know, she's still there. Don't know how she's running the ship, but none of us have been back. Am I the jerk for saying my boyfriend should live alone for a while before moving in with me? I'm 20, female, and my boyfriend, who's 24, has lived with his parents all his life. He does pay rent, but his mom does everything for him. Cooking, cleaning, waking him up for work, the lot. I still live with my parents half the time, but also live by myself when I go to uni. While I know this is different to living alone full-time, I still know how to do things for myself, and I tend to live pretty independently when I'm at home. The topic of moving in together has been coming up more often recently because we do love each other and are both getting to the point where we will be financially stable enough to get our own place in about a year's time. I mentioned that he should probably get his own place or move in with a mate first to see what it's like living alone before we take the plunge together. He pushed for an explanation as to why, so I ended up gently telling him that I want him to learn to do things for himself because I didn't want to end up stuck with doing everything around the house when we lived together. He went really quiet and got upset, eventually saying it was cruel of me to suggest he wasn't adult enough to fend for himself. When I spoke to my parents to ask them if they thought the same, my dad said I was too controlling and I should be patient with him and teach him how to do all of these things. So, am I the jerk for wanting him to live by himself for a period of time before moving in together? Edit. Thanks for all of the responses. I really appreciate the advice. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. He does know how to do basic things like cooking simple meals for himself, but his mom is such a kind-hearted person who loves taking care of all of her kids, even 30-year-old who still lives at home, so he never does anything for himself. I'm more concerned that he won't be proactive in caring for himself in the house and more complicated things like which products to use for cleaning, what can and can't be machine dried. He's the sweetest man I know, and I don't doubt he'd try, but I much prefer that he has experience of actually doing things before moving in, so as to avoid additional stress in what would already be a stressful time adjusting to this new phase in our relationship. I'm going to suggest to him that when he's visiting me on weekends at uni, that he can take on a portion of daily chores so I can see for myself he can learn and be willing to do things without him having to spend a load of money on his own place just to learn. My entitled mom deposited my stimulus check into her account. For clarity, I have a big family, 13 people, and 6 of us are working. The 6 of us pay rent to my mom every month as well as save money for property taxes. So I've been receiving stimulus payments that I've been using to pay for my college tuition. I pay for my tuition out of pocket without the help of my family. A couple of weeks ago, I was working on a couple of double shifts back to back because I needed the money for my first round of payments. I slept in the back office, so I wasn't home for about 2 days. Within those 2 days, I had a stimulus check mailed to my house, and my mom, who knows my generic signature by the way, deposited my check into our shared bank account, and I usually give her half and I take half, but this time, she took the whole thing. I didn't get a notification from the bank right away until I logged in to transfer some money, and I noticed the bank statement. I pressed my mom about it until she admitted to depositing my check and took half of my money because money is getting tight right now. I was furious because I was working my butt off to be able to pay for my tuition, and she was here taking my money that I needed. When I asked what she specifically needed it for, she told me it was for groceries. She has an EBT card. So I told her that couldn't possibly be it because she's always strictly organized our grocery budget. She then changed it, saying that it was to pay for a new roof for the house. It was already going into the process of getting repaired. But I knew that they were all family friends and were doing it for just a few $100s, which my dad already said that he was going to pay for. She kept lying to my face until she finally said that she needed it for her upcoming vacation to the beach. When I told her that I wanted my half of the money back, she refused to give it back and said that I was a jerk for asking for that money back after all she did to raise me for 18 years. In heated rage, I lost it and left the house for a couple hours and went to the post office to change where I get my mail sent to. After my mom found out, she was so mad because she couldn't see what I was receiving. She kept insisting that she did what she did for a good reason and that she didn't think I would mind taking a little bit of money. It was a little over $1,000 she took. I'm starting to feel bad because she has done a lot for me over the course of my life, but I don't think that it dictates taking money that I need without my permission. Reddit, am I the jerk for getting my mail changed to prevent my mom from seeing what I get mailed to me? How my entitled mom reacted to my bus accident. I was 16, riding the city bus home from school in the middle of winter. Besides myself, there was the driver and 2 other passengers, both adult men. One sat near the front, the other sat in the middle side seat, and I was in the back left corner. We were a few blocks away from the depot, where I needed to switch buses when we were T-boned by a car that ran a stop sign. The impact caused me and the dude sitting in the side seat to fly forward, but luckily for me, I grabbed onto the handrail for standing passengers and was able to swing myself to the seat in front of me, though the jerking sensation wasn't pleasant. The driver had the airbags go off on him, and the other passenger was saved by the seat in front of him. The guy that went flying landed near the front of the bus and was more shocked than hurt, thankfully. I too was in shock, so I wasn't feeling any pain or dizziness at that time. Now, before this happened, this was a typical day for me. I had been riding the city bus to and from school for about 3 years because my mom was a single mother who worked overtime, 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., though her normal work hours were 7 to 2. On this particular day, my mom needed to get off work early for her to take care of something at the bank. She made a point all week to tell me, "I'm not going to pick you up from school," which I didn't ask, but she just liked, I don't know, making me feel like she had more important things than me going on. Anyway, I was already planning on taking my usual route home. Well, after the accident, a female police officer showed up, and because I was a minor, she couldn't question me without my mom present, despite me insisting my mom would waive her right to be there. The following is the conversation I had with my mom on the phone in front of the officer. Mom, annoyed.
What? I'm already on my way to the bank.
Me. Yeah, about that. Mom.
There is nothing that will stop me from going to the bank today. This is important.
Me. Yeah. So, there was an accident. Mom.
This isn't funny.
Side note. My mom said the same thing to her father the night he passed when he had a shortness of breath. Me. Mom, I'm being serious. I was on the bus near the station and we got T-boned. At this point, the officer could tell that I wasn't getting anywhere with my mom and asked if she could take the phone. Officer. Hi, ma'am. This is Officer Blah, and I need to ask your daughter what happened, and I cannot do that without her mother present. Mom. I'm guessing insisting she didn't need to be there. Officer. Ma'am, your daughter was involved in a pretty bad accident, and with car accidents, sometimes the effects aren't immediately apparent, so you need to come get your daughter in case she needs medical attention. The officer nods her head and returns the phone back to me. Me. Yeah? Mom.
I am not happy about this. I'm on my way. Do you feel fine?
Me. Yeah, I think so. Just shook me up a little. Mom.
Then we're going straight to the bank. I don't have time for this crap.
Me. Okay, see you soon. My mom shows up 3 minutes later, and the officer asks me what happened, to which I couldn't really answer. I was looking out of the opposite window, listening to, and I won't forget, Pumping Up the Party by Hannah Montana. I haven't listened to it since. After I give my statement, the officer asks me again how I'm feeling. I tell her the same, in shock. She turns to my mother and implores her to immediately take me to the hospital if I start feeling woozy, dizzy, nauseated, or have any sort of aches or pains. My mom basically waved her hand and said, yeah, and off to the bank we went. Sure enough, the second we sat down to wait, the nausea and spinning kicked in. I suffer from motion sickness already, but this was like when you take a pain pill that's too strong and you feel horrible. My mom, the unsympathetic person she was, told me to suck it up and stop acting like I don't even know what she said. People would walk by us and ask if I was okay, and she'd tell them I was overreacting. When we got into the banker's office, even he was like, "I don't feel comfortable assisting you when your daughter looks like she needs medical attention." My mom didn't bother telling anyone what just happened to me, and I was so dizzy and dazed, I couldn't speak for myself. Thank God that banker put his foot down and told her to come back the next morning. Of course, my mom had a Karen fit, and the banker basically gave her the option of him calling the police and not finishing helping her, or she could come back tomorrow morning. Either way, he wasn't going to help her until I was taken to the doctor. I don't think we got out of there fast enough. At this point, the bank was closed and we were the last ones in there. I think we were there for almost 2 hours by the time we left. We finally get to the ER. I get x-rays and a bunch of other tests. Sure enough, I had a neck sprain and severe whiplash. This all happened on a Friday, so I was called out of school until Wednesday the following week. I couldn't turn my neck for about a month, and I couldn't sit in a desk for the longest time. My teachers, thankfully, were sympathetic and had no problem lending me their desks during class, since teachers always have the comfy chairs. My classmates were also helpful. I don't think I carried my own bag for that entire time either. The funniest part about this story is how my sensei, Japanese language teacher, told my classmates I was hit by a bus. So when I came back on Wednesday, everyone looked at me like I came back from the dead. Even until I graduated, people would ask me if it was true. I felt like Regina George, and it was hilarious to me. But the fact that my mom couldn't give two hoots over my well-being because her bank appointment was more important still baffles me to this day. She suffered the same situation when I was a baby and when I was in 2nd grade, and I remember how for years after her accidents, she always brought them up. When I'm finally in the same situation, I'm just faking it. Makes me wonder how much she faked to just assume everyone else was faking. New TV service subscription is to my liking, so I want a refund. So I work in a call center for a major telecom operator. Let's call them MJ in my country. Now my job is quite simple and easy. Call newly subscribed customers and ask them how installation was done to their liking, and the contract is how they asked for. Now this customer, let's call them Maria. Maria is a new customer and is on my list to call. She got an awesome package of service for a great price, plus a free 32-inch TV and 1 month free service and free sports channels for 12 months, and I get to call her. Me. Hi, my name is LDS1998, and I'm calling from MJ about your recent subscription to our service and to make sure that you're happy with the service. Maria.
Oh, hello. I am very happy. Better than
Insert major telecom number 2 here.
But my daughters aren't. They don't have enough internet on their cell phones.
Me. Okay, let's check your daughter's cell phone plan. I see here both your daughters have 10 gigabytes for normal navigation and 15 gigabytes for social networks and 5 gigabytes for YouTube and 5 gigabytes for Netflix. Would you tell me where they are lacking internet?
I think it was Facebook.
Me. I see. Your daughters were using around 10 gigabytes of mobile data on WhatsApp and 5 gigabytes on Facebook. So to make you even happier, I will apply 5 more gigabytes free of charge for 24 months of contract. Does that sound good? Now, this extra 5 gigabytes I'm giving out of free will is not company policy, but they gave my job a free use policy to make the customers happy as long as I'm responsible and it doesn't affect the value of the contract. Maria.
I don't think 5 gigabytes is enough. Make it 20.
Me. I'm sorry, Miss Maria. I'm not able to do that. Using 15 gigabytes in just 1 week on Facebook and WhatsApp is a bit much. What I can do for you is, if it's not to your liking, I can make both of your daughter's numbers unlimited mobile data for just 10 euros extra a month for both phones. This is a special offer. Does that sound better? Now this offer is me using the policy to make the customer happy, and for me to go to bed for the day, and already cleared with my SPV if I could apply this offer. Maria.
I would like to pay the same, but unlimited internet for 10 more euros. Sounds good for the happiness of my little angels.
Me. Alright, your contract has been changed, and both your daughters will have the new data plan activated in around 1 hour. Maria.
Great. So, how are you going to refund me for the time I haven't had this contract?
Me. I'm sorry. What refund? Your service is not working correctly?
It is. But before I hadn't had unlimited, and I had to listen to my daughters complain that they didn't have internet on their cell phones, and I would like to have a refund on my first bill.
I was in shock, so it took me a moment to get my lines in order. Me. So, your service was great, There wasn't a problem with the service, and you want a refund for 1 week for the contract that wasn't aligned to your use case? At this point, I was going to give her 10 euros just so I could go to bed, and my work doesn't pay extra hours even though we go over the work hours on a regular basis.
Maria, don't be silly. I want the whole month, obviously.
Me, Miss Maria, that's not possible. It was a high usage of mobile data from your daughters. The company provided the service. It was in the contract.
Well, if you can't make me happy for this request, I'm afraid I will have to cancel your contract.
Me, Miss Maria, just to make sure, you want to cancel your contract with one company because we won't give you a free month of service, although you've already had 1 month free?
That is correct. Doesn't your SPV say the customer is always right?
Me, I'm sorry, Miss Maria. I can't give you another free month on top of your already free month on the reason that we gave you the service that you contracted. Do you still wish to cancel your service?
Yes, I do. Also, I would like your name and the company. I'd like to make a complaint about you being so rude with customers.
Me, I will connect your call with the Department of Cancellation, and my name is LDS 1998. As for the company ID, I can't provide that information to you. It's private info. I'm sorry.
I want your company ID before you transfer the call.
Me, I'm sorry. Company ID can't be provided to customers. To make a complaint, only the name and time of the call is needed to make the complaint to the correct person. It states so on our website.
Maria, just transfer the call so your colleague can comply to my request. You're good for nothing.
Me, I'm going to transfer the call. The call was transferred and my colleague was having none of it. Just started canceling the contract before talking to the customer. I read the internal report on the situation and the formal complaint. The actions of both me and colleague were fine, but I should not have offered unlimited internet for 5 euros each per phone, but should have been doing 6 euros. Contract was canceled, Miss Maria lost all offers, and best of all, the client had to pay 500 euros for early termination fee and 320 euros for installation of service. Am I the jerk for telling my sister she should have been more reasonable with her baby registry? To start, my dad's side of the family isn't really supportive of weddings or baby showers. Papa's side is very much, if you can't afford to raise a baby, don't have one. There are of course exceptions for things like sudden job loss or house fires. Mama's side is a little more lenient, but they don't do registries. Instead, if you have a bridal shower, your mom tells people if you're doing the kitchen in apples or grapes and bats or whatever. And if you're doing a baby shower, people bring clothes, diapers, books, and other little things. It's meant to be more of a party than a gift-giving thing. We're far more likely to have 8 cousins show up each with a casserole or a soup after the baby is born than to have people buy a stroller. Mom's side isn't relevant since we haven't seen her since we were kids. I don't know my brother-in-law's side of the family well, but they seem a lot like Mama's, with a lot more offers and hand-me-downs thrown in. Well, my sister moved off to the city, and I guess she's used to her friends making these huge registries. She put things on like a $60 bathtub, 4 baby carriers that are $50 each, a pack-and-play for $250, etc. She then made this big post on Facebook, saying that they had worked really hard on the registry and didn't want anything not from it, unless it was clothes. On the invitation, she requested a baby book instead of a card and a pack of diapers. So at the baby shower, probably 80% of the gifts were a couple of outfits, a book, and diapers. The other few things were mostly from her friends. Mom bought a car seat. You could see my sister's rage slowly building. She ended up leaving early. She spent the next week calling and texting everybody, trying to figure out why we didn't get her anything she wanted. She made a few posts on Facebook, and one of my brother-in-law's aunts offered to buy a $70 pack-and-play instead, which she turned down. Now my sister is upset and has been aggravating everyone for 3 weeks. She's having to buy all 6 baby containers, swing, sit-me-up floor seat, etc. She wanted the $300 baby monitor, everything. Everybody is telling her that's what you do when you have a kid, that you can't expect people to buy everything. Last night, after trying to be patient for over an hour, I snapped. Look, the health department would have mailed you birth control for free. You're having a baby, so it's your guy's job to get the stuff for it, nobody else's. Anyway, I'm feeling kind of guilty because she probably wanted to vent, but at the same time, how do you get pregnant and not expect to buy the stuff for the baby? Edit. Someone pointed out that I wasn't clear about my sister's financial situation or whether or not the pack and play was going to be used instead of crib due to constraints. She and her husband live in a townhouse. It has a second bedroom, which is being turned into a nursery. There was a crib on the registry that does not convert to a larger size. Edit 2. Mom is our stepmom. Dad remarried when we were teens. She has always seen us as her kids, and we've always called her Mom. I didn't even think to clarify. Sorry for the confusion. Edit 3. She opened the gifts at the shower, and the clothes ranged from newborn to 18 months. The diaper table was full of things from newborn through size 4. I don't know if that's relevant to anything, but a lot of people seem to think we only got her newborn sizes. Entitled neighbor thinks he owns a piece of my land. This happened some years ago. We had just bought a fixer-upper house with a rather large garden somewhere in the countryside in Germany. On the first day of me having access to the property, the neighbor comes to tell me that he had just planted 60 cedar trees as a separation of our two properties. Neighbor also tells me his property extends 1 meter, about 3 feet, on my side of the trees. He had done that on purpose so that he could take care of them and that they would have room to grow. I thought nothing of it at the time. After about a year of working on the house, there was a lot to be done, and I also have a day job. We're ready to move in. It's there that I turn my attention to the garden. Since we have kids and a dog, we want a fence to keep them safe from traffic on the main road. German law is very strict when it comes to fences and hedges. There are all kinds of complicated restrictions on the type of fence and hedge, the maximum height, etc. These rules change depending on who you share your border of your garden with, the street, a neighbor, agricultural land, etc. I'm not German, but I know they take their rules very seriously, so I decided to play by the book. Luckily, my father-in-law is a retired surveyor who had been measuring for the municipality where we live, 40+ years experience. Father-in-law tells me we need to go find the border stones, massive granite poles buried at every corner of the property. From there, we can connect them to get the borders. Father-in-law also pulls all official records and drawings using his contacts at the municipality. The property is over 100 years old, so lots of interesting stuff on who owned it before. As father-in-law and I are measuring with professional surveyor equipment, I'm placing those red and white rods in the ground where the property line is. Father-in-law checked and double-checked with all the drawings, but of course, it turns out the cedar trees are about 1 meter on my property, and not the other way around. As neighbor sees me planting the rods, he comes running out of his house, yelling, "What the heck am I thinking, sticking things into the ground on his property?" Father-in-law tells neighbor, in a very German way, where the property line is, shows him the border stones, and explains the equipment and measurements, but neighbor is not having it. He knows where the property line is, where it has always been, and we were wrong. Father-in-law tells him that he is a pro that knows how to survey land and that he's never been wrong, and that he is certainly not wrong now. Neighbor, feeling cornered, pivots and says that we have moved the border stones. Moving those stones is near impossible. They're heavy and go deep into the ground, and is a serious offense in Germany. Father-in-law tells neighbor to call the police, but that he better be ready to back up his claim with evidence or he'd be in trouble. Neighbor runs off steaming. About a month later, I see a team of 3 people in safety vests and helmets surveying my property. Turns out, neighbor paid 4,000 to 5,000 euro, estimate from father-in-law, to get back at me. A week later, neighbor tells me, in a soft, defeated voice, that father-in-law was indeed right about where the line is, but that in all the years that he had lived there, he thought it was somewhere else. I tell neighbor that I understand and no problem, but that I need a fence real soon and that the cedar trees are in the way. He tells me those are his trees and I can't touch them. Instead of just doing what I want with what are now my trees, I propose we team up, dig them out, and move them to his property. I want peace with my neighbors. He tells me he doesn't want to do that because some of them might die when moved. I tell him I would be willing to split the costs of replacing any tree that dies during the move. He tells me no, and that he would be talking to his lawyer soon. What the heck? I decide I am officially done trying to appease neighbor. 3 days later, I get a letter from neighbor's lawyer telling me that the property line has been somewhere else for so long that it is now reestablished. Of course, this doesn't apply to me because I had only recently bought the property. I get an attorney that writes a letter telling neighbor to buzz off. I immediately pulled out all of the cedar trees and shredded them for compost. I put up a 2-meter-high wooden fence and planted a hedge at the proper distance. It has been several years. The hedge is now 3 meters high and neighbors still won't talk to me. I've told the story around the neighborhood and nobody was surprised. They've all told me that neighbor is the most entitled individual they know. He's been trying to tell everyone what a horrible person I am for shredding his trees. Am I the jerk for telling my parents they're not meant to make it obvious who their favorite child is? I'm 16, female. I have a 20-month-old younger brother. We'll call him Jack, who was pretty much the light of my parents' life. I understood that when he came along, I wouldn't have my parents' undivided attention or even much of it in the first few years of his life, but I didn't really understand how much would really change. It started when he was about 6 months old. They asked me if I would take the smaller bedroom and move Jack into mine. They had pretty valid reasons, so I did agree and took the smaller room. My room was fairly bare when it was the bigger one. It was just my bed, a bit of decoration, wardrobe, dresser, and in that room, my TV was wall-mounted, but my dad kept forgetting to wall-mount it in the new room, so it was on the dresser. I do prefer the smaller room. It's easier to keep clean and cozier. The room was just kind of the start of the whole "your brother needs more" thing. It was kind of just giving my brother snacks that I kept in the fridge/hot press for a while. Then it turned into, "Can we give your brother insert thing I use regularly?" Most recently, it was my TV and Chromecast. This is kind of what takes the cake for me. My brother slept in my parents' room for the first 6 months and got used to falling asleep with the TV on. Then, until about a year ago, it was his iPad propped on his dresser. He ended up breaking his iPad because he's 1. He shouldn't even have one. My parents decided they were going to take my TV to make my brother sleep, so they did. Only it's not a smart TV, and I used it mainly for my Switch, PlayStation, and had a Chromecast to watch things with. So they decided to take the Chromecast too. I got pretty upset about this. They didn't even ask this time, and when I brought it up, they said I'm saving for a new one anyways. I'm saving for a smaller one, but I'm a bit off still. So I'd only need to wait another few months. I asked them how they expect my brother to sleep in, say, a hotel or at a sleepover if they don't break the habit now. They said they don't know, but they'll cross that bridge when they come to it. I eventually asked what I meant to use my PlayStation on, and they said that I can just wait until I get myself a new one. I asked about the Chromecast, same thing. I'll have to get myself a new one, no compensation. Eventually, I got annoyed and said, you're allowed to have favorites, but you're not meant to make it so obvious who it is. They both got pretty upset at me for implying they have a favorite kid to begin with. They think I'm a huge jerk for that alone and saying I want my TV back. Am I the jerk? How to organize creative, fun staff meetings. In the early teens of this century, I was a chief information officer of a large organization in my country. As a result of my problem-solving skills, the managing director, let's call him Paul, once in a while added problematic departments to my responsibilities. I even ran the communications department for a while. My star within the organization was rising, and at a certain moment, I was informed that I would get a new office, right next to Paul, for easy access. I also struck up a good working relationship with the chief human resources, Harry, and one of the senior directors, Pete. We'd regularly huddle in a so-called working meeting, where we would drink coffee, discuss work, life, and watch hilarious YouTube videos. One of the topics that regularly came up was the meeting room situation. The board had decided that the meeting rooms were outsourced to a third party to rent out, and the third party paid a monthly fee. However, the third party charged us as well. So every time we wanted a staff meeting, we had to pay to have it. This was a regular peeve, as every extra would cost money. The coffee on every floor was free of charge, except in the meeting rooms. The big supporter of this was our own chief financial officer, Mark, much hated by all. He would check everyone's spending line by line and would hammer you on every mistake. But if his department made a mistake, he'd send an email along the lines of, "Mistakes will be made, deal with it." The man had zero friends within the organization. During one of the management meetings, Mark went off on a totally off-topic rant concerning financial waste. Much sighing and irritated looks from all around. Paul, aware that we disliked Mark, did defend him by stating that we should just cut back in spending and look at cheaper alternatives for everything. All of us concurred. We just wanted Mark to shut up. After the meeting, Harry and Pete walked up to me. Go for lunch? So we did. Harry started to say that he had gotten an idea. He explained it over lunch. Our eyes twinkled out of sheer maliciousness. Pete would talk to Paul to get him to agree on principle without explaining the details, and we would execute our plans. A day later, Pete passed by my office and, proudly smiling, just said, "We have a go." And thus the wheels were set in motion. I wrote a mail to my departments that the next staff meeting will be held in a nice bar next to a lake, and that the drinks and snacks will be on the company. First, we will have a staff meeting, which I hope we can keep to the bare essentials, and afterwards, it's a free-for-all. Prospects are it will be sunny, so bring sunscreen and sunglasses. Air beds and beach balls are obligatory. Office dress voluntary. If people want to swim afterwards, that's their choice. The positive reactions from employees are overwhelming. Harry has done it in his department as well. Same result. In the next few days, a vibe goes through the departments. People are happy, motivated, and seem to be a bit giggly. The day arrives, sitting on a beach under a warm sun, with cold drinks in hand, because we're not barbarians. My staff and I work through the staff meeting in record time. All departmental heads have prepared written reports and distributed them via email in advance. So the only thing I do is, comments? No comments. Next item. The rest of the afternoon is seeing grown-up people behave like kids, splashing water all over the place, sunbathing, and enjoying a wine or a beer. 2 days later, I'm called into Mark's office. I walk in, doing my best impersonation of a saint filled with an air of holy innocence. A vein on his beet-red head is bulging. I position myself strategically at the meeting table so that I can duck when his head explodes.
What in the heck is this?
He throws down the bill for the staff meeting. I glare at it. 800 euros or thereabout for 30-odd people. Drinks, snacks, and the rental of some beach beds. Well within limits. This is a bill for my staff meeting.
That's not a staff meeting. That's a staff outing. And that should be authorized in advance by Paul with a budget.
No, that is staff meeting. I would like to remind you that how and when I conduct my staff meetings is my sole responsibility. Furthermore, you emphasized during our last management meeting that we needed to cut back on costs and look for alternatives. So I did. Let me ask you, if I rent a room for a meeting with 30 people there, half a day with coffee and tea, a projection screen, access to the network, and a projector, how much does that come to? He does some quick calculations and comes to roughly 1,200 euros. With an angelic face, I look at him. So, I saved about 400 euros. Now, what exactly is the problem? The way he contorts his face makes me fear he will have to get an ambulance.
The meeting room rental is a source of income for us. We must support them. I will not stand for this. We are seeing Paul right now.
Sure, whatever floats your boat. So off we go and march into Paul's office. There, Mark explains the whole affair while I keep looking innocent. Paul lets me explain my side of the story, and I reference the calculation. Paul smiles. In my opinion, a very creative way to cut costs and enhance morale. I wish more people would think this way. And may I remind you, Mark, that it was you yourself who stated that we should look at everything. Maybe you should try it as well. With those words, he makes a subtle gesture we all know means you are dismissed. As we make our way out of the office, Paul calls me back. Oh, can you stay for a moment and close the door? I would like to discuss something with you. So I close the door and sit down. Of course, Pete had already briefed me, and I personally signed off on it, as I really think it is creative and hilarious. I'll allow it, as it has a positive impact on employees. However, don't force Mark to have a heart attack. He is a bit of a... I know, but he's also good at his work. So you don't mind if I yank on his chain once in a while? Yank away. Maybe he will loosen up. Me. Well, you also know that Harry has done the same. I know. I'm looking forward to the tantrum with the bulging vein already. He chuckles. At that exact moment, some pretty salty language makes its way through the door, and about as dry as a martini, Paul says, I think Harry's staff meeting bill has turned up. From that moment on, Paul became a regular participant in our working meetings. Our staff meetings became pretty well visited after that, with a soundtrack of the gnashing of teeth of one certain colleague. My ex, Karen, cheated on me and wants me to pretend I'm the father. I, 38 male, had a fight with my ex-wife, 41 female, about her kid, Sam, who's 7, and need an opinion from the outside. We have one son together, Jake, who's 9. Sam is not mine. Our divorce was caused by my wife's infidelity, and I told her up front as she was pregnant I will never take any responsibility for Sam, not emotionally or financially. However, I have figured my emotions out and got them in order to protect my son, Jake. That includes I accept Sam as his little half-brother and allow him on special events to visit me and Jake. Our custody agreement is clear. Every second weekend, Jake visits his mom. So my son had his birthday last month where I allowed Sam and X to visit and celebrate with us. It wasn't something big because of the lockdown, just about 15 people, Jake's friends and some family members. Sam loves to mimic Jake, and as he saw him calling me dad, he started to call me dad too. I have spoken with him calmly that I don't want to be called dad by him, but he is allowed to call me by my name. As he had asked why, I explained that he is not my child and I am not his dad. Also, he asked me who his father is, and I responded that I didn't know. He then ran to my ex and asked who his father was. My ex sent him back to ask me. I just told him that his mom doesn't know it either, but I am not his dad, and again, he should call me by my name. However, on this day, nothing happened after my ex tried to pull this crappy move on me. I just ignored it. The problem is, Sam has told this also to his school friends, as the class have played a game where they talk about their family. I have to say that some of the kids there are pure evil. Some of Sam's classmates have started bullying him, calling him names and worse. My ex called me about it, told her that she has to fight over this with Sam's teacher and the other kids' parents, but it's not my problem. She then started to yell at me on the phone that it was my fault kids are calling him names. I respond that I noticed what she tried to pull at Jake's birthday party, and this actually wouldn't exist if she hadn't had cheated, and told her she should try to find Sam's actual father if she wants a man to take care of her son. Ex involved our parents in this fight. Now my mom is nagging me over this and sides with my ex. However, I was not gentle with her either when she called me. Notice, my mom wanted a daughter ever since and saw my wife as her first daughter. That's why I'm in low contact with her, because she tried to force me to forgive my ex. Here's why I might be the jerk. My son has picked up on this whole mess and is now mean to his little brother and rejects to play with him and teases him as well. I've actually made an appointment with a therapist to solve this, but I don't think I can solve it on my own. Am I the jerk here? Edit. I can't be the father of Sam, medically impossible. Also, a court-ordered paternity test confirmed that I am not the father. Update. I told you there was one rule. So, earlier today, I went to the dog park at the same time I usually do. I'm a creature of habit. I take a break from work at this time to go to the dog park for this long, grab lunch on my way home, and hope my dog got enough exercise for me to be in a phone meeting without guerrilla attention-seeking warfare on the part of my dog. He's ripped a webcam off of my desk before and completely derailed a meeting I was in for an entire hour while everyone else had a pet show and tell. There's a really large SUV with some limo-tinted windows sitting idle in the parking lot, which really isn't strange because the dog park's parking lot happens to be a very popular lunch spot with folks who work nearby. So I pitch my dog into the car. Even though he can jump up, he just doesn't want to. Get all of the dog park items put where they should go. I check my mirrors, no one's behind me, throw the car in reverse and head for home. Realize pretty quickly that the SUV following uncomfortably close behind me is the same car I noticed and dismissed in the parking lot, and get that creepy crawly, is this creepy or am I paranoid feeling? I assume it's a coincidence, so I don't wind myself into an anxiety spiral, but I continue on mission. I want lunch, and my dog will be very upset if he doesn't get his first out of the bag French fry. In between the dog park and my fast food restaurant, there's a rather steep hill with a stoplight. Relevant piece of information. I drive a manual. For those who don't know, making a manual roll forward on a steep hill from a dead-end stop isn't precisely simple, and it's very easy to roll back a foot while putting it in gear. So naturally, while I was distracted trying to figure out what the SUV was doing, I rolled 6 inches back and gave the SUV a love tap because it was that close. Yes, the cars collided. No rational being would consider this an accident worth bothering the police over. There simply wasn't enough room for my car to speed up to a point where anything more severe than a paint smudge could have happened. We were also in the middle of a very busy intersection. My plan was to get off that godforsaken hill and pull over someplace where there's more room to maneuver than a 2-lane road on a steep slope. So I roll forward and look for a spot with enough space for 2 cars to pull over. Before I make it a car length, this SUV has started to lay on their horn and flash their high beams at me repeatedly. I proceed with my plan because road safety is a thing they teach us in driver's ed. I pull in and exit my vehicle, bracing myself for whatever it is that's coming, and the SUV proceeds to sit there. No doors open, car just ominously idling. It's a tall enough SUV that I can't really see over the hood very well, and I'm not going to start something by walking around to the side of the car. A few minutes pass, and then 2 police cruisers roar up to us with sirens on and moving at an alarming pace for a run-of-the-mill, not accident. The 2 police officers block both of our cars in and exit their respective vehicles with weapons drawn. I put my hands up and start pretending I'm a statue, because what the heck is going on? Then I recognize the policeman I had spoken with a couple of weeks ago, and he returns the favor, following shortly after by him putting the gun back in its holster. While I'm slowly unfreezing and trying to determine if I had just wet myself, he turns to the other officer and says some numbers or something, which I guess in cop speak means nobody is in actual danger here. And she puts her gun away as well. Policeman I recognize says they got a 911 call about me road raging and fleeing the scene of an accident. I said, nope, I was just leaving the dog park with my dog in the car, and the SUV, who was much too close behind me, got a love tap. SUV started beeping and flashing like a psycho once I started driving to find a safe place to pull over, and has just sat there since. Officer, with all due respect, if I was going to road rage, I probably wouldn't have done it with my dog unbuckled in the back seat. Cop I know looks at the other cop. She nods, and they proceed over to the SUV. I think in situations where violence was reported, they work in tandem rather than separately. I don't know. When the officer reaches the SUV's window, the window rolls down and his jaw drops. And then, I kid you not people, he actually facepalmed. A lady starts screeching about how I rammed her car in reverse and then tried to escape. And it takes me a moment because the last time I heard this voice, it was slurring pretty badly and she sounded sober now. But it's Karen, the same woman who drove to my house, destroyed my innocent mailbox, and yelled at me for something her ex-husband did. The officer regains his composure and asks Karen to step out of her vehicle. She says no, she doesn't have to unless she's being charged with a crime. The officer informs her that relates to this search, not exiting your vehicle, and she really needs to get out of the vehicle now. Things devolve rapidly from there. In the interests of not making myself dumber by proxy, I will not attempt to relay Karen's discussions with the police, but I will mention the highlight of this conversation.
Of course he put the car in reverse and hit me. Cars don't go backwards without being in reverse. If you want to go forward, you just let off of the brake.
The relevant portions of this discussion are, Karen actually spent money on a private detective to follow me around for 2 days. Lucky guy got the easiest job on the planet. Once she knew what my daily habits were like, I don't go out often. She also took it upon herself to actually follow me anytime I went out, but never so close. Why did she do this? To gather evidence that would discredit me as a witness in her upcoming custody case. I hate to be that guy, but I really cannot provide the conclusion to this saga, as all of this just became really serious business. I will finish the story when I'm able to. Suffice to say, Karen was very naughty and broke just about every bail restriction she had, is now remanded to jail awaiting trial. I am allowed to provide details on my personal actions, which are, I'm filing a restraining order against her as we speak, and I'm about to get started on my letter to the Pope about getting Karen an exorcist. Anyone know where I can mail something to him, or if he can read English? If you want to see my project today, you're going to have to look in my bedroom. Not a problem. This happened back when I was in 6th grade. Not afraid to give details here, as this happened to me and the malicious compliance was on behalf of my 6th grade social studies teacher, who I'll call Mr. Logan. So anyway, we have an assignment due that's a diorama of a topic we were learning about. I know this makes no sense, but I honestly think that dinosaurs were involved. We had a whole month to work on this project, and I just, well, didn't do it. I had a shoebox and some clay, but I never really made anything and just figured I'd take the hit. I was just beginning to understand how grades worked. So class begins, the period before lunch. All the kids have set up their dioramas, and Mr. Logan somehow manages to notice that mine is missing. He says to me, "Richie, so where's your project? The rest of the dynamic duo did his." He called me and Mike the dynamic duo, 2 chuckleheads in the back of class. I replied that I forgot it at home. Mr. Logan must have saw my beads of sweat when I said this, because he was all, "Oh, really? I really need to see this project today." I replied, "If you want to see my project today, you'd have to look in my bedroom, because it's there." "And completed?" he replied. "Yep," I said. He then said to see him after class. This was the worst part. not knowing what was going to happen. He got me alone and said, "So, you really left it at home, huh?" I doubled down and said, "Yeah, I just forgot it was today." He said, "Okay, come with me." I'm thinking, great, he's going to bring me to the principal. He walked to the principal's office, talked with his secretary, got a piece of paper from her, and continued to pass the principal's office out into the parking lot into his car. As we were walking to his car, I just kept looking at him, asking myself whether this guy was just calling my bluff and waiting for me to say, okay, I didn't do it. But nope, he just kept on. Had me get in his car, handed me half of his sandwich, asking if I was hungry. But of course, I couldn't eat. I had too big of a lump in my throat. At this point, my adult self is realizing as I'm typing this that this would be a great time to not waste an educator's time, to fess up so we didn't have to drive all the way to the closest shore house in Germantown to find out that I didn't do the project. I thought none of this. I just kept trying to remember how much of my diorama was done, and if I could run upstairs of my quadruplex and slop something together real quick. That's what I had to do when I got to the last house on the left. I ran upstairs, ran past my sleeping father, and threw together the crappiest looking thing you've ever seen. Using pieces of Upwards, a G.I. Joe, and some clay I quickly fashioned into a dinosaur. When he saw what I brought down, the disappointment I expected to see on his face just wasn't there. He was nothing but smiles. He said, half laughing, "Richie, I could see you from down here," which, through my bedroom window, must have been a hilarious sight of me frantically running around putting together a project I obviously didn't do. I got a D on the project and eventually in the class. Edit. Mr. Logan was the first teacher I had where I was comfortable enough to joke around with my neighboring student. However, we all still feared and instantly respected the teachers like him in the 80s. He was your typical sit down, open your book, read your stuff, and rarely take a test type of class. It was all about this diorama, and I made the mistake of not taking it seriously. Seeing him smile at the time was not as comforting as it is now thinking about it. I think he genuinely just wanted to see me squirm. Wherever Mr. Logan is now, who knows? I wish I knew his first name. Regulars complain about us having to lower capacity because the owner has cancer. Bit of back info. My parents own a small restaurant, 8 tables outside, roughly same amount inside, although I can't use 3 tables due to the 1.5 meter distancing rule. Usually, they both ran it on their own, with first me helping until I moved away for university, until my brother started helping out for pocket money. My dad cooked himself and used to work like a bee until he was diagnosed with cancer last week. Ever since then, he occasionally works for 2 hours when he feels good. Most days, he's really tired from chemo. I moved back to my hometown. Now it's the 3 of us, Mom, Bro, me, running the business. Despite its size, the restaurant is really popular, so we're booked out almost every day. However, since my dad, who can cook for 5 tables at once, stopped working, we kinda had to rearrange, meaning my mom now cooks, my brother does the main service, and I do the drinks, bills, and clean up the tables. Also to note, we get reduced opening times. My parents used to be open all day, but since my brother is still going to high school and I work until 5 p.m., we are only open from 5:30 p.m. to 21:30 and an order stop from 20:30. It's so infuriating, to be honest. People always knew we were a small business. I guess they like the small family business aesthetics. Sauce is made from scratch. So are appetizers like spring rolls, summer rolls. We also serve homemade pho and boon dishes. Every day I have the same argument. People don't reserve at all and demand a table. People trying to reserve 1 hour before peak hour. People calling in before we even open, etc. The absolute cherry on top happened a few days ago. I'm still hung up over it, so I'll try to get it off my chest. There's this couple that has been eating here for years. Usually, both are really chill and nice. They tip well, and we really like them. However, they have the really bad habit of always coming in really late, not reserving or calling in 1 hour before they come. My dad, in his prime, would always squeeze them in, even let them eat even after we stopped serving. Whenever they call me now, I try my best to squeeze them in, but it's very difficult, and sometimes I have to ask them to wait. Usually no big deal. The past 2 times they called in literally during the peak hour. The 3 of us were very busy. I had reservations throughout the evening. The husband called in, wanted a table for now, and my brother declined, saying we were completely booked out. After 5 minutes, his wife calls in asking the same, but we were still booked out, so we really couldn't squeeze them in. Roughly 2 or 3 days ago, the husband calls in again, wanted to come at 2000. Usually, I would not have minded, but especially this week, my dad got chemo. He was in pain and not feeling well. Usually, if someone has late-stage cancer like that, they shouldn't be alone while their family works, but I guess sometimes it do be like that. I already told customers serving stops 30 minutes earlier today because of the above reasons. Everyone was super understanding, apart from this regular. Him. But you guys aren't even closing at 8. Me. Yes, I know, but today my dad is feeling bad and we would like to close earlier today. If you want to come in a bit earlier, I can keep a table for you. Him. I'm still stuck at work. Well, I know it's your guys' business, but this kinda sucks. Me. I'm really sorry we can't stay late. Maybe you could try some other time. Thinking that was it, I returned back to work when my phone rang again. Him. I have to get this off my chest now. I think it's ridiculous you don't take reservations anymore, although you guys close at 9:30. Why don't you change your closing time to 8 then? People rely on you and you let them down. You can't just close whenever you want. Me, slightly annoyed because we were full. Well, I'm sorry we can't accommodate you as we used to, but please understand that my dad literally can't work anymore and we can't run the business like before. We have to make cuts, and I'm sorry it upset you. Him. I think that is not a way to treat customers, and I really starting to dislike you guys. Also, your brother hung up on me last time when we tried to call. That is not good customer service. Note, that never happened. Usually we try our best to seat them, and I cannot imagine my brother hanging up. I even asked and he said no. I just said we were full. At this point, I was really upset because not once has he mentioned how out of their way my parents went for them all these years. Heck, if he bothered to complain about our opening times, how come he didn't even bother checking the service stop? I ended the call by telling him that I'm sorry he's upset, but we have a lower capacity now. If he wants to understand or not is up to him, but it's not like I can uncancer my dad. He hung up, and I guess we won't see them anymore. Am I the jerk for not wanting my brother's stepkids in my wedding? My fiance and I are getting married in November, and after delays due to last year, are finally getting to the nitty-gritty details of planning. Within the last year, my older brother, Pete, has gotten married to a woman with 2 kids, who are 6 and 8. I met them a couple of times. I'm not exactly a kid person, but they seem pretty normal, so that's good, I guess. This Sunday, my family had brunch at my parents' house, and Pete came with his wife and stepkids. He was asking me about my wedding and how planning was going, and then asked if we had plans for the flower girl and ring bearer. I told him that we weren't having a flower girl, but we've been training our German Shepherd mix, Bubba, to calmly walk down an aisle we set up to have him play a fake ring bearer role. Actual rings will be kept by best man to be safe, but guests won't realize that. Bubba is a service dog dropout, so while he wasn't up to par for those standards, he's still better trained than 90% of dogs. Pete asked if his stepson could walk the dog down the aisle and stepdaughter could be the flower girl. I told him I hadn't thought about that, but we'll see. Well, yesterday he calls me and asked if I've given it any thought, and I told him that I actually just want to stick to my original plan. My fiance and I have been excited for our plan, and to be totally honest, we just don't really want kids to have a part in our wedding. We're not going totally kid-free since a couple of our friends who need to travel will be there, and we realized it wasn't realistic to expect them to come out without their kids, so they will be guests, but not in the wedding. Pete got really mad at me, accused me of not accepting his new family into the larger family. Apparently, his wife doesn't feel accepted by my parents, and now us. I guess my sister made a comment about her infant son being the only grandchild so far, and that really rubbed them the wrong way. I'm staying out of the whole thing. Pete texted me again this morning, and honestly, I'm just getting annoyed with him and told him basically if he wanted to showcase his new family, he should have waited to have a traditional wedding, not try to force them into mine. I feel like that might have been harsh now, and I'm feeling a little guilty. Edit. Forgot to mention, Pete had a small courthouse wedding in the last year, so no large wedding. My sister's comment was offhand and not meant to be a dig at my brother's wife or her kids. When she realized how it was perceived, she apologized, but everyone knew what she meant. Nobody has been mean to the kids. I'm done replying to comments now. Thank you to most of you who are reasonable, even if we didn't agree. But I want to say that everyone who suggested an alternative role for them is totally ignoring the fact that I said my fiance and I don't want kids to play a role in our wedding. We would have preferred a completely child-free wedding. We are already compromising by letting them attend as guests. Am I the jerk for buying a 2-seater car when dating a father? I've been dating Thomas for about a year. He has a 2-year-old daughter. We're at a point where he trusts me to watch his daughter for a day as a favor, but we haven't gotten to a co-parenting stage of the relationship. It started as a very casual thing and stayed that way for a while. It's only now getting more serious. I was in the market for a new car. My '98 Camry was overdue for the junkyard. I wanted a convertible, something small because I live in a cramped city that was laid out before cars were invented. Short and easy to parallel park, cheap to maintain and reliable, affordable. I told Thomas that I was shopping for a new car. I wanted something small and reliable, but I didn't say much more than that. He didn't seem that interested. I bought a 2005 Mazda Miata for a pretty good price. It was low mileage and in great condition mechanically. When I showed Thomas the car, he was upset with me. He said that he didn't realize I meant 2-seater when I said small, and that it wouldn't be possible for us to go places with his daughter in the car. I said that he still has a car, a huge Lexus LX, which fits so much, and that my parents always had one family car and 1 or 2 fun cars, like one practical sedan and one doorless Jeep with the back seats pulled out, and various project vets. The Jeep didn't have seating for the whole family, but that was okay, and the vets didn't have the newest safety features, so they weren't used to transport the kids. Thomas said that the Mazda I had bought wasn't even good for him to be riding in. He had responsibility as a parent to keep himself safe, and riding in an old small convertible wasn't safe like a newer larger vehicle, let alone me driving his daughter if I was looking after her for a day. She is at backseat only age, and my car has no backseat. I said it was safe enough. It was probably an upgrade for my busted Camry anyway. He said it was selfish and reckless choice, and even if we were trying to do the one fun car, one family car dynamic, that's something to talk through, not go buy a car that excludes his daughter from ever joining things I do. He also asked how long I plan on keeping the car, and I said I plan on driving it into the dirt. I'll keep it as long as it keeps going. He asked if I'd thought about how I'd still be having this car when his daughter grows up, and I said I hadn't really thought about it. He got frustrated with me, saying I was being thoughtless. I said I thought stuff would be fine since he already has a family car, and how many cars does one kid need? My family always got by with one car for the kids. Am I the jerk for buying a 2-seater car while dating a father? Am I the jerk for not forcing my niece to visit her dad? My niece, Tessa, 17, has a restraining order against my sister, her mom. She used to live with her dad, my ex-brother-in-law, full-time, and when she was younger, he'd drop her off at my house and leave her here for months at a time. Even when he stopped leaving her with me, she'd ride her bike to my house and stay there for hours almost every day. Then, last year, I moved almost 8 hours away, and I'd fly Tessa out to see me 1 to 2 weekends a month. 8 months ago, Tessa asked to move in with me because her mom kept violating the restraining order, and her dad was refusing to do anything, and because her relationship with her brother was taking a toll on her mental health. I talked to her dad, and he gave me guardianship, and there's been a huge change in Tessa since. She's so much happier and more outgoing. She went from C's and D's to all A's and a B+, and she made friends. We had a deal that Tessa would fly out to visit him 1 weekend a month. After a week, Tessa's brother called her and asked when she's coming to clear out her room. Tessa asked what he was talking about, and he said he wanted to turn her room into a game room. Tessa called her dad and asked what was going on, and he said that her brother had been asking about turning her room into a game room, but he hadn't given the brother an answer yet. Tessa asked where her stuff would go and where she'd be sleeping if he said yes, and her dad said that he had put her stuff in the garage and she could sleep in the guest room when she visits. Tessa said in no uncertain terms that if he gave away her room, she wasn't coming back. Her dad ended up giving her brother her room, and we drove out to get as much of her stuff as we could fit in my car, and she hasn't been back since. She calls him maybe once a month, but she's made it clear that she's given up on a relationship. Tessa's dad has a new girlfriend, and he wants her to meet Tessa, so he's been calling me to ask when Tessa is coming. I keep telling him that Tessa doesn't want to visit, and he says okay, hangs up, then calls back a week later. He called back yesterday, and when I said Tessa didn't want to see him, He said that we had a deal and it's not her choice. I told him I wasn't going to force her to visit him, especially after he let her brother turn her room into a game room, and that he didn't care about that deal for the past 8 months. He yelled at me for turning Tessa against him and told my parents that I'm not making Tessa see him. My parents think I'm the jerk because he's still Tessa's dad and he has a right to see her, so I wanted to know if I was the jerk. Entitled Uncle tried to give away my Xbox. Backfires. I'm male and 16 years old from the UK. This story happened 4 to 5 months ago on my 16th birthday, but I only just thought to post it. This was around the time of the Xbox Series X and PS5 hype. Anyway, to the story. It's March 25th, 2021, and it's my birthday party. Cringe, I know. I have recently received an Xbox Series X as a birthday gift. I had not long set it up when my cousin, who I'm gonna call Nice Cousin, who asked if he could have a turn after me. He's 12. I said sure, as long as you are careful. He nodded his head with an obvious grin and thanked me multiple times. After about 30 to 40 minutes, he left my room and the following conversation took place. Nice Cousin: thanks for letting me play. I loved it. Me: no problem. I'm glad you're happy. Nice Cousin: I'm gonna ask my dad if I can have one. Me: okay, make sure to ask nicely. Nice Cousin walks off to talk to Entitled Uncle, who was smiling and laughing while talking with my dad. His smile turns to a frown. How much money? I heard him say, shocked. He shook his head, then told Nice Cousin to go away. I didn't see Nice Cousin much more after that, so I just went outside to find my aunt, who was in the garden. We talked for a bit, but then I heard the familiar sound of my squeaky door hinges. Someone was in my room. I just brushed it off as my mom doing the rubbish bins. We have one in every room, and continued my conversation with my aunt. A few minutes later, I heard a car speeding off, and I saw it was my uncle's. Using my knowledge of r/entitled parent stories, my first instinct was to check on my Xbox. To my utter not surprise, it was gone. I told my mom, and she gave me 2 choices. 1, call the police. 2, confront my uncle. I chose option 2 because I didn't want anything to happen to Nice Cousin. I waited a bit, then my mom drove me to Entitled Uncle's house. When I arrived, the first thing I looked at was Nice Cousin's window. Yep, he was playing my Xbox. I knocked on the door and was met with no answer. I tried 3 times, but he never answered. I just called the police, and I ended up getting my Xbox back, plus 500 pounds compensation from Entitled Uncle, and he had to pay for damages Nice Cousin made to my cables and monitor while scrambling to get it out of my room. I got 700 pounds total. I don't know how the damages added up to 200, but I'm not complaining. Edit: I got a keypad lock as suggested by some of the comments, and it's 6 digits, so I put it as the date I got my first Xbox 360. Only my mom could possibly know that. You want to go to the hospital in an ambulance when you live across the street? Okay. I was in an apartment building for work earlier today when I saw an ambulance pull up to the front door and 2 paramedics come out. I opened the door to let them inside, and they proceeded up to the unit of their call. I wasn't deliberately eavesdropping, but the walls are paper thin, so I could hear the entire conversation. EMT: did you call for an ambulance? Patient: yeah, I'm feeling kind of anxious, and I need them to get me something to calm me down. EMT: you do realize the hospital is right across the street, right? Yeah, but I didn't want to walk. Context: this building is literally across the street from the hospital, separated by a seldom used road. I don't mean down the road or a couple blocks away. You can literally see the front entrance of the hospital from the front door of the apartment building. If I'm being generous, it's about 100 meters door to door. Normally, an ambulance costs money, but this individual was forthcoming enough to inform the paramedics that he was on government assistance and that the program covered ambulance costs for transport to the nearest hospital. The paramedics were audibly annoyed at the situation, essentially being used as a free taxi to get across the street in the rain for a non-emergency, but they end up taking this guy down to the ambulance. When I finally left the building several minutes later, the paramedics were still sitting outside with the patient doing their assessment, hooking him up to a blood pressure and pulse monitor. The patient was annoyed that they wouldn't just drop him off at the hospital, but policies are policies. And the paramedics could be liable were a medical emergency to occur en route to hospital. As I drove away, they were still sitting outside. A part of me hopes they're still out there, assessing hours later. Perhaps the patient will learn his lesson about calling an ambulance for mundane health concerns and will elect to walk to the hospital next time. That's probably wishful thinking though.
Support our channel by joining as a member today, and we'll give you a shout out in our next video.
Or come watch this video next. You won't believe what Karen does in that one.